up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
It is the last day of the Mindanao group stages here at the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Philippines summer season. So by the end of this day, we will find out who advances to the playoffs alongside the teams from North and South Luzon and Visayas for our playoffs next week, guys. Next week, cool on your seats. It is coming. I am your host, Mika Fabs, with Otoluz and Osiris here on the panel. But of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. Thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here. And of course, for organizing this event, thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe.
And huge thanks, of course, to our official mobile partner in Oppo Reno 5. Picture life together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master all-in-one clay face wash that cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, guys, we do have something to give back to the community as well. You could get a chance to win 1,650 wild cores simply by hanging out with us, by watching the Sea Icon Series PH live stream. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, post a photo of yourself, and you can get super creative with this. Like, you can pull out some props or whatever. I don't know what you want to do, but yes, post a photo of yourself hanging out with us while virtually watching the PPGL Wild Rift Sea Icon series summer season. Make sure the post is public with the official hashtags Sea Icon series, hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag OL Together Now. We're going to be drawing 10 lucky winners by the end of this day for 1,650 wild cores. So I hope you guys stay tuned to the end of the show for that. Yes, I know I'm losing. It's a hot day today. And we'll be announcing the winners of this major prize later on, but we also have even more prizes coming for you. We have some minor prizes to give away, and Osiris has details on all of that.
Yes, and get a chance to win 380 wild cores by voting your favorite teams or on the last day of the Mindanao group stage. All you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. Make sure the post is on public with the hashtags hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. 4 winners will be announced at the end of each day. Once winners are announced, so please do message us at the PPGL Facebook page to know how to claim it. This giveaway is only applicable to Facebook.
And we are live on 4 different platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok. So wherever you are, all you have to do is to drop by here on Facebook, follow the instructions. Very easy, right? So pro tip number 1, just follow the instructions, because if you follow the instructions, you will definitely get that chance in winning 1,650 wild cores, or that the minor prize that we will have. So many wild cores giveaways to be given away today. And if you are in a rush, or if you have one but still lacks a few more diamonds, all you have to do is to drop by kodashop.com and load up your wild cores using your Globe Sim.
So easy. Globe has made it so convenient for us. I think it's even a little dangerous because it's a bit too convenient. It's like, oh, okay, I don't need to do anything. I just a few clicks and it's just right there, and I can get all of the skins that I want. Anyway, guys, back into the Mindanao group stages. Enough of our, our fantasy skins over here or something. But I wanted to ask you guys how this group stage compares to that of North Luzon, South Luzon, and Visayas. We've talked a lot about the identity of all these different group stages, and now that we're at the last day of the Mindanao group stages, what are your immediate impressions on the identity of the Mindanao teams so far? Autolus, we'll start with you.
I believe that there is a very easy comparison with how Mindanao plays and how South Luzon plays, right? So very calculated, game goes the distance when it comes to, the game time. But really, I'm so impressed as to how they, do the macro. They're not just about aggression. They do calculated aggression. They will only fight if there is an objective to fight for. So that's it.
Yeah, and Osiris, what about you? What are your impressions?
Same goes for today. I understand, as how Otto was pointing out, that there's a huge emphasis towards the calculations, towards the timers, towards the objective plays. They are more showing what they are prioritizing as what North Luzon does. Because when you check South and Visayas, it feels like it's always fight, fight, fight. So right now we're doing more calculated plays compared to how the previous region does. So I'm really loving Mindanao right now.
Yeah, I think we talked a lot about how North Luzon, a very, very such a powerhouse here at the Sea Icon series. Then we have South Luzon, also a powerhouse as well, and we have the Visayas as well, very, very aggressive plays. And then we have Mindanao, and like looking at RRQ in particular, their style really stands out to me because they're kind of just like I really do imagine them as like a big boss sitting in this nice sleek office, and they're just like waiting. Okay, all right, what do you have for me? All right, okay, it's a very different style. It's actually really fun to see. And and right now, because RRQ are on top of the standings, it's looking like they will be proceeding to the playoffs. So it's going to be interesting to see how that style is going to compare up against all of the other teams that have qualified for the playoffs. Checking out our schedule for today, and this is the last chance, of course, for teams like Tyrant Gaming, who have yet to get on the board. But first up, we are going to have RRQ and VVV Esports. We are gonna focus on this quite a bit later on because this is a battle for dominance over here in our first match.
That's
And
right.
Odlus, what about you? What other matches do you think we need to focus on for today?
I want to see match number 2 as well. UCE versus Tyrant Gaming. If Tyrant Gaming wants to win at least a 75,000 for their, for the total Globe Cup points, then that I think is their best chance to do it against UCE. Remember, Tyrant Gaming was able to get that game 1 lead over them. So it's just about the execution down the line, and I think Tyrant Gaming really has a shot in doing it.
Yeah, it's about that follow through, but the gatekeepers for them today are VVV Esports and UCE. What about you, Cyrus? Any particular matches that draw your attention here?
Well, match one is something that I'm gonna
Yeah.
enjoy because it's top one and top two. You know who's going to be the top team for Mindanao. You know what to expect because if ever that UC and Tyrant fell short for today, you're going to see these teams onto the playoffs. So you wanted to see that level or the caliber, how hype up we are for next week's playoff. So this is the time that they need to do it.
Yeah, no holds barred. Whatever they have up their sleeves, any secret picks, anything that they have in their arsenal that's left behind, they have to bring it all out by today. And of course, checking out the standings right now, we did bring up that this match one over here is between RRQ and VVV, and that will be because they are currently at the top 2 spots at the moment. A little bit of a flashback over here as we check out some different standings as we had right now. We saw a little bit of a preview of Next Play Esports and Team Secrets. Bit of a flashback over there to North Luzon. Of course, our teams that will be qualified from the Mindanao group stages will be going to head to head. Will be going head to head with them, and
There you
that
go.
is looking like at the moment it is RRQ and VVV Esports. Now there is a very unique condition here for UCE. UCE, if they want to sort of like match but get even a chance to contest that second spot with VVV Esports, they have to win all of their matches today, and VVV Esports has to get none. So this is a really really unique problem over here for UCE, but I do think they still would like to put the best foot forward and they would like to go out with a bang. And for Tyrant Gaming over here, it is their last chance to get on the board with at least one win, maybe even two today for this. And I really do think that they do want to prove themselves here at the Mindanao group stages. So right now, like the focus is really on Tyrant Gaming to see if they can actually get that W for today. Checking out our Globe Cup point standings as they are right now. I know that our top 2 teams have already broken through the 6 digits over here with RRQ, 300,000 Globe Cup points, VVV Esports with 225,000 Globe Cup points, UCE with 75,000 Globe Cup points, and Tyrant Gaming again yet to get on the board. But I don't know, guys. What do you think are the chances of Tyrant Gaming today maybe getting that W? Oddloose, what do you think?
Yeah, similar to what I did mention quite a few minutes earlier, right? I love their chances against UCE because they were able to at least, get that game 1 lead over them during their first matchup. So in terms of chances, I like their chances in at least securing 75,000 here. However, on the other hand, UCE does not want that to happen. So yeah, we will see that second match later, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the standings here are kind of solidifying as we see them. But Osiris, I want to get your thoughts here on VVV Esports and UCE, this little rivalry that has been brewing between these guys. And right now, VVV Esports, yes, they are on top. But do you think that UCE might be able to maybe prevent a win for them today?
I mean, there's still a possibility for them take one game, but they are having a hard time closing out those the games, and especially with the execution towards a mid to late game, they kind of fell off. But when they got the early game, they are on a roll and they know how to snowball. From there, they can really take a win against, or they can finish the rivalry with VVV. But this is one of the much needed win as they're going to face RRQ for that tiebreaker. So RRQ is really on top right now, so this will be a hard task for them.
Yeah, definitely. Again, the big boss of the Mindanao group stages here, the King of Kings. And right now, again, we are closing the Mindanao group stages. Earlier, we had North Luzon and South Luzon and Visayas. And this is all part of a major C Icon series system. We actually have prepared a video for you guys breaking everything down. Check this out.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
A total of 10 million Globe Cup points, which is really quite incredible. That means 5 million Globe Cup points per season, and that will be again, every single series escalates, and by the time we get to the playoffs, it's gonna be even hotter than it is right now. But before we proceed into our first match of the day, we have a very special guest joining us for our pre-show. Let's welcome over here to your screens Yoshi from Tyrant Gaming. Hi,
Wow.
Yoshi. Thank you so much for joining us. Wow, your boot camp
What
looks
a
really
house.
nice. Everybody was like, "Whoa, that looks really great." Yoshi, thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to pull up a few questions for you over here. First off, I wanted to ask you guys, what are you guys planning to do to bounce back? Right now, you have had some struggles here at the Mindanao group stages. So, is there anything that the team is doing differently today?
Sa ngayon, hindi po try, gagawin po namin yung isa po namin, rotate po namin sa pagda-draft. Kasi kahapon po, ginawa po namin yung parang counter match-up po. Kaya po kami nagbatak-batak kasi di po kami sanay sa rotation na yan. And ngayon, try po namin babawi yung panalo.
It looks like Tyrant Gaming is ready to take even more control today, even starting with the draft. Anlus, do you have questions for Yoshi here?
Hey Yoshi, Adelus here. Just want to, let our viewers know the story behind your IGN because that's always the question that I ask, and so that you can connect as well to our viewers.
Sa una po, kasi dati po, gumagawa po ako ng vlog. Tapos yung intro ko po, Yo, it's your boy Crazy. So naging, Yoshi Boy Crazy. Then, ginamit ko po yung pangalan na yun sa ML. And then, nasali po ako sa isang clan na initial. Di po pwede yung mahaba na pangalan. So, ginawa ko pong Yoshi. Doon po nag-umpisa yung Yoshi ko.
Aw, here I was thinking that there was some kind of, Super Mario reference.
So yeah, denied.
It's original. It's original Yoshi. It just comes from that history of his. Osiris, what about you? Do you have any questions for Yoshi?
Well, Yoshi, just want to ask, what made you decide to pursue your professional gaming career?
Kasi po, since naglalaro pa po ako ng ML, parang nakakita ko po talaga na may potential ako sa MOBA games. Nung galing po ako sa ML at saka Arena of Valor. Then, after nan lumipat po ako ng ROS. Just nabalitaan ko po na i-release daw yung Wild Rift sa mobile. Ayun, doon ko po naisipan na ipagpatuloy yung paglalaro ko ng MOBA games. Yun lang po.
There you
Really
have
good transition.
quite a pedigree, of course, in the mobile gaming scene. Now, Yoshi, before you go and prepare for the matches for today, you have to pass through our traditional question here at the Sea Icon series. What did you guys have for lunch?
Chicken po.
Buffet.
Chicken po.
Chicken. Oh my gosh, it's such a favorite for everybody here. Well, I don't know. I love chicken. Was it fried chicken? Was it adobo?
Fried chicken po. Fried chicken.
Fried chicken. Classic. And last but not least, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of your supporters, all of the Tyrant Gaming supporters today?
Shoutout nga po pala sa pamilya ko, kay mama, kay papa, kay ate na nasa Japan ngayon, at sa jowa ko po, si Ash. Shoutout po. Yun lang.
Yoshi, thank you so much. We're going to leave you to prepare for your matches today. Best of luck to you and the rest of Tyrant Gaming. We are going to see you in the Rift.
Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
That house
Wow.
though. That
Your
house
boot
though.
camp is so nice.
Mansion. It's not a house, it's a mansion.
That's
boot camp is so nice.
what they're having for lunch is gourmet chicken.
Oh,
It just fits, right?
Fancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, maybe with a nice garnish too. Wow, it's such a
Yeah.
beautiful place. Anyway, you guys, before we proceed into our matches for today, we just want to remind you all that you can win some wild cards simply by hanging out with us and watching the Sea Icon series over here. Just like and follow the PPGL page. I'm sure the mechanics are all on there for you guys. You could stand to win either 1,650 wild cores or 380 wild cards. I believe we have a total of 14 winners for today. So, yes, 10 winners for 1,650 wild cores and 4 winners for 380 wild cores. Simply by liking, sharing, doing the whole official hashtag thing. I'm sure that the mechanics are on the PPGL Facebook page, so don't worry, you guys can head on over there and check that out if you want to win some wild cores for today. Now, of course, going into our first series of the day, we're starting off big. It is RRQ and VVV right here. This is the battle for dominance over here in the Mindanao group stages. So this match determines who comes out on top today, who will end the Mindanao group stages at first place, basically. And starting off with Team RRQ's lineup right here, Autolus, just refresh our memories. What makes this team so good over here in the Sea Icon series?
Man, right on cue, we have Ruin Nation, right? Being leaked by Riot yesterday. So there's the Ruin King status, and we know RRQ, the Kings of Kings, right? Viva RRQ. They are 2 games away from a perfect record in an astonishing 450 100,000 Globe Cup points. So heading into any game, I imagine them with a huge checklists of win conditions, and come game time, they just check them one by one. A very disciplined approach to the Wild Rift game, led by their coach Kaigu, right? So that has a world's appearance to his belt. Kaigu belt, I know. And also would like to note that this team will not hesitate to lock down your support. Many times yesterday, I have seen Chaz invest his skills onto the enchanter support should there be an opportunity. So I expect them to forget their lone game loss yesterday and finish the group stages with a bang.
Yes, they are well on their way to doing that. And so far here in the Mindanao group stages, they have definitely, again, been the big boss. They have been undisputed so far, with this very, very calm, very calculated play style. Heading over to our solo player highlight over here, Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this guy over here. We know that RRQ here has a massive roster, actually. I believe they have was it a 7-man or an 8-man roster?
Seven.
Which actually 7-man, which actually makes it so unique. You don't know what kind of RRQ you're facing until you actually get into the rift, which makes it tricky for all of their opponents. Part of that, of course, part of that roster is Earl God over here, who we spoke to yesterday. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this player?
Well, Earl God, they're really showing on how well he's checking Marky. So there are times that Marky goes into his Ultra Instinct, and then you can see on the side Earl God supporting the big guy, the showman right there. So Earl God doing a great job keeping everyone in check. The Monsoon plays, protecting everyone. The Galio putting a lot of those pressure around the map. So Earl God putting or showing that he is a man to watch out for today's match.
And definitely that partnership that he has with Marky is letting RRQ do some massive damage to their opponents. And it's kind of too late by the time you actually see Marky on the way, because either when he's on the Kaiser or something, it's already gone. Your life or something is already more than 50% gone. So it's just incredible, and it's an incredible partnership between him and Marky. On the other side, though, we have VVV Esports, and this team has been slowly impressing us, slowly improving here. They have had a very, very strong showing on day one, and they've gotten even stronger through day two over here. And I'm pretty sure they want to end day three with a bang. Checking out their lineup once again, here we have VVV Esports with the twin power, as they mentioned to us yesterday, the twin power of Dreadheart and Goldenheart. My gosh, that's such beautiful names. But yes, Audalus, let me know your thoughts on how you think they'll fare against RRQ.
Right, so this team is very hungry for revenge. After dismantling UCE and Tyrant Gaming yesterday, they definitely proved themselves as a powerhouse here in Mindanao. That statement, though, is not complete yet since they suffered a 0-2 loss against RQ during their first matchup. However, during the qualifiers, VVV and RQ did meet, and the winner of that match was actually VVV. So the question if they can stand against RQ, the answer is absolutely yes. So the stage is set for this heated rivalry, and my biggest takeaway from their yesterday's performance is Hero's ability to unleash Renzi's frenzy. No Rengar, no problem. He will just go out for a hyper aggressive build on his Lee and will just wow you with his plays.
What about you, Osiris? What do you think? How do you think VVV Esports can stand up against RRQ?
And VVV, they still know how to play it on the early game. So you can take away that from RRQ. And RRQ showed cracks yesterday against UCE. UCE did pretty well on their early game by closing out with a snowball. So VVV, with the powerhouse lineup that they got, there's a huge possibility that they can take away one game or even the whole series, knowing that the captain is on board.
Oh yes, indeed. And you know what? We really have to focus over here, Renzi. You're absolutely right. We know him as doing some major damage with that Rengar. But yesterday we saw actually that even though that champion might be taken away from him, he is still capable of that level. And it's really just amazing to see what this guy can do. It's gonna be really exciting to see how he can step up to the junglers of North Luzon, South Luzon, and Visayas as
Mhm.
well if they get into the playoffs. And right now, their chances are looking oh so good over here. But turning our attention here to the Twins, just really quickly before we check out our solo player highlight, I want to get your opinion, Oculus. Do you think that the Twin Power is actually working for VVV, or are these guys, it might just be, out of the game, and in game you're, just really more as a team effort instead of a twin effort?
Definitely, this is a team effort, but I believe that the Twins is a huge part of it, right? From our interview with them yesterday, they said that they are almost always in sync, and that's actually the positive mental that you will need to have every time that you step into the Wild Rift.
The kind of things that teams work so hard for, it just comes naturally to them. That is their
Mm-hmm.
advantage. You almost don't have to teach it to them at all. And now checking out our solo player highlight over here, and I believe it is going to be, drum roll please, Mr. Hero over here on the support. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this guy? What is that KDA over there? Please explain.
Really high. This is something that we want to watch because Earl God knows how to play Janna. And on the other side of the spectrum, you can see Hero with the most used champs as well as Janna and Agalio. He is putting online, he is putting everyone into his back with the setups, with the kills, and at that point, it was everyone from VVV well equipped to take those team fights. And wow, you can clearly say that Hero is really delivering. That the captain is just showing that he's the one to be followed.
Yeah, and I think it is a major turning point for a team when your captain is on board. Of course, everybody then has a focal point to rotate around. And Oculus,
Mm-hmm.
I want to get your thoughts as well on how Hero coming into the roster impacts that versus VVV of say in the qualifiers or in the earlier stages.
Okay, so I would just like to take one game as the prime example of Hero's effect onto the scene, right? So Yomo's Ghostblade on Lee Sin is not very popular here in competitive because oftentimes your Lee Sin will just get punished right around the dragon fight. But Hero always at the right time was able to make sure that Vi has no entry point onto the Lee Sin, and that
Yeah.
I think is the reason why Frenzy can just go crazy, or Renzi can just go crazy on his Lee Sin plays and just go aggressive because he knows that Hero will always have his back.
It's one of those little things that might not be immediately apparent that makes all the difference in a game like Wild Rift. Now, of course, checking out our Globe Key player clash right now, we are going to turn our attention over here to the Dragon Lane, the big carries over here for our key player clash. And we'll start with you this time, Osiris, on how you think this Globe Key player clash is going to go down.
Well, the Globe key player clash as how well everyone on both sides really functioning. It fairly shows that these players are the ones who's going to affect greatly the game for the series. So you got the Demon Kite, supposedly Golden Kite, I must say, and then Marky onto the other side, the Battle of the Dragon Laners, and that's not a far of a KDA. But yes, Demon Kite got that 7.64 KDA, and then Marky on the other side, yes, that's 6.21. But you are looking a lot on how on big plays coming in from Marky at the later part of the game. But in terms of kill participation, you are looking at a 48% and 16%. Huge disparity as Demon Kite loves to rotate across the map, loves to play on his early game, and the damage per minute both delivering, but the damage percentage, it says a lot that this demon is really out for blood, while Marky is trying to be safe at times and then pulls the trigger when he sees an opening.
What about you, Adelus? Do you agree with that? Do you think that, Marky might be more of like hiding in the shadows and waiting for that, while Jimmy Kite is more active and more visible out there?
Yeah, I will agree to that as well, but I would like to just highlight that Marquis will know the perfect opportunity to land that kill, right? As evident yesterday, we saw an unofficial pentakill from this guy, one of the second pentakills that we have here in PPGL. I can see his group stages. But I would like to highlight as well that Demon Kite is one half of the twins, the Dahao twins that we were talking about. So the synergy is always there. And Demon Kite, originally Golden Kite, has turned into the dark side and has now transferred to the Demon Race. And I think that the Demon Race is really, really deadly when it comes to dishing out damages.
Definitely, and we are going to see who will be deadlier over here in the Dragon Lane as we head into the Rift. But before that, panelists, I want to get your predictions. Which way is this going to go? Will VVV Esports actually manage to come out on top this time? What do you think, Otlus?
I think Viva RRQ 2-0 because from what I've seen from RRQ so far, they have shown the discipline that I really love to see, especially when it comes to the point in where we will have international competitions. I really believe that if your players or if your team is very disciplined, then you can take on every challenge that will come your way. So 2-0 for RRQ.
Osiris, what about you?
Well, for me, I wanted to go for VVV as they got the potential, but we all know how well-rounded right now RRQ. VVV might take one game, I guess, but RRQ, as how smooth that they are, my mind is saying a 2-0, but my heart's still a 2-1. But I'll stick with a 2-0 as how well RRQ is playing.
We like to be fair. We like to make sure everybody wins, but of course that can't happen in a competition such as this, in a tournament like this. I actually do agree with Oddloose. I think it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. They just seem to be prepared for what any team can throw at them. But we will see as we get this series started. This is RRQ versus VVV Esports Casters. Take us into the Rift.
And into the Rift we will take you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the day 3, the last day of the Mindanao group stage. Will be your casters. I'm Yuko and alongside me is Miss Riku. So starting off the day, very, very strong. VVV versus RRQ, our top 2 teams here in the Mindanao group stages.
Yeah, exactly. We're starting the last day with a bang. As again, when we look back into a not so far history, it was RRQ that were able to 2-0 VVV in their first encounter. Again, it's a double round robin, so this is the last chance for VVV, at least for the Mindanao group stages, to sort of get their revenge, equalize the score, and take it into a 1-1. And I think there is that possibility, even though they got 2-0'd. The fact that they have now their captain on board, which is Hiro, in the support role, I think it's gonna be such a huge difference based from what we've seen in their first encounter.
Mirroring what the panelists actually told us, that Hiro, we only ever saw him yesterday, and he was such an amazing addition to their lineup. It's like he was made to fit in their team. Well, we do also know that he is the captain of the team, so let's see if he has more tricks up their sleeves. But off cam, we were talking that there is a chance we'll be seeing a game number 3, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's already a banger of the series. We're talking about the top 2 teams in the current standings, and of course, we are going to be expecting game number 3 for sure. And yeah, talking about Hiro, again, this guy, basically VVV sort of built around Hiro since he was the core after he left his after his stint back in NXP last year. So this is the result now as they're sort of working their way towards the playoffs for sure. And of course, he's accompanied by a lot of, high-ranking players, a lot of experience, players from League PC to Wild Rift.
Also, we highlighted the twins time and time again, right? You have Golden Heart, and I do not know why, but Demon Kite, when I said, wait, if his brother's name is this Dragon Heart, does that mean his name is Demon Heart? Like, no, I don't think parents would name their child Demon Heart. But then I realized, yeah, it was a Golden Heart. And yeah, anyway, so let's talk about the possible picks so far. Renzi, very, very good on Rengar, but even though teams do ban that out or take Rengar for themselves, he still has a pretty decent amount of champions up his sleeves rather. Same goes to Helios. I talked about this with Infinity yesterday. Of course, you'd want to try it and shut down the best or the most aggressive player in your opponents, but banning out champions or using your two bans towards Helios, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, for Helios, his champion pool is just so deep and wide. So it's actually very difficult to pinpoint which one you'd like to take out. But I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Twisted Fate actually gets banned. And especially if you're up against RRQ, do not forget Chaz, the current top one, at least in player in the Philippines server based on the ranking ladders that we see in game. So usually, that means you have to spend another ban in something that is not usually the standard. You have to spend it on a target ban. So expect a lot of things open in the draft, like maybe a bunch of Baron leaders, maybe a bunch of junglers that are quite important, maybe the Olaf again, because despite Olaf not exactly performing well since towards the end of the South Luzon region, up until Mindanao, actually, I think Olaf has been picked once or twice, and unfortunately has ended in a loss. So, but it is still getting banned. Perhaps it has something to do with the gold changes, or perhaps it has something to do with using him just to soak as much CC for the squad.
Or just you're gonna have a bulldozer in front of your team and just charge towards the opponent. So again, these are the faces of the players under VVV and RRQ. We did the Isilla pose earlier. I did this, and then the panelists would do the Helios and the Marky pose. It's so cute. But yeah, we talked about RRQ. However, moving over to VVV, are there any other champion picks that you're looking forward to see, or you think will be banned?
That's a good question, because I remember saying, Chaz, Lee Sin, definitely gonna get banned. But the thing is, Renzi is also a very talented Lee Sin player. So there is sort of a choice here, whether, depending on if they're blue side or red side, whether or not which team will be willing to not ban that out. Because I have a feeling both of these teams definitely want that open. Aside from that, for sure, I think we may expect a battle of who will get the Kaisa, because Marky really loves his Kaisa pick, as well as Demon Kite as well. So those are sort of the mirroring things that we can expect. Something that isn't a mirror, though, that's something that's completely opposite, is the style of Nazjo and Isilla. Isilla is definitely more of the duelist who likes to split push, maybe a little bit of both. For Nazjo, though, he's on Garen duty, he's on Darius duty, so mostly becoming that tank for the squad, becoming an additional frontliner and engager. So I think that dynamic is something very different that will be important, that will come into play in this series.
You did highlight that Silla really loves his Fiora. So that means most of the time it's going to be a 4-to-1 setup for RQ. That means maybe, just maybe, VVV can force out the 5D4 setup, but they still need to keep an eye on that Fiora, because we've seen it happen. Helios able to go with the backdoor, Silla being able to take down all of the turrets in one specific lane. So VVV, one of the things they could do to stop or at least slow down the progress or the advance of RQ, wave clear and get as much vision as they can.
Yeah, for RQ, I mean, there is a little bit of that chink in the armor. I think it has something to do with how Marky sometimes may get caught off guard, may get caught out of position. So I think VVV can sort of capitalize on those situations, if ever.
Right, that is true. And I realized you said that most of the time Lee Sin and Twisted Fate would get banned just for RQ, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, most of the time when you're up against RQ, yes.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, to expound on that, made me realize we only have 2 bans here in the Icon series. So RQ, they can play around that because they can expect that there's gonna be a respect ban on Twisted Fate with the passive, of course, the gold Autolus said this, as well as Chaz being a top Lee Sin player there. But there's also a possibility that we can open Lee Sin. I hope they open it though, just for the heck of it, just to put some spice in the mix. Maybe could happen if VVV is the one on the blue side, but if they want to play this out safely, they can just ban it out too.
Yeah, I think there is a possibility that we may see 3 Lee Sins or maybe 2 Lee Sins, 2 games in a row, maybe. As the third game, they'll probably ban it because, again, it's how comfortable and how strong it is, depending which player is using it. Mainly Chaz and Renzi for this matchup. I guess something that VVV can look into is the match that RRQ had up against UCE. Again, RRQ may be undefeated series-wise, but they have suffered one loss. And not in the hands of VVV, but in the hands of UCE, currently third in the current standing. So something that RRQ struggled a little bit when they went and opted for more of this, I don't know, single target engage with the Vi, and the rest are just heavy melee plus a Kaisa. So maybe that's something VVV can be prepared to go up against when they see that it's slowly being assembled into something like a purely melee or something like that, quite similar to what he did against UCE. Then maybe VVV can just select more of the heavy disengage on their draft.
And speaking of selecting as well as drafts, we are jumping into the pick and ban phase for game number 1. Again, guys, this is just series number 1, VVV Esports versus Rex Regumcon. And the first ban for the side of VVV is going to be a Fiora. And an Akali and RQ answers that with a Camille and maybe... No, I don't know. Could be a Janaban, it could be another Brian Laner just to whittle down the pool. Rengar. Okay.
Yeah, I'm liking this. That means no Lee Sin threat. That means Helios can get his TF as well. I mean, it has been 100% banned against them, but something that is open though, the Graga. So VVV will pass that Lee Sin on to Chaz instead and keep the disengage that we were talking about.
It's probably going to be a Lee Sin and Twisted Fate first 2 picks for the side of RRQ. That's the expected first 2 picks, but they can secure Kaisa too for Marky, and they get to pick up Kaisa.
Yeah, it is. It has been the priority picks of the AD carries, especially when you see red rotation. Just get that. Don't give that away towards VVV. But of course, usually we see the AD carry and the support being locked in. But because of the Lee Sin being prioritized, VVV can snatch the Janna away from Kaisa. And then of course, Ziggs. Ziggs is such a strong pick, especially in such a strong team such as VVV. They're able to speed up the game super fast. For RRQ, this hover, I wonder. Now it is picked.
A Darius. So that's most probably going over to Isilla. And they paired it up with a Braum. Typical Kaisa Braum duo at the Dragon Lane. And VVV, Ziggs support. They can get Corki if they want to. Tristana, it's there too. I mean, the option is right there. A Demolition duo not having the best start yesterday, but it is still a chance. And not sure if it's going to be a Baron Lane Draga, so we'll have to wait that out. They can pick up J4 if they want to.
Yeah, that could still be Renzi on the Gragas or top lane. We still actually don't know if that Darius could possibly be at top or the mid lane, because we've seen Helios play a lot of interesting picks like the Fiora mid back in day number 1. So RRQ, their last pick, it will depend whether or not this Darius is indeed going towards Isilla. But Wukong over here towards Renzi. So we can tell that this is a lot of engage and disengage as well. Body slam very reliable. Charm on the other hand for Helios. Ari for the mid lane of RRQ. And it's starting to look very scary on the side of pick potential, assassination potential. A lot of single target CC. So, and the resets, RRQ is just hoping to sort of steamroll this and utilize Chaz on this Lee Sin.
They really want to set up the perfect, well, no, nothing's really perfect in the world, but a very decent setting for Chad's here in the lane. Finally, he was able to get his champion after 3 days. It took him a while, but now we are here. And yeah, I do agree when it comes to single target, because maybe even the full on 5v5s, RQ's draft is equipped for every situation possible. But I guess my only concern is if this composition was not able to scale, they cannot do anything. I mean, they have two really good frontliners. You have Darius, you have Brom, and you have the shields, you have the regen, you have Ari for the charms and single target CCs. Looking over the side of VVV, it's pretty standard too, but I know you were the one who said this. The disengage potential from Gragas and Janna. So whenever RQ is gonna jump in, VVV, they have two solid ultimates to try and save themselves.
Exactly. This is the exact same two picks that we saw UCE used up against RRQ, where they have tasted defeat. We'll have to see whether or not RRQ can bait out all of those ultimates, important ultimates, for them to reset the fight and be confident in these skirmishes or dragon fights. Very excited to see this game number 1 for sure.
Indeed, I'm just as excited. So you're looking at the jungler match. You have Wukong, you have Lee Sin, who will be able to rotate more, who will be able to gank at the lanes more. I don't expect much action from the Baron lane, given that most likely Gragas would rotate over to the mid lane and help Ziggs out. And Darius, he will most likely just try to get the items in first. But with all that said and done, we are jumping straight into game number 1.
For RQ, they are hoping to get this ball rolling. They're hoping to possibly get Isilla right away with the resets on whatever first fight comes around, especially come level 5. Again, the tools are available there. Lee Sin, very incredibly strong early game, really strong ganks pre-level 5 as well. Helios, on the other hand, has the charm, has the assassination potential with everything in this RA's toolkit. And, you know, they've got that late game insurance in the form of Marky. And we've seen Kaisa sort of snowball as well when given the right opportunity.
True. And looking back now at Baron lane, just a few fights here and there, a few taps here and there, and you have Helios. This is just a normal early game for Helios, making sure that his opponent is just under turret. But you have Chas getting the neutral jungle creeps. Marky Void Seeker is gonna connect, but I don't think he will actually jump in just yet. Just trying to whittle down the HP bars of their opponents. This bite is gonna connect. And Earlgod has actually a really, really good or decent ROM. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can offer the moment he steps on level 5.
Yeah, the Winter's Bite has been hitting Demon Kite, and Hero, maybe 50% of those he is able to shield out, but I think it's thanks to all those pokes is the reason why Demon Kite is a little bit chunked up, chipped down a little bit. But in the meantime, though, I don't think there's going to be any sort of scuttler fights, and it's going to be a trade of top and as well as bottom.
Hello, there's the two Baron laners here still being slowed down, but you have Dragon popping that satchel charge. Very, very smart. Explosive Mine will be popped there as well. Not sure if he's gonna dive in. Let's see. That's gonna be the bouncing ball connecting. That's gonna be a jump in, a flash in, and the VVV was able to get that first blood.
Remember, they're not level 5 yet. All of them just yet.
Helios does have the turn. This beat actually coming in from Chas. This be the bomb being thrown out by this Ziggs, and Chas does say goodbye. Ari gets taken out by Nazdo. Yo, okay. RQ was the one that rotated over to the Baron lane, but they were both disseminated. They both got deleted in the map by VVV, and it all started when Dragon just threw in the Mega Inferno bomb.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate. I remember when they were going upstairs in the top lane, they were just level 4. They were nowhere near level 5. Maybe one kill could have gotten them to level 5, but that's a 3v2 situation, and where Dragon was able to sort of maybe soak up whatever wave or whatever minion that died near him, and he reached level 5. So that was quite unfortunate, and that is something that you do not want to happen in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Indeed. And that's gonna put a smile on Nasjo's face because at least he now has the lead against Esila. But it actually caught me off guard too because you literally just said no level fives yet. So I guess RQ can try and take this, but we don't the predictions. Sometimes the players it just gets the best of us rather. But jumping back into the game, you have this dragon just throwing out the mini waves at the mid lane. Marky just there decides how Gil is gonna connect. You have Stand behind me, being popped by Earl God, trying to protect the ADC with his life, and Dragon is gonna be up in 3 seconds. Is Marky gonna recall? Won't he be late in the Dragon fight? But I guess he can make ends meet.
Yeah, I think most of these teams aren't going to be too antsy in starting the dragon. Anyways, the fact that Earl God is already there and as with Chaz working his way towards getting that scuttler already. So RQ, Marky especially isn't too worried. But though,
Oh,
Earl
wait,
God ports back.
oh no! Alright, anyway, let's think that is gonna be the signal for VVV to get that dragon. You have Demon Kite there as well on this court. It's gonna be non-contested. You have Nasjo just there at the mid lane, making sure that Helios will nowhere be near their T and Demon Kite. They already got Dragon, and looks like they really want to get that first blood turret, but RQ was able to beat them to it.
Yeah, it is going to be extra gold in RRQ's pocket with this decision, and VVV just tries to catch up and even out the playing field by taking the turret at the bottom portion of the map. With this said, though, for VVV, I think this is still a win, but for RRQ, this is like a long-term investment kind of thing. At least you already for more control over the Baron later on, and as well as the Rift Herald when it spawns in a few minutes.
You have Taz. They're hiding at the sides. Of Corky alone, though, at the brown lane. One brown lane turret already gone. Rift Herald is going to be up in 27 seconds. RQ, I believe they're going to try to turtle this one out. They did not have the best start, and it's just almost 6 minutes in. 3 kills, though, going over to VVV, and they have roughly 2k gold lead.
Yeah, just a little bit of a gold lead for the side of VVV, and I think whoever actually wins this fight next. Actually, for RRQ, they cannot exactly fight 5v5 because their composition isn't exactly made for that. They're made to get a pick, make it a 4v5. That is the reason why they have been avoiding the dragon fight. They've opted towards First Blood Tower instead. They are still waiting for Marky to sort of scale up, and that is the reason why you see this now. VVV is comfortable taking these objectives with no fear at all from RRQ.
That is not gonna connect, so I don't think Chaz is gonna jump in. So Nasjo will still get to live another day. And this kind of lineup was similar to what we have up against UCE, and UCE was able to defeat them. So maybe this RQ trying to see if they can pull up a different combo or a different composition. Still, let's see VV looking very, very great right now. Rip Herald being summoned here at the Baron lane, and you have Renzi just at the front lines. Winter's Bite is not going to connect because already being able to take down and that Howling Gale is going to connect, and it just bought more time for VV. Pretty chill early game.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like RQ is struggling, and it's only because again we talked about the double disengage, the power of Ajana and the Gragas there, and the fact that RQ doesn't really have again what we call an impactful AOE CC engage tool. Not really. Most of these are very single target. Esila has to risk himself into such a close range to get that apprehend.
That is gonna connect, but that's already been popped by this Ziggs, who was able to save himself. Chaz still not being able to secure that kill. Marky, though, already able to buy his Blade of the Ruin King. So that's something that RQ can bank on. Just try to maybe fully commit now with the pickoffs, but he's still just gonna clear out the waves. Helios, though, he did not get the early game that he wanted, as Ari, of course, you'd want to get the combos, you'd want to get the kills, at least 1 or 2 kills before the 8 or 10 minute mark. But now that's still for heroes, and instead it's gonna be Nasha being jumped in as that. It's gonna be a voice disconnecting Nasha will jump in coming in from this Jana Moonsoon already been
still
caught, but
alive?
now VVV Esports at the front line. You have heroes at the backs. Gagas does get down, but here comes Wukong jumping in straight at Marky, and he does get disseminated, but now he's being knocked off airborne. Double coming over for this jungler Renzi, ending that fight with a smile on his face. And now Internal Drake is now Infernal, not Internal. What? Infernal Drake is now up.
And we were talking about this. The strength of RRQ is getting a pick. They did get a pick, but the problem was the rest of VVV were there. So it was a straight up 5v5, which is VVV's composition is way stronger.
Oh, here comes Chaz. Still, most of his initiates has no follow-up, or VVV was able to stop him from doing anything else. So I guess this is the least. The Lee Sin pick is worth it, but he just did not have the start that he wanted nor needed. Sila running away from this Nasjo, and now here comes, oh no, Jana alongside Fort, and the Demon Kite was able to kite the living hell out of that Darius, secure the kill, and then go with the recall.
Yeah, VVV basically serving a meal towards Demon Kite, for Demon Kite, getting him that last hit. Because of that, he's able to afford and complete his Triforce. And I mean, VVV has been winning all these fights again. And it's all thanks to their draft. For RRQ, this is, I keep saying, we keep saying, a pick composition. Chaz and Helios, the way that this mid and jungle synergy pick is so good. But the problem was it failed in the first attempt. So now the laning phase is over. We're towards the mid game already. It's so hard to find picks because VVV, or rather the game in general at this point, they're almost always together. You will usually find it very difficult to find someone sort of isolated and split pushing. And the only one that will do that is probably Nasjo.
Like right now, he's away from his teammate. Renzi, they're able to spot out Chaz. I don't think they're gonna go with the 1v1s. Instead, Renzi will just clear out the neutral. Jungle Creeps Baron is now up. It is still up, but VV, they know that they are in the lead. That's gonna be another tower down is from the middle. That is going to be a beautiful ultimate coming in from Nasjo, but he was not able to go with the follow-up. Marky being whittled down. The shield is going to help him, but at what cost? Exhaust being popped for Chaz right here. Demon Slayer was able to zone out their opponents. That is going to be a good disengage coming in from Nasjo, and Lee Sin does fall down. That is a charm connecting, but no follow-up, so Demon Kite still alive. That was a 1-for-1 in favor of no one but RQ, their jungler is down. In retrospect, only the support for VVV got taken down.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty sweet deal. A jungler for a support. You still have another frontliner for yourself, another peeler for Dragon and Demon Kite, which is Nasjo on the Graga. So I think that's still a pretty good win. And the fact that they're able to get that tower in the mid lane as well. Again, we talked about this Ziggs pick. It basically accelerates the game so much faster, makes you get more control faster on the map, and RRQ having a little bit of a hard time because as the game progresses, VVV is going to get even more comfortable with these 5v5s, and RRQ has no choice but to either avoid it or take them on when VVV initiates.
You know, I've always been highlighting the explosive cast and the Moonstone. I totally forgot. Satchel Charge can also be a mean for disengage, especially if you are up against a Lee Sin. And we have been seeing Dragon do that time and time again. Howling Gale, I don't think it's going to connect to anyone though, but the Winter's Bite is going to connect. You have Chaz being spotted alright. That is going to be a jumping coming in from Wukong, but Chaz was able to survey his way out of there. Renzi at the front line. You have the other members of BBB just at the side. Turn is being popped right there. Renzi going in with the Spinneroonie. Charm is going to connect, but Renzi was still able to make it out of there alive, and BBB just storming another outer lane turret here at the brown lane. That's going to be disengaged. That's going to be Moonstone being popped, and that's going to be the Sato Charge being popped as well. That's going to be the ultimate being burned down, but Demon Kite, oh no! Nice play coming in from Marky, but at the cost of his own life, he does get taken down by this Gragas. You know, the bouncing ball is not going to connect to anyone. Also, Jake is now up, but BB, they're still going to hold their ground here at the brown lane. How long connecting onto 2, 3 champions, and now RQ1 does become golden. Chaz now forced to flash out, and you have Earl God being forced to punch out, so that's double being coming over to this Ziggs, and wow, that was a very long fight, but it was just VVV slowly checking their win conditions and forcing RQ to a fight that they're not comfortable with.
The fact that Demon Kai was absent because he got eliminated by Marky, but because Marky was also far forward, sacrificed himself to get an 80 carry for an 80 carry, therefore your range consistent damage is all gone. VVV at the moment still has a lot of burst on their end with Dragon and Nastro on these bursty AP picks, especially at this point of the game. Gragas can get very painful, as we saw in his dive with the body slam under the tower. So RRQ, again, definitely not ready for that fight. Again, this comp has to take a pick first before they can fight confidently. 5v5 not this comp strength.
That is true. And Chaz with the Sonic Wave, not really getting anyone or not really getting much. Helios, yes, the charm is connecting, but where is the follow-up? And now VVV, another dragon being placed in their pockets. Sila now alone, but he's being chased by 4 champions on the side of BBB. Oh no, what are you gonna do? You have the jump in coming in from BBB, and of course you have the bombs coming out from Corky, and Corky was able to put out that kill. Now Nasjo, the one being targeted, and he does get taken down by this Sin.
A top laner for a top laner. I think our VVV would gladly have that. First of all, the wave is shoved in their favor, so they're able to take another tower in the bag. Meanwhile, for RRQ, the wave is quite far from the next tower, so it was a little bit difficult for them to capitalize on getting Nastro's pick off over there. Now for VVV, they've managed to get more kills, get more gold because of that tower take, and of course, they want to get that reset in. Meanwhile, we get to see 3 items on the board already for Demon Kite. And yeah, the IE, the Manamune, and as well as this Triforce. So opting for that option, very, very cool to see. I don't think we've seen the Muramana recently.
It's been a while.
It has been a while, so I think it's refreshing to see from Demon Kite, and I think it's also very good when it comes to the scaling portion of things, because the game is a little extended. We are already moving towards the 60-minute mark.
This is the late game. Okay, it's way too late now, but now Nasio just holding his ground here at the bush. VVV, they want to stay in this area because if they win a clash, and mostly they have been winning a lot of clashes, they can just get them. But you know what? Let's not wait. Let's just go and take this Baron quickly. But now you have RQ there at the side. They have to go. They need to go. So that is going to be making for no bomb being popped by that Ziggs. But now Chaz does become golden. He's being boxed in. Will he die? The answer is going to be no, because Jay is still available. Get him the first one to die right there. And now RQ, they're still going in with the kills. DC does get it. And I saw coming in from side of VVV. And now Helios was forced to flash out on the left side. You have Esila being isolated. Rather, the shield is not going to be enough to build the shields. And instead, he was able to win that outplay. And the Void Seeker is going to connect. And behind me being popped there as well. But he went the flash in with a jump in. And now Earl God is forced to go back with the Unbreakable. But he's being chased by Nasio as well as Renzi. One move, one barrel, and that is going to be 1 kill being secured by VV.
Isila though?
Oh, he's still at it. 1v1. He was able to win that early 1v1. Let's see if he'll be able to pull this out too. Woo, that was so
He's bleeding.
Close. So
He's bleeding.
Oh no, there's minions. No, please no. Yeah. If only the Mega Inferno bomb was not popped, he could have taken down Nasjo. But I guess he did not get the better part or the better end of that bargain.
Yeah, it looked as if RRQ could have had that. The fact that VVV was already chipped down low because of the Baron, and I think I saw Dragon holding on to the Baron so it doesn't reset. So at that point, VVV was basically fighting a 4v5 situation because Dragon was on Baron duty, basically babysitting, making sure that it doesn't reset. So he was also chipped very low when he rejoins the fight. So RRQ, unfortunately, may not have this opportunity again, but maybe I could be wrong since Baron is being started.
They're still near the buff area. The ultimates are available for these two teams, but VVV will be able to secure that Baron. The RQ, one of the things they could do is wait, patiently wait, still try to be on defensive mode, and hope that the buff from the Baron will be gone. But now the Elder Mountain Dragon, so that's extra shields to whoever will take the Drake. Renzi being able to steal the buff as well. Chaz 1v1 has been knocked airborne, but ultimate already being used just for Renzi. He comes in. He actually was hoping that to be a beautiful explosive cast coming in from Gragas and Scylla in the middle of everything. He will not see the light of day yet. And you're now 6 feet underground. Good Sir dominating coming over for this Ziggs for Dragon, rather godlike as well. And Kaisa was the other champion that went down. Renzi jumped in. He does not care about that tower hits because he is just gliding, walking into the base of their opponents. Moonstone being popped just to heal their opponents. And now, VVV able to secure game number 1.
And they are one game away from taking revenge against RRQ. What a dominating win from this team. They were just confident. They were unfazed with the way that RRQ was playing. Their attempt at top lane with that 3v2, despite them being wounded, maybe a couple of summoner spells already burnt, but they still handled that well. With them reaching level 5 first, as they did have minions, they soaked the minions on the board on that lane. So with that said, that was actually such a, I think it's a huge statement, because when we looked back into RRQ's first game against VVV, it seemed like RRQ just had complete control. So this RRQ that we're seeing right now is something that we haven't seen before.
That's true. That, or it could be VVV just stepping up. You know, they know this is the last day, so they are gonna go all in. But I guess the huge or the deciding factor for VVV's win here is they had the early game that they wanted. And again, I said this earlier, Chaz, whenever he is gonna try and target someone, nothing happens, or he would just get chewed or pushed away by the opponent. The damage, the jungler damage is quite high. I think that was 8k to 11k. And Renzi, you saw, like, he was not scared to jump in alone because he knew his team is somewhere there. They're probably gonna appear later. So he goes with the initiate. Nostio still with the very good explosive cast, and Demon Kite being able to go online earlier compared to Mark. I guess that was a minute and a half, I guess. But yeah, he was able to get a handful of items in before Marky was able to get his items.
Yeah, at the end, it looked pretty dire already, because we saw how Renzi had a 2-level lead up against the enemy jungler, which is Chaz on the Lee Sin. So that is quite unfortunate. At that point, it was definitely just VVV's game. It was them. It was for them to finish and clean up. And with that said, RRQ, this composition that they basically played is really good early, but kind of hard to play from behind. So that is the reason why it looked like there weren't much options for RRQ aside from maybe getting a pick and then waiting for Baron baits and Baron takes by VVV and then fighting there.
And this is the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game. That intro, man. What a way to start day 3. But yeah, and I guess the lineup for RQ, they kind of have the late game assurance. They do have Esila as well as Marky. And whenever they would get a pick off, it is in a position they're not comfortable with. Like that. Yeah, you were able to take down someone, but the problem is you have VVV grouped together right at your faces. Demon Kaito trying to take down Esila here, but Esila, that jump was able to secure or take down the ADC for VVV.
Yeah, this is the Baron fight too. After that, it was basically lots of things happening here as RQ trying to pick up the pieces, trying to push the lane as much as they can to buy some time. But again, with the rest of VVV just knowing where RQ is going to be, they want to punish overextending, and they do have that Cloud Drake in their pocket as well to make things a little bit easier for the roaming.
Drum roll, please, because master of the match is gonna be Dragon on this Ziggs with the flash with the barrier. PDA 16.00, damage per minute is 1,637, kill participation 84%, and the damage, the items, I can feel the damage from my room.
Are you sure it's not the heat? Are you
that
sure
too.
it's not because of the weather? Yeah, for Dragon, he did a good job again. He babysat the Baron. I'm sure he wanted to join the fight. I'm sure he wanted to chip in with the damage, but he was stuck in that Baron, the first Baron take, and made sure it didn't reset. And despite him being still low in HP, his positioning still did a good job for him to survive as much as he could. And the timings of the Mega Inferno bomb and his bouncing bombs are just super deadly, and RRQ definitely weren't prepared for that.
That was just the power of VVV showing dominance, and they were able to bag game number 1. So for the fans of RQ, do not fret, we still have game number 2. There is a chance they can push this to game number 3, because if you're gonna look back, no, just kidding. If you're gonna look back yesterday, UCE was able to get game number 1, and again, the line of RQ, it was single target centered, but when they realized it did not work, they switched back to what feels normal for them, which is the 4-1, or at least full-on 5v5 team comp, wombo combos, yada yada. They could do that in game number 2 for this series, and maybe push things out to a game number 3, because that was what they did, and they were able to defeat UCE.
Yeah, that's super interesting, because when we looked at the first draft, and I feel like we're gonna be seeing that soon. It's so hard because all of the holy trinity of the Baron laners have been banned. So what is gonna be your 4-1 setup? You're basically just you're left with scraps, I guess, with you know, the Darius, the Garen, one of the tanky ones. There's also the Evelyn, but I don't think it's that effective as, you know, a Fiora, a Camille, an Akali in this case. So with that said, I don't think for VVV, I don't think they will change the bans at all. I think it's going to be the same. For RRQ, I think depending if they're going blue side or something, I feel like one of these 3 Baron laners will be enabled just to make sure that they get Isilla or they get RQ in general to have that 4-1 setup.
I think one of the things RQ could do draft-wise is open Camille, open Gragas too, I guess. And if ever VVV is gonna pick up Gragas, they could pick up Camille or vice versa. Again, Baron laners, that's basically it. Baron laners are very, very strong, and we don't see much tanky Baron laners except from earlier, of course. And I believe they can still ban out Rengar. Who will they ban next, though? They could ban out Ziggs if they want to.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Ziggs can potentially be unleashed, or rather get banned. But the thing is, what do you exchange? Do you want to let Rengar out? Do you want one of the strong Baron laners out? I think that is a possibility. I think you have to weigh between the two. Do you want any of the Holy Trinity Baron laners out, or the kitty cat, the scary kitty cat? So with that said, I'm excited to see. It was nice to see Chaz on this Lee Sin, but unfortunately, as the game goes by, Lee Sin is unfortunately just gonna be, you know, a kick bot, if you will. That's it. He kind of falls off in the damage department, and that's what we saw in general. Because you're more on this pick composition, as the game goes by, VVV is gonna sort of just be together all the time, because we are on that mid to late game phase, and it's gonna be even harder for RRQ to find someone who's isolated. So makes me wonder what RRQ's choices are gonna be this time around, because for Isilla, he really does favor these again, the duelists, the split pushers.
And well, if again, I said they could pick up Camille, and I really believe that RQ is still gonna pick up Kaisa, because Marky really loves his Kaisa. It made me realize that Twisted Fate was open, but RQ did not pick that up, most probably because a lot of damage coming out from VVV. I mean, can you imagine popping your ultimate only to be in front of a Ziggs with a Mega Inferno bomb? Hi, and then bye. And you get bursted down. That's it.
Yeah. I think it also has something to do with jungle synergy because Lee Sin is super strong early. Why not pair it with also another champion that can supplement that strength, that pick off potential? So Lee Sin and as well as an Ari is incredibly strong. They were hoping to roam. That's the reason why the level 5 was delayed for both of these players because they roamed at bot and then they roamed up at top. And I think that is the reason why they couldn't match up to the levels in their attempt there. And I think it was so perfect. That was the plan in mind. It's just that VVV struck first. They were the ones that tower dove first up against Isilla, and basically it threw RRQ off their plans.
Speaking of plans, I guess RQ they need to talk to Kaigo again. Just go with the reset before they jump into game number 2, and they can still pick up Braum, I guess. But Lee Sin, though, congratulations on getting a champion, but I guess they could opt with what they were picking up in day 1 and 2, like day 4, even the Wukong, if they want to. Vi, some point. And yeah, a few adjustments here and there for the draft of RQ, but for VVV, I do agree with what you said that they could just keep their bans. Make sure Fiora, as well, I was about to say Camille, as well as Akali, will not be able to see the light of day and just try to choke out the possible Baron Laner champs that Isilla can pick up.
Yeah, because Gragas has been one of those things that all the teams desire to be open. So this is a very refreshing draft, and it's also two birds in one stone kind of thing. You open up the Gragas and you sort of constrict Isilla's, I wouldn't say champion pool, but something that enables something where RQ is comfortable at, basically. The far one setup. So I don't know what the plan is going to be for RQ this time around because pressure is on them. They do want to go, and this group stage is undefeated for sure. I mean, they still have like one game after this, but so far among the rest of the teams, it is VVV that showed that basically let RQ struggle, aside from UCE, of course, because RQ has tasted one defeat already in the hands of UCE.
It actually made me ask myself, is this the day? Is this the series? Is this the moment that RQ will be able to taste their first series defeat? Of course, it's still gonna depend over for VVV, but yeah, that Jan pick, the hero, Yume, so good as well. You have Nasr again with a very good explosive cast, as well as the body slam. There was one body slam that did not connect because I think that was Helios. He threw Helios back, but it was okay because his teammates was near the area anyway, and it was just VVV with a very clear communication. They knew where to go, who to target, who to focus on, and what objective to trade or take before RQ can even try to lessen their deficit.
Yeah, they RQ really did show a lot. They were struggling a lot when they want to initiate the fights just because the Janna hero was there. Imagine Lee Sin or Chaz just trying to get in the fight, and a Howling Gale just greets you time and time again. This is not even an ult. This is a skill.
Yes.
It's a regular ability. So it looked for sure a little bit frustrating for them to find a pick, get a 4v5 situation that they wanted. I mean, I think out of all the fights in that game, it was that first Baron take that looked a little bit better for RQ. But at the same time, VVV was just so far ahead in that game already at that time.
That was around beyond 10 minutes, if not 10 minutes. And yeah, maybe RQ, they could draft a bit more to the mid or late game and still go with the 4-5. I know that we keep on saying 4v1, but I'm gonna go with 5v5 just because I want to see RQ try to win the fights or skirmishes against VVV. And yeah, they also could try and get Janna for themselves. I mean, Janna is a pretty good support. I personally don't think she's easy to use because her mechanics are simple, but it's all about the timing. But if you do hit those timings, mwah, you will be the perfect initiator as well as a very good enchanter support for your team.
Yeah, speaking of initiator, I mean, if they do want to go for a 4v5, I think Jarvan fits the bill. Galio as well. Galio is
Galio.
actually strong depending on your composition. And we've seen how Jarvan Galio can actually be deadly because you can do a lot of tower dives before before basically the everybody reaches level 5. So basically most of the outplay potential is at level 5 and you can just try to be a little bit more aggressive with that of your either put it on the support role Galio or maybe mid lane Galio. Usually now we see a lot of support Galio, so more on the mid, more on the jungle and support duo partnership. So I can see that happening for either for Hero and Renzi, but more importantly, I want to see if this will happen to RQ as well. Don't think they have played Galio from what I remember in this Mindanao group stages. So that is something though to consider.
Yeah, and Galio was open. I don't think he is gonna get fanned out. So a little bit of switcheroo in the draft, as I would like to call it. And assuming that VVV is gonna have another melee type of jungler, what if they pick up Wukong, right? So Galio does have the time to stop the initiate from Renzi, and from there RQ can just storm their opponents.
Yeah, I think that is also a possibility for sure. And yeah, I forgot about something. Draven, we saw the Draven yesterday. Yeah, I think it's also possible. I think you can pick Draven blue side, especially whoever's going to be on red side will prioritize Blank plus Kaisa, Janna plus Kaisa, or something like that on the same iteration. So I think it is possible to lock in a Draven in case you want to go that route of snowballing, because it seems like RQ does like these compositions, get ahead early and basically full control, choking enemy of resources. So I think that's also a route RQ can take, depending which sides these two teams are going to go.
Now that you've mentioned Draven, you know what? I started the day pretty well. I said I want to see a Lee Sin. I want them to not ban Lee Sin. We did see a Lee Sin. So I kind of want to see a Draven now, just for the heck of it. And yeah, it is a pretty good pick. Has sufficient, not strong anymore, but has sufficient early game damage. And when he scales up into the late game, where RQ, they do kind of favor, or they do tend to stretch the game longer than usual. So yeah, that's something they can pick out to pair that off maybe with Galio, Ibrom. Earl God seems to be very, very comfortable with this Brom.
Yeah, I think the common combinations of a Draven that we usually see in the Icon series are two supports: Draven Janna and Draven Lux. Usually, I think they do have both the shields. At least they both have the shields. They do have a lot of damage. I think to enable extra aggression, you do want to usually pick up the Lux. So I am curious if we get to see the Lux again. I mean, despite having the nerf on the barrier, I think she's still pretty strong with her kit in general. Actually works well with Ziggs as well, just to make those bouncing bombs much easier to land. So this is so spicy because pressure is on RQ. They do want to take this to game number 3. So if they do have pocket picks, if they do want to keep their top spot in the current standings, don't want to be like sort of equal in the standings with VVV, they must pull something up.
You mentioned Lux. I vaguely remember RQ Hex, he does use Lux, but I'm not sure if their current support even uses, or Lux is even within his champion pool. And yeah, just possibilities here and there, combinations coming out from me and Riku. And again, guys, this is just series number 1. Stakes are very, very high. This is day 3. This is the last day of the Mindanao group stages, and of course we still have 3 more series right after this. I'm sure the audience, as well as our panelists, they are just at the edge of their seats. We get to see a lot of wombo combos, a lot of very smart moves from our teams, and these are top 1 and top 2 teams for the group stages currently.
Yeah, and it can still sort of move about in the standings. And yeah, I think you mentioned Yuko. You brought up Hex, and he is the one who will be playing for RRQ this time around. Earl got benched, and now we're gonna have Hex in. Very, very excited because again, RRQ is working with a 7-man roster. 7-man roster. That is absolutely insane. We usually look at, the usual 6-man, but this one, 7. They played Ulexite yesterday on the AD carry role, not Marky, but they switched it up, put Marky back again on the Kaisa. They had the same similar picks. Now, the question is, when the panelists interviewed Earl God yesterday,
Yes.
they were like, hey, depending on the team, depending on the strategy and play style we want to do, we switch up members here and there. So now Hex is going to be absolutely interesting to see, especially that he has to go up against the captain of VVV, which is Hero on the support role.
I am liking this support matchup, and I cannot wait to see what will or VVV and RQ draft this time around. Also, I am on a roll. Listen, Hex, I wish I have 1
Yes.
million pesos. Just kidding. Just trying my luck there. But yeah, Hex, he tends to have a slightly more conservative play style when it comes to playing support. Not, I believe Earl God tends to be more of a risk taker. So now I guess they have toned down support, unless Hex wants to do something crazy, and I would love that. Yeah, imagine him on the Brawl, maybe even Lux. We brought this up. Lux is a chance too. I'm not sure if they will take that. And finally, we are now jumping into the ban phase for game number 2. Who will be the support? What will they pick? Who will be the Baron laners? We will now find out. First man from the side of RQ is gonna be a Rengar, and VVV still gonna answer that with the Fiora.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if these are going to be the same bans except for the Ziggs. We mentioned this earlier. For VVV, do they want to ban the Camille? I think that will be the route. Most valuable Fiora and Camille. You'd rather have the Akali on the opposite side of the spectrum, but Gragas is still open, so RQ can just pick this up instead.
Okay, they did pick up Gragas, so they can have Akali, and they can pick up Kaisa. They can pick up Twisted Fate if they want to, but I'm not banking on it. But what if the chance is there? But yeah, get one Baron lane and pair it off with most likely an ADC, or if they want to.
Yeah, I think Kaisa would be the best choice. Maybe Kaisa Janna, just to make sure RQ doesn't have the double disengage on their side. So, we talked about the Galio though. This could be a Diana pick. This could be a Jarvan jungle for Renzi too. So they could go those 2 routes, or 3 if ever. For RQ, I think they're gonna fall back into the Corki unless they go for Draven Janna on this rotation.
They should, and they could go with Draven Janna. They have to get Janna right now, because if they won't, wait, Galio
Never
doesn't
mind.
usually get picked up in the mid lane, so that maybe they can put that on the support. But you know what? They realize, hey, Lee Sin is open. Take 2. Let's try and see if Cass will be able to perform better. Words, Yuko, words. This game number 2, and they did pair that off with a Janna. Let's see who will Dragon and Demon Kite pick up. Oh, they can get, again, Akali's right there. They can get Wukong if they want to. Brom for Hero if ever that is not going to be a support. Galio, they did lock in Garen. Okay, going back with the tanky Baron laner for Nasjo, and I was right, Wukong for the jungler.
Yeah, Renzi gonna be falling back into this Wukong, so this is looking into possibly a Protect the Queen comp, and they're waiting for the mid laner of RRQ for them to decide what dragon is gonna pick up. So for RRQ now, they don't have an AD carry just yet. So curious to see what they decide. Are they going the safe route for Corki? Because I think Corki fits well in this squad, or a Draven that we talked about and we've
Corki,
seen
please.
face up against a Kaisa pick just for that early game aggression. And there you have it. For VVV, Dragon, what are you gonna pick this time in the mid lane?
Okay, the prediction rate of Riku is pretty high, and I just love that whatever it is we're saying, these teams definitely will and can deliver. So we have still yet to see who will be the last pick for VVV that will give us a clear line.
We
Oh,
should
I'm
have seen
so
it
sorry.
coming though.
It was right there.
It was
Knockout.
right there.
Finish rate. Yuko, did you even play Wild Rift? But yeah,
It's okay. It's okay. To be honest, every single time there's a Wukong, there's not a lot of synergy going on in the mid
Yeah.
lane. It's either a Ziggs in the mid lane. So it's okay. We can forgive ourselves this time around.
That is gonna be a last pick. Yasuo. Yasuo is gonna be on the mid lane. I guess he slightly has the advantage early on just because of the hurricane he can just use to shoo Oriana, and he also has the wind wall to protect himself whenever Oriana is gonna try and go up against him. But I said this earlier, really looking forward to the support matchup, Janna versus a Galio, Draven, Kaisa. There could be a few skirmish or a few fights here and there, and still take two on which jungler will be able to get to their advantages first.
I know it is one of those things where, of course, the snowball option can possibly be there, but at the same time, for VVV, when we look at Yasuo and a Kaisa pick, it's usually yes, go scale to the late game, be late game monsters, and for RRQ, this is the perfect composition to go up against. On paper, on paper, as long as things don't go awry in the first dragon fight, perhaps, because we're looking at Chaz's Lee Sin again. This is, we're, again, number one PH player when it comes to Lee Sin in the ladder for the Philippine server, and it's not the usual maybe or not Ari this time around. So we're looking at the dragon fights. We're not looking at roams, we're looking at the dragon fights. So excited to see the ball delivery system come into play, either on Isilla, either on Chaz here. And it's just so important. You only have two targets, basically. Either on Demon Kite or Dragon.
They need to focus on these players indeed. See, Helios heard you already throwing the orb right in front of Dragon just so he will not be able to get minions earlier on. But yeah, I do not expect any fight until the 3 or 4 minute mark unless our teams are feeling crazy. Today, it is game number 2. It is match point for these two teams, and now looking at Dragon, you have Hero just hiding it out at push. You have Hex wards already being placed for the side of from the side of VVV. That is gonna be a jump in. Taunt is not gonna connect, but he was able to force the flash out of Janna earlier on.
Yeah, I think that's pretty huge. Level 1 flash burned. On level 1, rather, a flash is burned just because of that taunt. And it just shows how impactful a taunt can be despite, you're already shoved below tower. You probably don't have priority. The waves are not in your favor. So I think that is a pretty sweet lead. Or at least try to minimize the aggression with that flash being out of the table for Hero.
And well, even though flash has been has been used, RQ still were the ones that can apply pressure. They keep on pressuring Kaisa and Galio here at Dragon Lane. Marky, chill. I don't think he knows the word chill anyway. But yeah, Hex is just gonna deward the area. Renzi is right there though, but I don't think they're gonna jump in. They could focus on Chaz if they want to. Yasuo is there. Renzi, I don't think you're gonna jump. He does have the clone. Demon Kite. Kate Rain as well as the Void Seeker is gonna connect, but no follow up and no other aggression coming out from BBD.
Yeah, that is gonna be a Scuttler equal take, I suppose. No one's actually, it's still not done as Chaz will work his way on the second Scuttler. So that means RQ off to a good start so far. We'll have to see if they're gonna attempt a gank. I'd rather maybe just take the Krugs, because that is a Garen. Once you go in, you may not go out because of that silence. So it might be a little bit too risky.
And Chaz will most likely just focus or prioritize getting the level 5 first before he will go with the gank and maybe in the mid lane or even in the Brian lane. But yeah, just 2 minutes in, and here are the early games itemizations for our two teams. You have Renzi there, Peekaboo, hello, what's good? But you have Nasio, he's throwing his sword out right on Gragas' face, and Dragon going over the reset. But pretty quiet laning for these two teams, except from the Dragon lane though. Looks like Galio is going over the mid, is gonna try and help Yasuo out maybe, but Hero, he got spotted by Helios and he just decided to go back.
Better back away instead. Good, a valiant attempt though, but after that, they spotted out Hero in the mid lane. That means RQ bot lane, Marky and Hero, can be a little bit more aggressive, and they basically forced out the honey fruit away from Demon Kite, but the same goes for Marky.
Helios alongside Chaz. No, that is gonna connect, but no one is there. Okay. Heck,
Painful.
that is gonna hurt a lot. But okay, VVV Jangling Duo is gonna go back. Sadly, Hex was not able to cancel or at least stall out that recall. Dragon is gonna be up in 20 seconds. Here we go. The level 5, well, most of them are beyond level 5
Oh.
now, but as we the TP cancel, well, recall cancel on Helios, delaying his time to actually get the items in. Sila versus Nostro, rather Nostro was able to push the waves in. And now Renzi already taking dibs for this Dragon Howling Gale is gonna connect. That coming out from Hex kinda hurt, but was not enough to finish that value off. That is gonna connect. Let's see if Cass is gonna jump in. But BBB, they are just focusing on getting this Dragon. That is gonna be the engage coming in from R2. They jumped in all around the map. Right, he still was able to get that Dragon, and now Renzi received a lot of damage. That's the Musun being popped by Hex, and now that's gonna be a beautiful shockwave coming out from Helios. Force to flash out. So that is a flash in coming in from RQ rather, and that's one dead down in the hand of BBB. Yasuo falls down as well, and now you have Nafia as well as Hero running away with 2 or 3 bars left on their life.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty sweet deal from RRQ. They're able to put more kills on Marky. He did get a 101 score after that fight. For VVV, though, they're able to at least get that dragon for themselves. I think Chaz almost stole that, except he sort of smited early, and Renzi was very patient and then smited right after Chaz. So he was able to secure that smite war for themselves. And I think we did see the struggle of VVV in that fight for sure. Once ultimates are blown, there's not a lot of options. They will rely heavily on Demon Kite in the consistent, sustained damage. For RQ, though, of course, they will have a lot of damage supplied in the early phases of the game just because they have Marky on this Draven, and Helios had a pretty good shockwave as well. Imagine if we reach, I don't know, he reaches 3 items, 2 items. That is going to be pretty scary.
You have Gaio just heading it out though. That is gonna be a switcheroo for the lanes. Rift Herald is gonna be up in 3 seconds. Hex already popping in that Howling Gale to see if anyone is hiding in the bush near the Rift Herald, but faster. Their G is available though. Vision given for Renzi, and Chaz is right there. But now you have VVV making their way into this objective, and as we jump in coming from Chaz, and that was a beautiful shot coming in from side of RT, but will be enough the answer is no, because Naja is still alive.
Oh, no!
Engage. Chaz is the one who does not actually fall down, but it is now being off. You have RQ going with the box in, but VVV, they were able to isolate Marty right there, and now Esilla barely able to make it out of their life, and that was a 1-0 in favor of BB, but they're still gonna jump in as to be a switcheroo coming in from this Yasuo being knocked airborne, and now he's just tanking damage. Galio was the first one to fall down in the hands of RRQ. 1-1. No one still gonna get that Rift Herald. Renzi still holding his ground though near the neutral jungle area, but the rest are gonna go with the recall.
Oh dear me. So RQ was right after, they were after Nazjo. But the problem was when he was close to death, Hex was very worried for Marky's life. He activated Monsoon but pushed Nazjo away from RQ, and that's the reason why he still lived. But at the end of the day, Hero was the one who died in DBB.
Mind that it's gonna be a taunt connect on the 2 people, and you now have Demon Kite popping with a Kate and Ray. Right, team was able to steal that Rift Herald. Oh no! And Galio was able to take down Raven as well. The silence is coming out. Was able to connect onto Isila. Isila cannot do anything just yet. Explosive casting power there. Now have the shockwave being used by Helios, but no solid follow-up. The damage is kind of sufficient though, but still no one from the side from BBV kneels in front of RRQ.
The double disengage that we talked about. Unfortunately, Marky again fell into the clutches of VVV. I think this was the second time consecutively inside the Rift Herald fights. And unfortunately, the cask, the monsoon is not enough. I think Hex didn't have the monsoon at that time, and I think it just got off cooldown. And imagine just Nazjo Hero taunting you, getting the silence on the board for you. So it was very difficult for them, and for RRQ, I don't think they have a chance to get this dragon.
This is very, very similar to the start that VVV had. Red team still able to secure that Ocean Dragon, and Chaz does become bold as he needs the shot.
Wow.
Well, beautiful three. So four-man locking in for side of the team, but still VVV, they were able to just dissect the fight for RRQ. Hex is now being chased. He could not do anything there. That's the one dead Janna. Well, in fact, it was a 3-0 in favor of VVV. It was fast being popped, but it is not going to be enough. One turret falling down from the side of RRQ as well.
Yeah, VVV is just non-stop confidence here in the Dragon fights, in the Rift Herald fights, and it's slowly creating this domino effect. But there is still that 2k gold lead. I think it's still not a significant lead, but it's not looking too good in the fights as well. Because remember, RRQ drafted this for the early game, and yet VVV...
Oh, rooted, but not much damage. Chaz is forced to just fall back.
Not a lot will happen there for now. Marky does have full summoner spells on the board, so that's something he can use in case VVV gets on his space again. As VVV now forming a hunting squad, they're looking for Marky.
Oh no, Marky's gonna get by. Oh no, that is gonna be free. Well, Swords champion chasing you down. Heal was forced out of Hex. So that's something VVV can note, and it is timed perfectly. The moment that Baron is now up. Also, Nastya just cannot die in this Garen. Like, how will this Garen die? One turret down, though, to the mid lane from the side of VVV. And at least Chaz was able to get one objective. But the team still get that objective. And now Hero going in with a recall. For now, RRQ, they do not want to pick any fight or unwanted fights towards VVV. So I guess they could still default back or go back to the drawing board and go with their pickup.
Yeah, it has been a little bit difficult now because for VVV, this is the point or entering the 11-minute mark where basically the lanes are slowly dying. There is no laning phase anymore, so it's kind of hard to find someone isolated, someone alone. And VVV's composition, this spells, you know, big 5v5. They are going to be most likely together. Especially just the run the condition, the dive.
Oh no thought that he did get rooted, so that's Diesel coming in, and you have Hex at the back line, but he was the first one to fall down, and Diesel coming in from out of VVV, and now Marky is the target. He is in the middle of everything. He was not able to move at all. Now VVV, they're gonna storm right at their opponent's faces. You have Nasjo in the middle or in the front line. He does not care. He can just soak up in so much damage to dead bodies from the side of RQ. With the relatively high death timers, VVV, they can try and get another pick off, or they can try and go and get Prime, but it looks like they want to really get Chaz, forcing Chaz to go back. No jungler should they try and get objectives in 7 or maybe 10 seconds. But Isila rotating over to the Baron lane. Nope, they're not taking Baron just yet. They're just hurtling this game out.
Yeah, because again, this is their game. Draven will eventually fall off. Lee Sin will just be a kick bot. And at that point, I think the only thing that is going to be a little bit worrisome is that maybe the shockwaves can get a little bit deadly. But at the same time, VVV though, it's Dragon and Demon Kite's time as the game progresses. So RQ is basically is in a ticking. Basically, VVV's comp is a ticking time bomb.
I'm already being able to pick up his Blade of the Ruined King. Scylla still here. Mid lane Infernal Drake is now up though. No one taking the two major objectives just yet. Also, this is VVV just forcing RRQ. Wow, the amount of abbreviations in this group stages. In fights that they're just not profitable with or in fights that they least expected. The heals or the summoner spells would just get forced out of Hex, and that is a Janna, one of the disengagers, and one of the sustains from the side of RQ. And VVV just tends to capitalize on that. Ultimate is not available for Draven. That's why Renzi was free to take the Dragon.
Yeah, the RQ again a little bit behind as the gold is slowly going towards VVV's favor, and then now they have to pick their battles. They can't just go all in whenever a dragon is up.
Chaz, will you be chased? The answer is gonna be no. That was too close for comfort though. So VVV, they got one dragon. Now they really, really want to have dips or take this Baron. But of course, RQ, they have, and they should really steal this. But what are they gonna do if you have Hero with that taunt? He jumped in, and that is gonna be the first time against from Chaz, but Chaz was able to convey his way out of there. Nastya being very, very tanky. He can take so much damage. Are they gonna go with their engage? That has to be a flash out coming in from Chaz. GA is still available. And now you have Resident jump in. Yo! What was that? 4-5 and knockup that gets eliminated. You have Nastya at the backline popping in that ultimate, popping in that judgment. Helios does become golden, but will it be enough? The answer is yes, because he was able to make it out of it alive at the expense of what though? At the expense of their very own jungler. 4-0 in favor of BBB.
That was crazy. I think Renzi was waiting for the prime opportunity for the rest of RQ to be sandwiched like that. That flash, Nimbus Strike, and then that Cyclone was just beautiful. It was the perfect setup for the rest of BBB. And this Wukong for Renzi, I think, is something to be feared by, the rest of the squad of the Mindanao group stages, even by the playoffs that we are going to look forward next week. So it's such a struggle now. The gold lead has slowly turned into this 9k gold lead, and now Baron is up for VVV, and they will continue to siege.
Siege indeed. The Renzi Dragon connection in this game. So good, man. As well as Hero, his predictions, or like this is his game sense is probably kicking in. He knows if there is Chaz in the backline, he's just gonna pop his taunt. But now VVV, they are in different lanes. They want to pressure as much as they can towards the side of RQ. He wants to take as much turret as they can. Blue team, RQ's turret falls down yet again. Looks like they do not have any more turret. That is going to be a hole most probably being put into their base later on. And VVV making sure that all of their waves are pushing towards the side of RRQ.
Yeah, just the siege, trying to capitalize, trying to maximize this Baron buff, and now they're doing a 1-3-1, incredibly strong. RRQ forced to stretch their resources back and forth, and the moment they move, they lose an objective, or rather a turret.
Yep, I realized I was not able to ask for your predictions before we start the game, but looks like BBB, they are looking to end this series. No more turrets for the side of RRQ. You have red wards being placed there as well. VVV though, they do not want to overstay their welcome, so they're gonna go with the recall, recuperate, get more items in, maybe get a few more farm, get the buff, and then challenge RRQ. You mentioned this earlier, one shockwave from Helios can be the game changer, and RRQ can just storm the mid lane, considering the death timers that VVV could have.
Yeah, I think, Helios still working his way towards Rabadon, so I think that third item point can be potentially deadly. I think it's just a little bit difficult because everybody has Guardian Angels, so you have to pop that first before being a little bit more comfortable in these fights. So Elder Drake now spawned. That means BVV, no contest whatsoever on this one. They have more ammo to bring to end this game even.
Free reign for the Elder Cloud. Drake Nastya just making sure RQ is nowhere near where his team is. You can also see that Hero is there at the lower part of the map. Nastya just taking out the XP and the other gold where RQ can get. They're just choking out their opponents at this point. 17, almost 18 minutes in. Gold lead, of course, 12k in favor of BBB. 3 and 13 on the scoreboard right now. And BBB, they're just waiting for one last opening for RR before they can most probably take an RQ. But Baron is up. If RRQ will be able to do something about this or go with the steal, they can still buy more time for themselves.
Yeah, it's so difficult to plan a steal. I mean, Lee Sin could be, aside from Camille, could be the top picks for stealing objectives. But if a Garen is there, it makes things twice as hard already. You go in, the silence kicks in, and you're not able to escape. And now, free Baron for VVV, and now they can siege another time.
All of the objectives actually going over to VVV, and RQ was only able to get one turret. That was one mid lane turret that Chaz was able to take down in the middle part of the game. But again, you have the mini waves. You now have VVV just waiting in front of you. That is gonna be the Howling Gale connecting, but 4-5 man coming in from VVV, and instead they focused on the Nexus, and they won the series with a very convincing and powerful 2-0.
And they get revenge against RRQ, making their matchup in the group stages a 1-1 score. I guess if they want to settle it, I guess they'll settle it in the playoffs for the tiebreaker. But for now, for the group stages, this was their last match against each other because it's a double round robin.
Yep.
And that is a strong showing against the top one team in the current standings. Now they are equal. Now they are tied in that ranking on the board. And with that said, everybody else from VVV just pure teamwork. Renzi's initiate was just godly. Dragon's
Yes.
follow-up was also amazing. So if this VVV that we see in day number 3, I think it's completely different from the VVV we saw in day number 1.
Yep, in 2 days, they improved a lot. And yeah, whenever Dragon or Renzi go to the initiate, Demon Kite is just safe at the back. Literally, he was so safe because Taz as well as Helios cannot reach the back line of VVV. They should have, just so they will be able to take out Kaisa. But at the same time, Marky did not actually have the best start of his best start in this game, because time and time again, VVV would focus on this Draven. After 3 or 4 kills in, they're like, okay, we're good. Let's try to target someone else. But I thought they were gonna target RQ. Instead, they targeted the objectives, and the goalie just ballooned from there. The map present and the map control that they had ballooned from there as well. Esela, even though he does have good explosive pass, follow-up was mostly not enough, and the GA coming in from Chaz would just get popped off.
Yeah, I think the strategy of VVV to focus fire on Marky, that is the reason why you see him having the most deaths, because they knew that they were RQ was heavily relying on Marky on this Draven pick to work in the early to sort of, again, he was supposed to shut down Demon Kite, but target prioritization has been very good for VVV. The fact that they keep popping his flashes and heals every single time, he is caught off guard. So not a lot of defense for himself when the next objective fight comes.
That's true. If we're gonna look back, the moment the flash was popped, it overlaps with the first Drake uptime. So yeah, VV was able to utilize that, and during the late game, you were the one who said this. Yes, RQ should force a fight. Yes, they could go with the pickups or at least steal the objectives, but there's quite a lot of GA to pop or take away from VVV. And as Autolus actually said this, Viva VVV. So many V's.
Viva VVV. I love that. Yeah, it is, again, I came, I saw, I conquered, and they're slowly close to conquering the group stages and take it to top 1. They do have one match after this.
Yes, so they still have a chance to, win or get what they lost. And these are the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game. Helios, they were good shockwaves, but they were not as groundbreaking as they should have. I also did not feel the presence of Janna much, but I guess to be fair, that's because VVV would just take Hex out.
Yeah, this is the part where, Marky was in trouble because of the CC lock. And it's only because there were only 2 members from RRQ at the time. And this was one of the attempted steal. Again, the shockwaves are good. It's just that it's still too early in the game to have a lot of painful and impactful shockwaves. And unfortunately, it was the snowball coming from VVV basically crushed the potential early game strength that RRQ could have had to take it into game 3.
True. And another.
This is the one.
That was so good. Like, whoa. Okay, no chill, man. Yeah, also another thing that I kind of want to highlight is Nasjo. We said he's very tanky, yada Garen can dish out so much damage, but most of the time, RRQ would pour so much abilities and so much damage on him and he would still not die. And that's the green light for VVV. Like, okay, skills are down, let's jump in. And speaking of jumping in, master of the match is going to be Rendy on this Wukong. Very, very good initiate. And with the follow-ups coming from Yasuo, this dynamic duo, even though they're actually not the twins, very, very strong, was able to set the tempo for their team.
Yeah, incredible setups by Renzi and being patient with his smites as well. I know it's a little bit... I'm pretty sure when you're up against Chaz and he's on a Lee Sin, especially on a Lee Sin, you'd be pressured in the potential steals that could happen. But he was patient, he was calm, waiting for that smite first, and then he smites after. So gotta appreciate that, and as well as his 5-man Cyclone knockup. Yes. For Dragon there on that Yasuo pick. I think it's absolutely insane. I think this is definitely one of his potentially strong picks, possibly coming into the playoffs.
And here we thought he is already very, very good with Rengar. And then he showed us, hey, don't worry, I still have Wukong. But yeah, that was a surprising way to start the day, honestly. I did not count out the fact that VVV could win, but to be honest, I did not expect it to be a 2-0. Just goes to show how strong and how many secrets this team has. And RQ, that's okay, you still have a series later on, but like what Rico said, they are now tied in the leaderboard.
Yeah, they are currently tied in the leaderboard, and exciting to see how this standings is gonna end, considering that these two are the top 2 teams in the standings, and they both have 2 games left as well. So who is gonna win that next series for themselves, or who's gonna lose, because that will determine the placement for sure at the end of the night.
I'm already doing the math in my head, trying to predict what will happen and who will be in leaderboards. But again, only the top 2 teams for group stages will advance to our playoffs, which will happen next week. By the way, see you guys there. I know just as we're excited, the teams and their fans are excited as well. But yeah, again, series number 1 ending with a bang. That was so beautiful. You just really saw how VV stepped up. RQ, they're still a very strong team. We know that they won day 2, but I guess VVV, when it comes to the draft as well as the execution, they were able to outwit our RQ.
Yeah, it looks like, this the captain of VVV started with Hero as their core, and now it looking like a strong VVV at the end of the end of the Mindanao group stages.
More action, of course, will be given to you by the Icon series. But before we jump into series number 2, we are gonna jump into a very, very short break. Again, we have been your casters. I'm Ryuko, and alongside me is Riku. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panel to come back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Well, guys, the first surprise of the day presents itself. VVV Esports, the Conquerors, they take the first series of the day against RRQ, putting a stop to that win streak. no perfect record for RRQ here at the Mindanao group stages, and that is VVV's doing with a 2-0 for the first series, and they add another 75,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings. Now, checking out the series highlights here, we've been talking about how RRQ is, super calculated, and you have to be on your toes from the draft, from the very beginning, in order to stop them. How exactly did VVV do that? How did they get that one up? Otlus, what are your thoughts?
That was one of the highlight plays I actually loved to see during game number one, because it all started with a predicted flash coming from Dragon. Dragon went to the top side, and he was not spotted by any ward at all. But yeah, Asila here was targeted by BVV, not just in draft but also in game, and started at the Dragon lane. Now, if we talk about Isila, he has a very good Fiora, right? So it definitely demands a ban onto that champion, and now being put on Darius and Gragas. Somehow, there's a crack that was shown by VVV against RRQ. Now, I just also would like to highlight here that when it comes to the patience game, RQ still has it, right? They did start that game 0-3 or 0-3 in terms of kill count, but they still did not force things. They gave a couple of objectives to the side of VVV, and the only thing that really broke the game apart was the next big fight that came at 8-minute mark, in where Nasjo was able to soak in so much damage, right? And that's what VVV wants. The damage that was taken by the tank Gragas, being the lone tank of the squad, he took an 18,000 damage in a span of 19 minutes. So almost 1,000 damage taken per minute by only surrendering 2 deaths. So that just goes to show that you have a very reliable tap in the Baron lane in Nasjo.
Wow.
So props to VVV for pushing the tempo and crippling Asila in the Baron lane for game number 1.
Yeah, just look at that. There to go. Nastro just going. VVV, they meant business this series. They were very focused, collecting dragons like Pokemon essentially.
Ooh.
And their draft, we look at that. Everybody goes up in the air. Their draft in the second game, it basically spelled out like, dive in, get into the fight, and Renzi as well, cementing his place as one of the best junglers here in the summer season. Osiris, what were your thoughts on this series?
I mean, Autolus already said most of the things, and I must say that Nasjo really proved a lot. We see the difference that he may be playing on a Gragas, and on the other side of the spectrum, Isilla played the Gragas but wasn't really effective, the same as Nasjo. You got the Garen, is really soaking a lot of damage, the same as what we've seen from Game 1. But Game 2, biggest factor, they shut down Marquee. Yes, a Draven will be a really good pick against a Kaisa, but if you're not getting those adoration stacks, you might be a sitting ducks into the mid game to late game. So that's the difference that we had. And then also considering that you have Hero keeping everyone up. Yes, big shockwave from Helios, but you got the entrance to nullify, and technically it was just the snowball factor. We've talked about this before the game, that it will be the early game will be the key for VVV to take down our RQ.
Yeah, and they were able to get on that. They were able to find that opening and really stick with it. VVV Esports, ending this series with a statement, mind you. We see you, RQ. We see you in that top spot, and guess what? We can get up there too. That is what they're saying. Let's take a look at our standings right now, our Globe Cup point standings right now at the end of that first series, because right now, we have RRQ
Ooh.
and VVV Esports tied
Two kings.
right now. Yes, there are 2 kings over here in the Mindanao group stages with 300,000 Globe Cup points each. UCE with 75,000, and Tyrant Gaming. This will be to be continued right now, because this actually is our second series. But right now, this battle for dominance continues over here between RRQ and VVV Esports, and it is exciting. And as it is right now, it's looking like these two are going to advance into the playoffs. But first off, we have the rest of the day to continue this, and of course, with our Globe Cup points, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So right now, these 2 teams on top, they're pretty happy with what they've earned in the past 2 days alone and closing out this third day with possibly even more winnings. Now, right now, we are going to head into our second series of the day, and it is in the lower two spots right there between UCE and Tyrant Gaming. Now, this is huge for Tyrant Gaming. They need this win. They really do, and UCE they need this too if they want to be able to cement their spot as like one of the top teams in the Mindanao group stages. And they've been one of these teams that's been slowly improving over the past 2 days. But Tyrant Gaming, they really need to end this day with a statement. Checking out the UCE lineup first up, this team, as we mentioned, slowly improving throughout the first few days, throughout these past 2 days, I mean. And you know what? Luz, let me know your thoughts on how this team has changed from day one going into today, day three.
Yeah, they developed a huge amount, right, over the course of those 2 days. But really, I feel for UCE, right? Because with what happened earlier, I don't think they will ever reach that top two spot anymore. So they wanted VVV to lose to at least force a tiebreaker against the second spot. But nonetheless, there is still something on the line. That's 75,000 Globe Cup points. And aside from that, you did mention it's all about that pride. It's all about that swag, proving that they are one of the top four teams here in the Mindanao. And what better way to do it than finishing this group stages with a bang? So they will be facing up against Tyrant Gaming that has yet to get a win. Now, if we remember from their initial matchup or from their first matchup, game number one, they drafted Garrett and Darius on the same game. On the same game. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that is going to happen again because that's Noxus and Demasha. The staples are the two, working hand in hand and did not really work so well. So let's see. I'm up for any exciting draft coming from UCE, but not not the Karen Darius. Let's leave it at that.
Well, you know what, UCE, they still are the gatekeepers for Tyrant Gaming over here. And as you mentioned, yes, 75,000 Globe Cup points is still a lot. And that's what's at stake for every series that's here. Right now, our solo player highlight, this is Majo right here. And, this guy, he's a player with a lot of background in League of Legends PC. And now he is here in the Rift. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this player?
Hi, yeah, I mean, Majo really played onto the Dragon Lane really well. Somehow he's not the flashy the same as the Baron laners we've seen from different teams. But you can see that he is trying his best in terms of his damage taken per minute, that he is trying to soak as much as damage with what will be the opposing side will deliver. You got the Gragas, you got the Garen, but not as the best Fioras player right here, right now. So I'm thinking that if UCE wanted to maximize Majo, they wanted to put him on this Gragas for the setup. So you wanted that prio pick for a flex pick as well.
Maybe favoring the more tanky Baron laners over here on the side of Majo. But of course, we also have Tyrant Gaming over here. And we were fortunate enough to talk to Yoshi earlier in their very beautiful boot camp, might I say.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And, this is interesting because as we're getting an update over here, we do have a lineup update actually on the side of Tyrant Gaming. So this is going to be really interesting. Yoshi mentioned earlier that they know where they went wrong the past 2 days and they're ready to correct that. So what are your expectations from this team going into the series on the loose, especially with the lineup adjustment?
I think the lineup adjustment is going to the side of UCE because if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Expaeng and we have JCP going in. So when it comes to the roster for UCE, I love the change because JCP does not have any competitive experience yet. And with this shift, that's just making your rookies get some experience, maybe heading into the fall season, right? With what is happening or with what their current state here in the Mindanao group stages. And talking about
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you were going to discuss the difference of having a different player, you know that he is going to deliver a different perspective. And that's what I love about Tyrants or even the 7-man. And this time, it will be JCP who's going to play, but Tyrant is something that you need to watch out.
Yeah, and yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see once again how the group dynamic changes around a new lineup, and it could spell disaster as well for UCE because this might not have been the lineup that they were preparing for, and it's going to be very interesting to see again how very different this Tyrant Gaming is, especially since they need this win. They need this win to be able to end the Mindanao group stages on a high note for them. Maybe not advancing into the playoffs, but still getting that win in for them. That is still, again, 75,000 World Cup points on the line for these guys. Now, checking out our solo player highlight over here on the side of Tyrant Gaming, I believe we're going to highlight our interviewee from earlier over here, Yoshi.
Yeah.
And Osiris, let me know your thoughts on this guy.
Yoshi, he's playing on a Fiora Akali and Evelyn, and we've seen Evelyn in the hands of Azar. So we are talking a lot of the high potential in terms of playing that kind of Baron laner. And Yoshi, there are times that he's really on a roll, but there are times that he's losing some of those small skirmishes. If he's going to be consistent all throughout, this is the time that they needed it. And considering that they wanted to go for the comfort picks, this is the best time also to do that because they are playing on the reactive side more than mostly hugging or or embracing the power of their own comfort picks. So that's something that you need to know towards the drafting phase.
Yeah, I am curious to see that and what exactly they'll be bringing out in the draft. But turning our attention over here to the KDA, this does seem like a little unusual on the side of the Baron lane. But again, it could be a difference in playstyle. But as we can see it with Yoshi's champions right here, it's very assassin oriented. So this is a bit unusual for these stats to come out with these sort of champions. Do you agree, Osiris?
Yeah, I mean, right now, you can see that Tyrant, they got this potential. And it feels like they're just a missing piece whenever that they're playing on the mid game. So you wanted to finish it in a very good note that right now, this is the most crucial day for them. And they need to prove that there's a big reason why they are playing on the highest competitive of Wild Rift right now here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I am also really curious. Yoshi over here, he mentioned that they would be sticking towards more of their comfort picks going into this series. I am wondering, with these champions that he put out, I didn't exactly think he looked very comfortable on the Evelyn, so we might not see that. I think probably this would be the Fiora coming in for Yoshi, should he stick with that more more comfortable champions coming into the series. What about you, Osiris? What are you expecting to see? What do you think Yoshi will bring out for this?
Well, yes, I wanted to see him on his comfort picks. Well, as my heart says, that I wanted to go outside of the box with that Evelyn. But,
Yeah.
it's not it's not that 100% for them. It feels like this is an abomination that might kill you anytime. So you wanted to go for that kind of strat if you wanted to go with the outside of the box that mostly tested, mostly on the scrims. And then Evelyn wanted to take too much time on a split push or a different approach. Yes, it might work. But as Tyrant, who's on a 0 points, might score 1 this time, this is the best chance that they got because they're going up against UCE. Not really the best for now, but there's definitely a lot of improvement for both sides. And that's the advantage that they can take care of as Tyrant. And right now, it feels like you wanted to be more on reacting, that you wanted to take away the Ziggs J4 combo. That's what they did in their draft. But if J4 isn't really working for their jungler, you wanted to switch up for something more aggressive. And in most of their games, there's an opening to Lee Sin. I'm not sure why no one's picking it up whenever they're fighting for those matches. But if you're a jungler as a Lee Sin player, you wanted to take advantage of the aggression of the early game. And if Yoshi is playing on his 100%, he doesn't need those ganks. So you can put the pressure onto the Dragon lane to keep the ball rolling into the hands of Tyrant Gaming.
Actually, speaking about the Dragon Lane, let's check out our Globe Key player clash over here because it will be indeed happening in the Dragon Lane between Hayes and Tactical over here. Now, we did speak to Tactical earlier as well in one of the previous days here in the Mindanao group stages. And right now, just checking out their stats, we're seeing that, these guys over here in the Dragon Lane, it feels like, they're just doing cleanup crew right now. The damage, the stats aren't exactly what we expect from these hard carries. But what is your analysis on this? We'll start with you, Audalus.
Oh, okay. So Tactical, from his name, he's a huge fan of an AD carry in North America, LCS. And talking about Tactical here, he just presented himself as a prize rookie for the side of UCE. No experience yet in terms of competitive, and I think it's the same for Hayes One. So in Mindanao, it's a story of a rookie. So I'm so glad to see the development of this new aspiring pro players. In terms
Yeah.
of playstyle that we have for them, I think they have a very similar playstyle. Normally in the Dragon Lane, it's not really very diverse. You only have the spellcasters like the Ezreal, the Corki, and then you also have the hard hitting type like the Draven and possibly the Kaisa. But Kaisa is actually a combination of both. So I expect this to be a very heated matchup because they do have a similar set of playstyle. So it all depends on to their support and their team in unleashing them and being able to give some space for them.
Well, we're gonna see how that pans out as we get ready for our second series right now. But before we get to that, let's have our predictions for this UCE versus Tyrant. Which way is it going to go? Is Tyrant finally gonna get that W for today? Audalus, what do you think?
I think when we interviewed Yoshi earlier, they said that they are no longer going to be so reactive, but rather going for their comfort picks and be reactive. And I'm so excited to see their full potential here with less pressure on their side. I think they will come up huge in this particular game, and I'll be giving them my nod 2-1.
Oh, okay. Osiris, what about you? Are you also going with Tyrant Gaming?
Yes, I would go definitely for Tyrant Gaming, a 2-1 as well, the same as Autolus. But wanted to share also that Mindanao currently isn't sharing the same as creativity as how the Luzon did. We are not seeing Mage on the Dragon Lane. So we wanted to spice things up. This might be Tyrants going in for because Yoshi told us this will be a different rotation. So I'm expecting a different approach towards the game. And I am expecting a better draft this time around. So I'm going to bet everything to them.
Well, of course, I do like a team with a different plan, a little wrench to throw into their opponent's plans for today. So I do also think that Tyrant Gaming might get this one. And I will give it to
Panel
them 2-1.
power.
2-1. Yeah, panel power. We're cheering you on over here, guys. We like to make sure that
Take our
everybody
energy.
gets, some Globe Cup points in there. So we're hoping for Tyrant Gaming for this series because they do need that W. This is UCE versus Tyrant Gaming casters. You guys are up.
Will the panel power be able to give Tyrant Gaming the win that they are still looking for, or will UCE still bag or get another win? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be your casters. I'm Yukon. Alongside me is Infinity. So, looks like I have a question for you. I forgot to ask Rika this, but before we talked about the draft, the analysis, the possible combinations, what's your prediction for series number 2?
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard question to answer for today, but I am leaning towards UCE. For this game, it's gonna be sort of a 2-1. I think, as Tyrant Gaming has said, they're gonna do in for a different type of rotations. But UCE has brought in the Nami yesterday, has brought in those creative picks that has very dominant plays that they have played in the past. They brought in Aurelion Sol as well. So I think it is gonna be 2-1 in favor of UCE.
2-1. You know what? I kind of want to be the villain here. You gave one game to Tyrant Gaming. I'm gonna say 2-0 in favor of UCE. But still, I'm really looking forward to Tyrant Gaming proving me wrong. But I guess the diversity and the amount of champions that UCE can just give in front of us or into their opponents, it's kind of, I wouldn't say limitless, but it's more diverse compared to what we're used to. So these are the players that will be duking it out for series number 2. We just finished series number 1. Very, very strong start from VVV. And let's see, will we see Anami or will we still see the usual Jana, Brom? We have not seen Alistar, but we did see a Seraphine in day number 1 or day number 2.
Yeah, it's just a lot to take in. It's a lot of roles, it's a lot of picks, it's a lot of champions that you need to look out for. As you stated, there is a Jana, there is a Braum, and those disengages champion has a lot of opportunity and potential to really change up the draft, really change up the game, and even then, having those flexible champions there as well is sort of gonna be one of the priorities coming into this series, especially as UCE and Tyrant Gaming are really up close when it comes to their standings.
Yep. And I guess that's probably the reason why you said 2-1, because when it comes to the execution of their draft rather, as well as their standing so far, they're pretty close. They're quite there. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to the ADCs just showing up or just stepping up and taking the kills for their teams. But I'm kind of looking forward to the mid lane matchup here. One of the roles that got my attention during the entire span of the Mindanao's group stages is the mid laners. Very, very high tempo, a sufficient amount of champion pool, and they would always just synergize with the junglers. Speaking of synergies, speaking of drafts, speaking of champions, this is now the pick and ban phase for game number 1. And UCE starts off with an Akali ban, followed up by a Ziggs ban from Tyrant Gaming.
This is where everything starts. The Gragas is open, the Camille is open. I think Tyrant Gaming needs not to leave it open for UCE. If they ban out the Camille, Gragas is literally something that UCE can pick up. It's a very flexible champion, and they can opt to go for more on the strong individual picks. And now with Gragas being locked in by UCE, the Braum, the Jana, the Kaisa is now being opened by Tyrant Gaming. They have played Corki so often in the Mindanao group stage wherein they could pick it up once again.
It's true. The odds of Kaisa being picked up here is quite high, but let's see if Tyrant Gaming will opt with a different brown laner first. I mean, that Fiora is still open. Fiora Kaisa is a possibility. We already have Fiora. They can get Fiora Jana too, but they opted with the Fiora Kaisa.
Yeah, the Kaisa is something that you need to fear. The skill potential of Kaisa is into the mid game. You have 3k gold, you can power spike, upgrade the Kate and Green, especially if Tyrant Gaming gives in a huge support role. The Braum and Jana, those aggressive type of supports that can lead Kaisa into a very massive power spike when it comes to the early game. Now being locked in with Fiora also to follow through for Tyrant Gaming, UCE has an opportunity to go for the Gragas Jana duo alongside with the Diana as well. A Diana is very big, considering you have some disengages and engages already locked in for UCE.
Wait, my concern here though is you have 2 disengagers and the Moonfall. If ever they did not get their timings right, it's gonna be very, very counterproductive. So UCE, they need to be extra mindful of their timings, and you have Olaf open, and looks like that is gonna be locked in by Tyrant Gaming. Would go over to Yabutsuki since Olaf is kind of better when it comes to the jungle, and they're gonna pair that off with Elulu. Wild Growth plus Ragnarok, here we go!
Here we go. It's gonna be the Lulu Olaf back into the Mindanao group stages, back in the meta today. Considering that UCE has a lot of CC potentials, Tyrant Gaming is thinking we need to counter those CCs with an anti-CC champion, and an Olaf has the only capability to do so. But with Rengar being open and Corki as well, UCE locking it in, I think UCE needs the damage output. Considering that Olaf now locked in for Tyrant Gaming, they need those burst damage potential and even DPS. With Corki locked in as well, they can shred out armor off that Olaf if Olaf decides to come in a 5v5.
And well, the last pick rather for the side of Tyrant Gaming is gonna be an Ari. Diana and Ari, if the charm connects, that could be an easy kill. But the problem here is the amount of time that the charm is gonna be cast on Diana. It's actually enough for her to jump near Kaisa and then pop the Moonfall. If you get what I mean. So that's something that Ari could be worried about. But that is gonna be a Rengar jungler, of course. Fiora and Gragas at the Brown lane. I really like this matchup, but still, I am gonna hold my ground and stand true with what I said. I'm looking forward with the mid lane match.
Yeah, the mid lane matchup, it's a Diana versus an Ari. I think Tyrant Gaming is going in for more of the pick-off composition, as we've seen in the prior series, right? An Ari is there to go for the charm, but the thing here is, if it doesn't connect against the enemy team and it keeps on missing, who else are you going to depend on going for those CCs? Sure, Lulu has a CC potential, but when
Uh-huh.
it comes to the 5v5, it comes in too quick, especially with a lot of disengages from UCE, that you can try and just leave the Pixie on the ground for someone to walk it in, right? That's not gonna be the most evident case that we're
Yeah.
trying to look at in a 5v5. So I think Ari is gonna be sort of the valuable champion here, wherein the charm needs to connect against the enemy team for the Olaf to then go into the back lines, for Kai'Sa to free it onto the back side, and even Fiora having the capabilities to then go for more of the flanking opportunities and even the 4-1 setup. So I think it's really gonna be hard for Tyrant Gaming to execute this, but it's gonna be fun because we have a Lulu Olaf that they have the opportunity to dominate UCE with.
Yep, and let's see if they'll be able to pull off that composition. So I'm gonna talk about the 4-1 setup for Tyrant Gaming side. That is very likely possible, though I would recommend that they go with the full on 5v5. Why? Because the amount of damage Vera can dish out is obnoxious. She rather, can burst down Diana, Janok, or even if they have the right timing, but she needs to be very wary of the Rengar. However, should they try to go with the 4-1 setup, that is okay, because most likely Gragas will try to follow Fiora and there won't be any explosive pass for the side of UCE. That's already one important disengage skill down should they go with the 4v4s.
Yeah, it's exciting, it's exciting, it's exciting. A lot of matchups that can show up. And now, we talked about more on the weakness of Tyrant's Gaming coming into this first game in series number 2. I want to talk about the weakness of UCE. Rengar has been played very dominantly in the past, but the thing here is, he is nerfed when it comes to the base AD per level, and he will depend mostly onto the passive to scale out in terms of damage. If 5%, if those trophies are not connecting, if the kills and assists are not coming through for the Rengar for this game, it's not gonna have a great time, and UCE's damage will exponentially fall down, and more or less when it comes to the mid game, late game, and Rengar still doesn't have his passive stacked up, they will fall in the hands of Tyrant's Gaming.
I feel like in line with what you said earlier, that's most likely why they're gonna put Rengar in cleanup duty. Or during the early up until the mid game, he will most likely be near Diana. So I guess Ari, you need to be extra wary of your positioning as well as how will you land those skills. But we are gonna jump into the rift in a bit, guys. This is gonna be series number 2, game number 1, UCE versus Tyrant Gaming. To the fans out there, do not forget to send the teams the love and support that they deserve. And boy, am I excited to see what is gonna happen.
Yeah, excited indeed. That's also something that I'm very, I'm feeling right now. Right, coming into game number 1, as we head into the rift, I think this is gonna be so difficult to see on what could potentially happen, because UCE, if they get those early kills, the Corki can scale up, JCP can get the Roa immediately when it comes to the early game, scale out in damage as well, and Rengar is dealt to scale. So a lot of good power scaling potential here coming in from UCE in terms of their champions, in terms of the skill kit. And Tyrant Gaming, I think, will be sort of the dominant player here when it comes to level 3, level 5. The Olaf, the Lulu is there to play a gank game. And even with the charm, can make a lot in the mid lane.
So much poke though from this Lulu here in the early game, able to wither down 2-3 bars from tactical. That was drums on Lulu right now. And yeah, pretty even Steven are pretty standard laning, early game laning from both teams. Howling Gale, nope, not gonna connect, but you can see Yuna here dancing around against JCP on this Diana. Junglers though nowhere to be found just yet because they want to play this out very, very safely. But now you have Majo just deciding to stay under threat because Fiora just has so much poke in the early game. That is in B. Especially coming in from Joms. No one's gonna die just yet. That is gonna be Charm connecting onto JCP. Still pretty healthy as I'd like to call it. And no ganks, no fights, no full-on duels just yet.
Yeah, the duels in the early game, I think, is not going to be that evident. I think it's just too lacking when it comes to the early game type potential, aside from Yuno alone for Tyrant Gaming, and UCE doesn't have that capability as well. I think we're looking at level 5 for everything to come into Chaos.
Speaking of chaos, looks like you have 4 champions from Tyrant Gaming here. They could try and gank Diana and Rengar if the opportunity presents itself, but looks like that is gonna be no. They just focus on getting the Rip Scutter. Yes, that is gonna connect, and looks like that's gonna be the bottom coming in from Majo. Yosh gonna go. They're engaged, but Fiora, again, so much poke, so much damage, was able to push Majo back. If only Majo had Ignite, but highly unlikely. I'm still gonna go with the Flash and Barrier if I'm gonna use Gragas.
Yeah, barrier on the Gragas is actually quite interesting, and on top of all that, it's a Grasp Undying for Majo coming into game number 1. And typically that is not what we see. That is not that typically that we see coming into a Gragas champion. A Grasp Undying typically goes to maybe a Fiora, right? Or maybe a
Yeah.
Garen. But coming into Majo, he isn't that consistent when it comes to going in for the massive type of damage output. So I think Majo is utilizing the Grasp Undying to just stay alive when it comes to early game, especially up against Yoshi, which has a lot of pokes through the use of Lunge. And I think that is where Majo is looking into, not necessarily playing the mid-game, late-game Grasp of Undying utilization. Because what happens is Majo builds up on AP, and AP is a burst damage on Tyrant Gaming. And therefore, those consistent, prolonged fight will be detrimental for Majo alone. So I think they're really playing it early for the Baron lane for the side of UCE.
Well, I guess that's one of the things. You're gonna have to just try and outlast or outscale your opponent. But looks like Yoshi or Yosh gonna have the better trade in that barter. Now he's being chased by Majo. 2, 3 health bars down, but Fear is still alive. Now you have Janna, you have Bo. The front line, Howling Gale will most likely not connect except towards the minions. I can Rain Beam Pop. You have the bombs being thrown out by Tactical. You can go with the D ward for now, but wards placed near the bush, but looks like there's gonna be a jump in coming in from Tyrant Gaming, but they actually got spotted out by Bo. Howling Gate is gonna connect on the 2 champions, looks like they're gonna go with the engage. Has a beautiful move coming in from that Anna, but it's not connect. Rather, that's the director being popped by this Olaf exhaust being used, but the focus coming out from Tyrant Gaming is just too much. I'm not sure why they hesitated, but I guess they just want to play it safe. It was evident, right? They hesitated, but they had the advantage.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think UCE was clever enough to wait for the Ragnarok to come out. Now Tyrant Gaming and clashing down.
Ooh, that's gonna be a rooted Olaf, but let's see, there we go with a steal. Blue team's able to get that, but oh no, Tyrant Gaming is a bit too late to the party. Blue team being able to get that first blood, and now Olaf just kneels in front of their opponent. Ari gets person down as well. Randy Abarai gonna try and jump onto Joms, but the folks, just the Whimsy is gonna hurt Aylar. Are gonna go with the re-engage. He did get polymorph, but that is gonna be a kill being secured. Another kill being secured by Renji. I strongly
playing
believe
tag.
that, right? I strongly believe that Joms could not have done that or did not force that one out. And that was a bit of an overextend for Fiora. I know you wanna take that turret, but he got taken down by Diana. However, if we're gonna look at this in a different side, you died, you can respawn, the turrets don't. So I guess it's kinda okay.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think Renji was playing tag against Lulu in the bottom lane. Though Haze though.
Oh! Yo, okay, Kaisa just disappeared in that, I wouldn't even call it a pickoff or a gang. In that encounter, that is gonna be the wild growth being popped by Jump just to save himself. That's beat knockback coming in from but he actually got treated by Rengar, and Ari does get taken down yet again. Moonson, will you be enough? The answer is gonna be no, because Olaf is just going ham.
Oh, it's
burned so much as being popped by Lulu as well. And now you see they realize no. Let's not force this. We might end up in situations that we're not comfortable with. So now Tactical alongside JCP. We are now just at the mid lane with the Renji Abarai trying to get this. I'm not sure if he is gonna secure that, but looks like he will not.
That was a missed opportunity. I think if the Raptors wasn't there, that could have been a kill from Renji. But the
Right?
thing is, he went into the bush, jumped into the wrong target, and that enabled Yablutski to stay alive. And this is what we were saying a while ago when it comes to the draft, right? Wherein UCE's weakness is not playing it early, and Renji lacking towards the trophy, towards passive stacking. But we're seeing a 6 kill already for UCE in 6 minutes and 45 seconds in the game. And that is pretty massive. They secured the Infernal Drake, so their scaling potential has increased exponentially at this point in time. And Tyrant Gaming needs to think, what do they need to do? Because if they're gonna pressure in, UCE has a lot of disengages in the form of Majo and Bu as well. So it's now gonna be hard. Now 1v1 bot.
Oh, Majo trying to duke it out against Yoshi, but Yoshi receiving a lot of damage. Is he gonna go with the kill? That is indeed yes, but the shit coming in from Yoshi is just too much. That is gonna connect, but you know what? He still gets taken down by this Majo. And here comes the backup from UCE. You know, being chased, and Orb of Deception is gonna connect, but the charm did connect as well. Now Tax still at the lower part, or the less part of that fight, and now Ari still gets bursted down. Jumps in the middle of everything, being locked in, being boxed in, Moonson being popped. What is gonna be the cost? The cost of your own life rampage coming over for this Olaf though, and Lulu was at least able to take down that Janna.
Though I think that's worth it. Because I think Rengar's kill onto Lulu just gives him extra power, gives him extra gold, and that was a support kill from Tyrant Gaming, aside from UCE getting the jungle towards the gold, right? They got in gold for that aspect, and I think the gold distribution was UCE utilizing it much better. And I think View sacrificed it very well now mid lane.
Ho ho!
Renji.
Speaking of sacrifices, looks like you could be the sacrificial lamb, but Renji Abakai was not able to finish off that kill. Still, Hayes, still alive, was able to survive that encounter, and now UCE they're near the dragon pit because now the Ocean Drake is up. All about on vamp, cell vamp, all those vamps, and now John trying to know what's happening, but he just wow. A lot of damage coming out from Tactical. Void is going to connect, and now here comes Tyrant Gaming, but you see that dragon, and now Tactical coming with the Valkyrie, and that is going to be forced to use that ultimate just so she can make it out of there alive. That's going to be a pretty okay moonfall, but not really. No one actually died. The burst was not enough, but here comes Mount just a tad bit extending. You have Renji at the side, and now they're chasing down this Lulu as alongside Ari and Hayes, but these three champions very, very mobile. They do have the option to just run away, and they were able to do so.
Yeah, the micro coming in from UCE. Like Renji just stepped a bit onto the right, and Janna just got every single CC coming from Tyrant Gaming that just burst them down. And now that got them the kill. It was basically like a 2-for-2 or 2-for-3 in favor of UCE at that, with opportunity being open. I think UCE got another turret into the bottom lane, and this is what we're going for, more in the objective game for UCE. Getting the Infernal, getting the Ocean already, has already secured more on the mid-game late game of UCE, and Renji already stacking with a passive as well is too much to deal with. Now let's look at the items though. Rengar with Trinity Force already, Corki with the Trinity Force and Rapid Fire Cannon exponentially increases their damage at that. Because Missile Barrage is known to cause havoc, and it can be spammable. And Rengar is also a spammable type of champion wherein you just spam skills, right? You just spam skills, therefore receiving or doing a lot more magic damage and even physical damage against Tyrant Gaming with a burst damage already being synergized as well. As UCE now comes stop, it's now going to be another chaos that might potentially come into fruition.
Potentially, they can go with the pickoffs, but looks like UCE, the moment they got the turret, they're pretty good with that. They're comfortable with that, so they're gonna go over to mid lane and maybe get this out of the turret. I mean, the waves are pushing in, but here comes Tyrant Gaming, and that's gonna be the Orb of Deception connecting. Charm will connect that is BS, but that is gonna be coming from Ari, but that's gonna be what coming in from Miss Lulu. But oh no, that's one connect, and now you have Yoshi for the cleanup. They are able to jump away. You know how fast he really hurts. Oh no, Charming to connect, but here comes Majo jumping in, flashing in on the turn. He does not care, but the explosive cast was able to push their opponents away. At the very least, they can at least take this turret.
Now it's gonna be another turret being secured by UCE, as you've stated. All the tier 1 turrets already lost for Tyrant Gaming. The map control is now towards UCE. 4-kill advantage, having the 5k goal lead, enables now Diana to then pick up the Roar, the Rabadon's Death Cup. I'm assuming now the next step would be the Lich Bane for the Diana, right? And after then, it's just skill galore, damage galore from UCE. And Tyrants Gaming is a bit lacking behind. I mean, Olaf is forced to now go for the Starix Gauge because of the amount of UCE's burst potential coming in from them. And even though if you go for the Ragnarok, just the amount of damage that UCE provides is not enough to make you survive. So I think having the Starix Gauge is more on the defensive type of situation here for Tyrant Gaming, alongside we're receiving still on the AD statistics coming in from our item build. But Renji going for the trail of the hunt might see something.
Trying to see something. And I actually like how you brought up Olaf itemization here. He is forced to be tanky. Why? Because he is the only frontliner from Tyrant Gaming. Imagine if he falls. Who will tank the damage coming out from Diana, from Majo, from Tactical? Literally no one. And the problem here is Forky's passive, the Hextech I keep on bringing up the passive, but yeah, the Hextech munition can just wither down the life force of whoever is in front of him. And Tactical having a beautiful early game, just skills so well, and his ultimate can just pop anyone off. Now Tyrant Gaming, they have their eye on this pair. I'm not sure if this is gonna be a bait, but UCE, thank you. They said thank you for taking down half the life of the Baron, but looks like they're actually not gonna get the objective. And now 13 minutes into the game, Renji Abarai just there at the sides, JCP there as well, and Tactical already having dibs on this dragon.
Yeah, with UCE having the sights onto Tyrant Gaming, onto the top side of the map, getting the information that there was a 4-man roam, at least, from Tyrant Gaming going on top. UCE was saying, you know what, let's just go bot, let's get the free Cloud Dragon, and let's just leave Majo behind onto the top lane to zone out the enemy team and secure vision onto the Baron Nashor.
I don't really want to isolate. Root, stop! Kill and damage Doms right here. Doms go force pop his wild growth. He does get taken down, and in retrospect, PG was able to take one champion down. Make that two actually, but here comes the moonfall. Where is the follow-up? But looks like the damage coming in from Diana is just too much. And now that's big Kingsby coming over for Tactical. That's be a double kill for Diana, and that was a 4-2-2 in favor of UCE. Yoshi just there lurking in the side at the Baron area. I'm not sure if they're gonna get this. Okay, looks like they don't want to risk it. They just left Baron alone because Yoshi can't actually take the Baron alone. You know, if you're Floria, if you're alone, you can't take much objectives unless it's turret.
Yeah, as you stated, it's much more clever for UCE to come back, especially with the 4 kills that they've gotten and even a turret into the mid lane. They should utilize the gold that they've received, especially it's a 6k gold difference. So UCE just came back. If you're looking at the items, Corki already secured her 3rd core item already, Infinity Edge, right? Already being locked in, followed up with a Zeal. So a lot of crit rate already built onto the Corki alone for the side of UCE, and the rest of the team is now building through after their 2nd core item. And Tyrant Gaming is more on lacking down behind slowly but surely, and 3 dragon objectives already secured by UCE. And in terms of the late game scaling, it's a lot to deal with. Now Tyrant Gaming is losing more jungle camps in the 15-minute of the game.
Yep, the longer the game is, the more that UCE is able to starve out their opponents. You have Majo going up against Yoshi yet again. But looks like they're just trying to zone each other out. So yeah, and though split pushing at the Brown lane, looks like she will be able to at least dish out a significant amount of damage onto the turret. But here comes the other members of Tyrant Gaming. That's Haze near Diana, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure they should go up against JCP just because of the damage as well as the life bars that this Diana has. And UCE, they decided to let Baron go. Looking now at the Dragon Lane, that's going to be Yoshi going with the poke. That is going to be the explosive ass being popped by Majo. But Yoshi P will most likely jump in. But here comes Tactical. Surprise, surprise. That's the Rampage coming over. Feel this part tries to connect, but she does become exhausted. But that's a beautiful moonshot coming in from Go. But it's not enough. Renji Abarai 1v1 who is going to win. You have a TP coming in from UCE. You need to go back. So beautiful. Moonfall coming in. Coming
over for this champion. And an unstoppable tactical as well. Double kill before they were able to
Team
get the
ace.
first ace of the game.
It started with Bew being targeted by Tyrant Gaming alongside with not Majo, but Renji. But Renji came through with a finishing blow and went in for the quick response that enabled their team to now get picked off one time and another. And now it's gonna be the team ace from Oppo Reno 5 for the side of UCE. And they've gotten the inhibitor third because the TED timers are long. And now the Baron Nashor will be alive for UCE to take in after that.
After putting a hold on Tyrant Gaming space, they opted to get the Baron, which is a good call. It's like they recommended getting more items in. Blue team able to stay that Baron Nashor non-contested because Fiora was the only champion near them before they took it out. So the next dragon is going to be up in 10 seconds. Tyrant Gaming, I said this time and time again, 17 minutes in, they need to get more objectives. They need those dragon buffs. They need those Baron buffs.
Mhm. And they've gotten it. Now the Mountain Elder Dragon will be the next step for both these teams right now, as Tyrant Gaming wants to go for the information game, but UCE will just finish it like there was nothing. So I think UCE will have the vision game advantage with the amount of pressure that they're doing into their lanes, having the burn buff secured onto the minions. Tyrant Gaming needs to step back and defend the respective lanes, especially how Diana and Jana is currently just confusing the enemy team split, pushing into the bottom lane.
Oh no, that's one ultimate down, but the charm is not gonna connect. Exhaust coming in from the side of Tyrant Gaming, and here comes Moonsoon yet again, and now they are just targeting this Olaf on a Ragnarok mode. They do not care, was able to reach him. Triple kill coming over for UCE, for Alfred, for the actually legendary for the champion as well, and that is gonna be a kill coming into Majo, but eventually UCE being able to bag game number 1.
A dominant fashion to say the least. How they secured the early game and how translated it into the mid-game, late-game fights. And they have targeted the exact weakness that we talked about in terms of the draft a while ago. That if the passive of Rengar cannot connect, the damage output of UCE will be gone. And they have countered it with Renji being able to take down 3 in the first 5 minutes of the matchup, increasing into a 15% damage bonus immediately after getting those kills and assists. And Tyrant Gaming's weakness is more on getting those posts, getting those CCs in into key valuable champions. And it did not connect. I think Yuno was to keep on connecting her charm onto Bew, right? Onto maybe Majo as well from time to time. But JCP is there. Renji is there. Tactical is there. If Renji comes up, damage galore, JCP will follow through with the Moonfall. And I think there was like 2 to 3 times that JCP came in with a Moonfall onto 4-man against Tyrant Gaming. That was just phenomenal coming in from UCE in terms of how they set up the team fight and how they continue it to win that match.
Actually, if we're gonna look at the graph for Tyrant Gaming, it's mostly single target. No, all of them are literally single target. Ragnarok, can jump to 2 or 3 people, but the idea is you can just burst 1 champion, 2 champions at least, at the most rather, in pickoffs, price ganks, or fights. They were not able to do that in the early game. Instead, it became UCE with Renji Abrai setting up the tempo. They just had so much presence that Tactical can just farm. He was able to farm. Space was given to him. And the moon, I keep on messing up the Moonfall and the Moonsoon from Diana and Jana. But yeah, the Moonsoon coming in from Jana also helps a lot. There was one Moonsoon actually. She was supposed to die, but because of the heals that it can dish out, she survived for like 1 or 2 more seconds. The Howling Gale as well as the Zephyr helping out their team a lot. And yeah, towards the late game, it just became a buffet for Tactical because you can just pick anyone off and just take them down. It came to a point that despite Olaf was in Ragnarok mode, Grabutski was in Ragnarok mode, UCE would just chase and burst him down.
Yeah, I think they need to think of something to counter on to UCE on how they were really going for their draft this time around. Like Tyrant Gaming needs to really punish it through and through on how UCE is playing it more on the domino effect, right?
Mhm.
Once they get one domino, they get another. And after that, they continuously get it until the game was finished. And that was just what happened in game number one, wherein UCE got the first blood, got the tower first blood, got the first objective, and then they just keep on pushing through. They were going in for an aggressive play, not leaving any space for Tyrant Gaming to then come up, and how they were really going in for those quick responses in game number one. And I do believe that Tyrants Gaming can now go for maybe the blue side selection if they opt to go for, and then pick up the Gragas instead of giving it away for the enemy team and picking it up for themselves. Right, the Gragas is just a very strong champion individually to play it out in game that you can just disengage when it comes to the enemy team just jumping in, especially if UCE is planning on doing the same thing that they did in game number one, where in picking up the Diana, picking up the Rengar, which are diver champions, right? And answering with the Gragas is key.
You stop the dive by just throwing or using one ultimate. What trade is that? Am I right? But yeah, a few tweaks maybe for Tyrant Gaming's draft, but for UCE, let me think. Their rotation was spotless.
Mhm.
They knew who to prioritize, and it came to there was some point in the game that even though they can take one kill, they would just opt to get objectives. And I like the discipline coming in from UCE, but I know our panelists voted for Tyrant Gaming. I really hope you'll at least be able to push one game or maybe even win the series. But I have to ask Infinity, aside from the small draft peaks here and there, what could Tyrant Gaming do?
What could Tyrant Gaming do? That's an interesting question, because if you're looking at the map, there is a lot of things that you can go for, right? I think for one, vision game. They need to win the vision game against UCE. I think having no information on when UCE goes for the objectives are a huge loss for their team. So having that information in mind just enables them to think of what their next step might be. Are they going in for a gank, or are they staying a bit behind and waiting for the right opportunity to then go and make a kill, to then go and make a punch against UCE and try to get a chunk out of them? And another could be changing up their draft a bit. I think the reason why Lulu and Olaf has been more on the fringe edge type of draft is because of how Lulu is now going to be sort of an underwhelming champion, right? Even if Lulu synergizes with Olaf very well, the amount that it provides when it comes to the team, wild growth, after then, what are you gonna do next? It just happens so quickly, and you can get picked off into the back lanes, wherein it's difficult. It's difficult to then just sustain themselves. And as you said it, I think you were the one who pointed it out in the first Dragon objective. Olaf, wild growth, Ragnarok, they came in, but they hesitated. They came back out, wherein they were not really able to utilize the ultimate of Olaf, and that took some time away from them, and a huge chunk of how the aggro could be taken in by Olaf, and letting Kaisa free hit, letting Ari free hit onto the backside.
Yes. And to add to Lulu, there were times wherein UCE was able to force Lulu to use wild growth on herself. So the moment that happens, like, okay, looks like that's 30-40 seconds of no one actually becoming too big, and Olaf just popping his Ragnarok with no follow-up. Yeah, I said this earlier, Yabutsky still, he was forced to have an itemization that he's not that comfortable with, just so rather he could save his teammates. Speaking of saving, itemizations, and everything, these are the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game. That was the moment where Dunk overextended, and Rengar still very disciplined with the Dragon turret and other objective take. If I'm not mistaken, Tyrant Gaming was only able to get one turret from the side of UCE.
Yeah, and this one wherein the Yana just went in for 3-man Moonfall, and we can expect it later on into more highlights, I suppose, where it's just too big for JCP to punish Tyrant Gaming, especially with the burst damage, that they can't do anything after then. And this is the one that I was saying, right? The Moonfall consistently connects onto more than one champion, and getting 2 champion is already enough to gain the massive lead, especially how Renji has already slain one or two champions already prior to that engagement alone. So getting those two was a massive win for UCE. And after then, at this point in time, they already have the 15k gold lead. All the dragons that you can ask for in game, just finish the game with a dominating fashion.
Very, very dominating. And let's see who is going to be the master of the match. Of course, we highlighted this earlier. It is going to be tactical on this for the heal and flash KDA 8.00. Full per minute 1052, damage per minute 1139, healer participation 62%. This champion, this guy, he had the time of his life in game number 1 because no one can actually reach the back lines of UCE. This is assuming that Yabutsu is already down. I mean, yeah, Fiora can go with the flank. Fiora can just smooth criminal her way into the back lines. But you have so much CCs, you have so much burst in front of tactical that you just can't take the risk.
Yeah, taking the risk, I think, is a double-edged sword as well. Because there are situations wherein taking those risks are hugely beneficial for your team. And in another situation is taking those risks has massive loss for your team. Right? And having those massive loss is something that you cannot afford in terms of the rift. Right? When you go in terms of those matches, you need to weigh out the risk and benefit of that match. If the risk is more than the benefit could provide, it's not worth taking. But if it's vice versa, I think it's worth a shot.
So it's not worth it if it's high risk, low reward.
Yeah.
Am I right? Okay. So yeah, these are the picks and bans in order from game number 1, and I understand if Tyrant Gaming is gonna keep the Fiora and keep the Kaisa. Kaisa, we didn't get to see much good plays from her just because, well, you have everyone trying to hunt her down and burst her down, so there's that. But yeah, there can still be a take 2 for this champion. However, I guess they should start picking up a different jungler and support. Maybe go back to Braum, maybe still Janna, maybe pick up Seraphine, but I would honestly recommend a more tanky support. So Braum is at the table if they want to. And for the jungler, we've seen Yabutsuki use Vi. That's a possibility. And I'm not sure if he plays Wukong, but Wukong is on the board as well. Lee Sin, I don't think either of these teams prioritize Lee Sin. So that's the reason why he was neither picked nor banned. And another thing though, if UCE decides to open Galio, they can Tyrant Gaming can just pick the support up. Galio's pretty powerful.
Yeah, and it's down to what side selection will Tyrant Gaming pick. Are they gonna stick to red side selection and get the immediate 2 picks? Or are they going to go into the blue side selection wherein, as you stated, they can pick up the Galio, the Lee Sin, and the Gragas. If it was left open, they could also pick it up for their team. The flexibility is not really something that you can afford to lose out on the enemy team. Thus far for game number 2. So I think Tyrant Gaming has the potential to go for that route, try and win in the blue side selection, pick up those hyper priority picks in those flexible champions in the game, and dominate UCE by using those big champions against them.
And Chonky Boys, as Mika would say, also I was about to say they could ban out Rengar, but letting go of Ziggs and Camille is also bad news. So I'm gonna have to stick with the Ziggs and Camille bans unless they want to pick up Ziggs for themselves. That is also a possibility for the side of Tyrant Gaming. And yeah, let's just wait and see how will they be able to change things up. Again, guys, this is day 3, the last day for our Mindanao group stages. I said this with Riku earlier, but I'm just so excited. I want to highlight it. Next week, it is going to be the playoffs. We will see the top 2 teams in the different regions duke it all out. Who will win? That is the huge question. But before we jump into that topic or discussion, let's just take a step back and, just focus on what is in front of us. I mentioned the things that Tyrant Gaming could do when it comes to the draft. You, though, for the side of UCE, what could they do? What could they tweak?
Yeah, I think that is what I was talking about a while ago. They could go for the blue side selection, pick up those hyper priority champions. Wherein it's just so big when it comes into the Rift. The tournament meta picks right now is just so massive for Tyrant Gaming to pick up. Yes, they will lose the second pick out, but I think it is worth a shot against UCE, especially how UCE has played in the past. And also, if you're talking about the red side selection, they can pick up those Galio Jarvan for Galio Camille. Make it a trio for Tyrants Gaming. I think RRQ has showed us on how that synergy is so dominant coming into the Rift. You just come in for the Jarvan for Cataclysm, then the guy comes in with the Hero's Entrance. Camille is there as well to make lock-in against the enemy team, and that will just give you the extra opportunity to put out those damage even from a Kaisa, even from a Corki, whatever Tyrant Gaming will pick up, because in the past they've picked out these two champions to play out as an ADC in the dual lane. So I do believe that if they want to match it up against UCE, they can pick up those lock-in champions and big AoE CC totals, because that is where they lacked on from game number one. It's full of single targeted, and that is not something that can give you a huge lead in a 5v5.
That's true. And if you're gonna run that single target lineup, you really, really need to have the power in the early game. And like what I said earlier, in the Dragon Pit, that was the first major objective. They obviously hesitated. So I mean, I'm not a pro player, but I do understand the fact that you're kind of scared to do the risk or go the play. So maybe that's why Tyrant Gaming has hesitated in the earlier parts. But yeah, they just need to be more confident. They need to get, or they just need to be reminded of their win conditions. And I actually agree with what you said. Throw in a few more AoE CCs, or at least have lockdowns. You know, keep their opponents at bay, and maybe try to contest the objectives towards maybe the 6 or 7 minute mark.
Yeah. 6 minute, 7 minute mark are one of the keys when it comes to the objective game. I do believe 3 minutes mark is where the roaming game happens, right? The initial roaming game, because 3 minutes is where the level 5s are now coming in into certain champions for both UCE and Tyrants Gaming. That is where they unlock the ultimates. And typically what happens is the power spikes of every single champions, or not every single champion, but more on majority of the champion is unlocked on level 5, right? They have the ultimates that can lock into certain champions, so single targeted CCs that can bring in the secured kill to get the first blood for your team, and the AoE CCs that can go big 3 minutes and 30 seconds to try and fight the Rift Sculptor, and even then after go for the dragon objective. So I think these are sort of the time markers that are really significant. 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute to 7 minutes, wherein every single objective are there to depend on to. The rest of the minute that will remain is more on a still significant, but going through the dominant stage for the snowball to happen if you get the early game, or more on the comeback stage if you're losing or down behind against the enemy team. So I think that is where everything will be molded down. That is something that we need to look out for this game number 2.
And actually, speaking of comeback potential, I noticed that ever since day number 1, Tyrant Gaming, they were okay during the early game, but for some reason they just kind of struggled when it comes to closing out the game. And that is why they're not that good or not that dominant against teams that can just prolong matches. Or the longer the game is, the stronger they become. Speaking of games, Tyrant Gaming, they heard you. They're going over to the blue side, and first ban is going to be a Rengar. But UCE answers that still with an Akali ban. And Tyrant Gaming, they're going to hold on to the Ziggs ban.
This is it. I'm excited. Tyrant Gaming is now onto the blue side selection, punishing the jungle of UCE. With Camille open, they're locking it in, but they need to take note that Gragas will be left open for UCE to take in. So this is going to be so dominant. I think we're looking back into a similar thing that happened in the past, but if Gragas will be picked up, Galio will be left open. It depends on UCE what they want to choose, because if they leave Galio open, Tyrant Gaming cannot pick it up for themselves.
Of course, that is going to be it's almost an instant lock-in for Gragas. Majority Galio is open, they could lock that in, but at the same time, they have a Kaisa and they have a Janna. But they heard us, They want to go with this very strong mid lane or support. Anything could happen. Galio. Paeng is actually now in. You see his name right there. Tyrant Gaming, second rotation pick, Kaisa Brom. That is a possibility. Or they can secure a solid jungler for Yabut.
I mean, Janna is going to be open as well, aside from the Braum, as a support role coming from Tyrant Gaming. They could utilize these two champions to match it up, especially how UCE is building up onto their diving composition, especially Gragas with a body slam, Galio to dive in with a taunt. Janna is there to disengage against the enemy team. But with now those three champions locked in, UCE can now pick up a very dominant mid lane to match up against Tyrant Gaming. They have played an Aurelion Soul in the past. They could match it up, especially with huge CC potentials in their team. But opting to have a priority into the Baron lane and the mid lane with the Diana pick. This is gonna be the Wombo combo here, Yuko.
A lot of circles in their lineup so far. Cannot wait to see what ADC most likely they're gonna pick for. This Kais is already there, and Tactical was phenomenal in that part in game number 1. So for the side of Tyrant Gaming, Vi is still open, Wukong still open, Olaf got banned, so that's a good bye-bye. Lee Sin is open and locked in. Looks like this will be the first time we'll be seeing a Lee Sin for this second series. And who will be the last pick for Tyrant Gaming? This most likely will be a Camille Baron lane. And they just need one mid laner. Ari still there. Twisted Fate. Nice.
Full single targeted CCs once again for Tyrant Gaming. But with Corki now available for UCE, they're picking it up. So UCE is really hovering and composing their draft more on the dive compositions, right? Gragas is there, Diana is there, Corki, Galio are more on sort of the melee range champions or short range champions that needs to dive in. And Tyrant Gaming needs to really think of a way to stop that from happening. And Janna will be one of the keys here. And Twisted Fate, Lee Sin available. I think Tyrant Gaming will also play when it comes to the early game, trying to punish the mid lane at the very least, with Twisted Fate's golden card prolonging into 1.25 second stuns that enables Lee Sin to come in with a massive amount of damage. The Sonic Wave is there, the Safeguard is there to come in, and Camille at level 5 is going to be very dominating as well. So I think this is going to be a whole different story coming in from Tyrant Gaming in game number 2. I really do see a game number 3 happening right now, as Tyrant Gaming has built a dominant graph for today. Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that there is a lot that can show up. The Gragas is there for UCE, right? The AoE CC potentials. If Lee Sin comes in, if the Kaisa goes in for the Killer Instinct, the Gragas is there for the explosive cast. Similar to how Janna will work for the disengage, right? The disengages are going to be very important in this one. And I think that is where we will be hoping things will go around, come around in this match. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited for this game number 2 to happen into a reality. Are we going to be looking into a game number 3 here, or are we going to see a stomp from UCE having another dominant win coming in from their team? So it is going to be fun. It's going to be amazing. It is going to be a banger of a game that we could expect, especially how Galio's Heroes Entrance can be in synergy with the Yana, with the Gragas, and even Corki.
And a lot of possible combos here in just game number 2, but you see really looking to end this series rather. And I'm happy that actually Tyrant Gaming picked up this Twisted Fate. Would be something new for their very own lineup. But if we're just gonna talk about the draft, I'm slightly leaning a bit towards UCE, just because if you look at this lineup, it screams damage, it screams sustain, it screams CC. And the fact that they have two very strong frontliners, that's Galio and that is Gragas, Fiora, Diana, and Porky, will just have the time of their lives. But enough about the analysis and looking at the drafts. Let's now look at the actual fight. This is game number 2 with UCE up on one game. That's nice throw out outside of the card. Looks like Tactical is alongside that area. Looking
Yeah.
now at the mid lane, just gonna clear out that minion wave.
Mm-hmm. Clearing the wave, gonna be key with Lee Sin here. I think the leash is a good initiation from our for Tyrant Gaming. They wanna put in Lee Sin in a very good situation wherein Yabutski can free farm into his jungle, get the red buff early on, so the damage output will be increased as well. And Galio is there going in for like the sweeping, not the sweeping, but the Scryer's Bloom to get
Uh-huh.
information on where the jungle would be. Because if you're thinking about it, Renji as a jungle, not typically what we see so far, or not that often, needs a bit more time to gain the damage up. And to gain those damage up and information for UCE will give them more on a space to where they want to go to and where they want to be.
Who will Yoshi jump in? That is with the passive beam proc. Also, connecting all of those stuns. Oh, this guy is on fire now. But looking at the juggling yet again, pretty much, but now is the one that actually dove in. There is no stun. You have JCP going in with overextend, but has to be a jump in coming in from your Butski, but he was not able to finish out that kill. Being able to get out by just the slither with just the skin of his teeth, rather.
Yeah, it was so close. I think it was just a millisecond off, wherein the yellow card switched to a blue card immediately. And if that was just the gold card from Twisted Fate for the side of Tyrant's Gaming, JCP could have died there, and Team Tyrant's Gaming could have secured the first blood. But still, you know what? How this micro play works for the side of UCE. This is where the signal comes in, wherein we are seeing a high level play.
Speaking of high level play, did you see that Yoshi was able to evade the skill that Majo did land, and has to be the Hextech ultimatum connecting onto the tactical sweep. They did jump in, but he actually flashed out Majo still alive, and instead he was the one that was able to take out Lee Sin. Yo, this guy needs to chill. Yo.
Majo went
not
in
know how
for the
to chill.
counter punch.
Anyway, jumping back into the game, we have Renji Abaray alongside Tactical. He's constantly still applying pressure towards the Dragon Lane duo. Already popping that body slam to be able to get away, but the sun is gonna connect. Not much damage from just yet, but it's pretty good to just stop JCP on his track.
And stopping JCP will be one of the keys if he builds up Roa and the Rabadons to get capped, similar to what happened in game number 1. It is going to be so big of a damage output that Tyrant Gaming will make it unstoppable for UCE at that. But now having those early engage, as we saw from a while ago, how Lee Sin went into mid to try and punish JCP and go for the quick response, and now tried to bait out JCP as well, was sort of the steps that Tyrant Gaming wants to say against UCE, that we're not gonna let JCP come up that easily, and we're not gonna let you win that quickly. So I think Tyrant Gaming steps are clear here as UCE two-man roam top.
Majo being very aggressive here, did target Yoshi, but I was about to say Renji Abaray just there at the side, but looks like he decided to just recall. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, Dragon is gonna be up in 3 seconds. Bo already taking, already has dibs on this Scuttler, and of course Tactical will be the one to take that. That's plus 120 gold for the ADC of UCE. Yabutski just craving out the neutral jungle creeps, taking his time. And yeah, first dragon is up, but looks like no one is going there just yet. They want to focus on the pokes, they want to focus on the fight. JCP can tank the damage that can dish out so far. Triforce already being picked up by Majo. Cattle'll going in with a recall, and Bo going alongside his ADC. Yabutski coming out with the D ward. Tactical already being able to get his Triforce as well. Pretty standard itemizations, and you see they're just waiting for an opportunity to pull the trigger.
Yeah, definitely. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to come in into this objective to punish Tyrant Gaming. Although I respect how Tyrant Gaming is playing this out, they're playing very patiently. And even though if UCE has gone into first blood, you're looking at an even level playing still on terms of gold for Tyrant Gaming and both UCE as well. So they're really matching it up. Destiny now being forced out though.
Mm-hmm. That is UCE just at least getting 30% of the dragon. Howling is gonna connect to two champions. The skill, well, Yabusi can jump in, but I don't think he is in the condition to do so. So they just decided to let. So they already have the first dragon. That's to be a dance coming out, and Fiora was able to take out that Camille stun coming in from and now Majo just being very crazy right now. Jumping in, the shield was able to protect him, and now Majo just forced to go back. At least he got one kill, but now mid lane, Ibutsky forced to dash out.
It was a buy one take one from UCE. They got a kill, they got the Infernal Drake. Now bot lane,
Ooh, look at the bot lane though. Kaisa being sandwiched and being boxed in. He does say goodbye. Bo with a very good initiate and outplay there. Majo just alone. Actually, in the Baron lane, he can get this turret uncontested. Third Herald is now up. Most likely, UC is in the better position
Majo.
to take this, but Tyrant Gaming should get this. Man,
that was one
the
HP.
plays from these teams makes me crazy. But the stuns connecting from Twisted Fate, from JCP, Diana still alive, still pretty healthy too. And red team still was able to get that first blood turret at the expense of life of Renji Abaraido. And that's the JCP jumping in. He cannot pop Moonfall because can just cancel that out with his stun.
The Rift Herald now alive. Tyrant Gaming having the first setup here onto the Rift Herald as they want to get the objective, but Tactical is here getting information.
Ooh, that is gonna be the Valkyrie beam pop, but Tactical gets bursted down. Here comes JCP. Was able to land Moonfall. That's gonna be a quick double kill coming over to Diana, to JCP. That's been knocked in from Jana, but they could get repelled because they want to fight. They want to get this outer mid lane turret to just get that lead with the map control. Now, yay, you have Renji Varai around in the Rift Herald pit. Looks like they will get this just as quickly. No one is there to steal from the side of Tyrant Gaming. It's gonna take some time for them to go near the Rift Herald area as well. So that's more gold, more objectives, more wins, more check on their list for the side of UCE. But now you have Majo still just trying to poke the hell out of Camila. Wow. That card hurts a lot. Kibutski does become golden. He was able to jump out or dash out of that situation, and that is the stun connecting onto Galio, but looks like they still want to go all in. Galio forced to use a flash, and here comes Tactical just shredding out the life bars of his enemies. Being locked in, he does get him down, and now Jibra is forced to go back, forced to summon Rift Herald. Now you have Majo, would go with PM duty, but just decided to clear out the minion waves, and Rift Herald marching in the mid lane toward the side of Tyrant Gaming. That is going to be the cards being dealt by Twisted Fate, and now just holding his gun under turret, they were able to take down Rift Herald.
That was an overconfident play from Tactical. He just jumped in out of nowhere. His teammates was too far ahead to try and even go for more of a support type of situation for Tactical that just gave Tyrant Gaming that kill. And that was a trade for Joms, which wasn't really the most ideal. That was a support traded for an ADC. So I think that was a bit of a loss for UCE. But even then, they got the kills instead. They got turrets at that point as well. The turret plate was there. So I think at the very least, they've gotten a sort of an information game against Tyrant Gaming. What's next is Yabutski in mid lane. 3-man roam from Tyrant Gaming, matching it up with UCE 5-man roam as well.
Ooh, wait, it's gonna be the Cloud Drake already spawning, and you have 3-4 champions from UCE going over to the Dragon side. Void Seeker is not gonna connect. The target was way too far. But that is gonna be the repel being taken by UCE. Yet again, gold lead in favor of UCE. Red team able to get that Cloud Drake. Looks like Tactical. This is still a pretty good game. for his Corki. Baron is gonna be up in 15 seconds. Renji Abarabi will most likely be able to get that turn, but that is gonna be a no because Twisted Fate was able to stun him and shoo him away. At the mid lane, just holding still his ground, and now Yabutsuki already trying to get tips on the Baron.
Dibs, dibs, dibs. Who gets the first Baron Nashor is gonna be dominant.
Oh, that is Diana disappearing, and just Tyrant Gaming being able to get one outer turret.
Getting the turret, Tyrant Gaming has now controlled the game. They have the map control lead against UCE. But also, UCE has the Infernal and Cloud Dragon. Tactical forced out the flash.
And that is a killer instinct out from the side of Kaisa, but that is the explosive cast being popped again by this Gragas. Now, Macho, UCE really wants to commit with the 4-1 setup, but that's okay because they have a pretty decent early game, like what I said earlier. Now, Bo, you will not be able to see that, but look behind you. That is going to be the Taunt connecting. Tactical, will you be able to finish out the kill? That is going to be the exhaust being popped there as well. The bombs will not reach him just yet, but is still alive. He jumped in as the things coming over for Fiora, already popping her ultimate, but definitely worded. Witchful kick coming in from Lee Sin, now connecting onto the hero's entrance, but it was not able to because you have Yabutsuki becoming Golden Rampage coming over for this Fiora, and now Valkyrie being popped by Tactical just so he will make it out of there alive. Now you have Diana just there at the sides. Tyrant Gaming, they need to pull out, they need to plug out, they need to just map out because that is going to be the power or the surge coming in from UCE. Blue team able to get that, and that other mid lane turret Moonfall not gonna connect, but at least was able to force a flash from the side of Tyrant Gaming.
Yeah, that was a close type of situation. I love how Tyrant Gaming utilized Yabutsuki. Yabutsuki was just safeguard, Sonic Wave, Dragon Rage, put all the combos out, and got the Dragon Rage in onto maybe Tactical in that engagement in the mid lane. But they failed to really just follow through, and I think that is in the form of how UCE AoE CC was there for the draft composition. And this is what we were talking about, how the AoE CC total of Tyrant Gaming is equating to maybe one champion alone, which is in the form of Joms that can go for the Monsoon, and that is not really a prolonged type of CC that enables space for Tyrant Gaming, and this is where it lacks now. Because in the first 5 minutes, that is where the ganks occurs. That is where the pickups occurs. In this sort of the mid-game, late game, it's more on the 5v5. And lacking on the big AoE CC totals will lock you behind in terms of the matchup as well.
This is being chased right here. And I realized something. UCE, they were able to get most objectives, like all of the dragons rather, but the gold lead is just 4,000. So Tyrant Gaming, they're holding out pretty well, and I like the adjustments that they did. I just still need to feel or see more presence or more aggression from Yabutsuki, but him on Lee Sin, very very good compared to how he was in Olaf earlier. Baron still up, no one was able to finish that objective off, and now you have Yoshi making sure that the minion waves will not touch the turret. And Yana, wow, Renji, very tanky on this Gragas, and you have Bo, Gaio there as well. Itemizations are now up. Camille already got her Triforce, and yeah, members from the side of Tyrant Gaming and Jabrai did jump in, but there was no follow-up. There was no initiate as well, and here it comes. Here was the initiate that I was looking for. Muzo being popped up in the back line. CB takes us coming in. Lisa was the first one to fall down, and now you see they're going all in. Double kill coming over to the Sporty. Now Kaisa was the one to fall down as he has still going to be popped there by this Camille. Corky does bow down, but Camille gets taken out just as quickly, and now you have still trying to throw out the cards, but it is not going to be enough. It's going to connect. Nice save from the Howling Gale, but UCE, they're going to go with their engage. He's now hiding behind that brush, and now you have this 1v1 coming out from Jana versus Diana. Diana, of course, will be able to win that out just because of the burst that she has, and while there was a skirmish there all over, at the Dragon lane, you have Majo split pushing at the Baron lane, was able to put a hole onto the base of Tyrant Gaming.
Now UCE having every single kill against Tyrant Gaming is crashing down with turrets. They got an inhibitor turret in the Baron lane. Natural lane pressure will fall leading onto them, and Tyrant Gaming need to think on how they can respond. Renji.
Hey, nice flash out, but that is going to be the Hiko coming in from this Lee Sin. They were able to finish out that kill, so no Gragas, no exclusive cast, no Tonky Boy number 1 for UCE, but now Majo still able to withstand the damage. Unstoppable coming over for this Fiora jump in, and that is going to be the moonfall being popped. I don't think it actually went through. It's going to be a stun coming in from Tyrant Gaming. Did connect onto Majo, but he does not care. Tyrant Gaming, they were forced to go back. Why? Because there was a minion wave coming in from the Baron, and this pretty much opens Dragon for UCE.
Northern Dragon, UCE, if they will secure this is their third Dragon objective being secured. And they're scaling in terms of maybe the defensive capabilities for their team. It can be utilized by Renji, it can be utilized by View, by Majo, and that extra shield, not that big compared to how Janna will just give you barrier or shield, or how Lux just goes in for prismatic barrier, but that alone for every single team for UCE, especially the out of combats can be regenerated, is a massive sort of card that they can bring up against Tyrant Gaming to sustain themselves a bit longer, especially in how they are a bit more tanky and they are built as a diving composition.
And the diving composition they're able to dive as much as they want. But wait, Majo, I don't think this is the best matchup for Kaiser right now. But here comes Joms. Please don't. Oh yeah, you have Yuno, so that's probably why that is gonna be the gold card connecting. It's gonna be Maj trying to go with escape. That's gonna be the killer. Is he being committed there as well? Shields all over Majo. Finally, they were able to stop the Fiora from getting more kills, but at the expense of Baron Nash.
Yeah, it was sort of a bait from UCE. You know what, let's let Majo go for the split push, just bait in every single champion that we can, and they baited out 3. So it was only 2 members remaining for Tyrant Gaming to try and go for face check against UCE, and that is not going to be the ideal thing for them, especially that they're falling down behind in terms of the lead. And with Baron Nashor, UCE coming down mid.
That is gonna be the time connecting, and now Yosh did jump in. There was no follow-up. At least he was not able to use Hexic Ultimate in there just yet, but now he was able to do it right at Tactical's face, but Tactical was the one that was able to get a kill. That's gonna be one Camille down, and the life bars is just disappearing! Literally disappearing in front of UCE. Jom's the only one left alive. The minion waves are pushing in, and here comes Majo. And the UCE being able to end the series with another 2-0.
They have secured the win, and UCE has went in for a sweep once again. Although I do commend how Tyrant Gaming has played that specific game. They were matching up in terms of objectives, and I want to talk about that phase of the game, and that was the early game, right? We talked about how early game is more on the pick-off phase, and Tyrant Gaming was built to go for pickoffs. You have your Butski with Dragon Rage, you have single targeted CC coming in from Yuno, you have the Camille for the Hexic Ultimatum. So Tyrant's game's dominance is really in the first 5 minutes of the matchup, in the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the game, wherein they have their ultimates up and running, they have their skill kits already readily available against UCE. And UCE is more on built to be on the mid game, late game, which they utilized very well. And at that, I think UCE, even if they have more on the late game power spike, they went in early and got a lot of kills, right? They were matching it up against Tyrant Gaming. So when it came down to the 7-minute mark, when it came down to the 8-minute mark, wherein the Rift Herald was alive, sort of the objectives are now going to be something prioritizing for these two teams. UCE were matched up against Tyrant Gaming with their late game, with how they built up the items already in that phase. They just got kills, they went in, and they dominated the Rift. And I think it was a matter of time. It was a matter of composition here that changed the whole storyline for game number 2. Even though they were matching it up, UCE's power spike was more in late.
And that is true. And you did mention more on the in-depth analysis, but one of the things I would also like to highlight is Yoshi. Okay, he played pretty good with this Camille. Towards the late game, we could see that he would commit his Hextech Ultimatum on Tactical. That's good. He would always catch Tactical. problem is there was no follow-up. The thing here is I think Yabutsky should have targeted tactical too, because if you're gonna look at if you're gonna look at Kaisa, if you're gonna look at Jana, they can't actually penetrate the back line. I mean, yeah, you have killer instinct, but you're pretty squishy. And you
Mhm.
have no other way to actually jump out of a tight situation unless you use a flash. But I don't, of course, there's times that your flash is not available. But yeah, it was just them not being able to penetrate the back lines and just UCE being in charge of the tempo. However, I really, really liked how Tyrant Gaming performed this game number 2. I would have said they would push this to game number 3, but with all the fights, with all of the advantage, with all of the wins being taken by UCE, they were able to get game number 2 at the end. Here are the Ocarina 5 plays of the game. You saw that outplay from Majo. I really did not expect that. Yabutsky was the one that got taken out, and here are the beautiful and perfectly timed placement of the ultimates. The Venn diagram, as Oculus would say, of the moonfall as well as the hero's entrance. What I noticed though is Bo would most likely commit his taunt or use his taunt over his hero's entrance. So he was literally just there to go with the initiate, make sure that the enemies are in front of them, and just soak up the damage.
Yeah, and after that, after soaking up all the damage, like we have UCE just going in for the cleanup crew that dominated Tyrants Gaming in the late game, and they have won in a dominant fashion 2-0.
And the match of the match, of course, no need for drum roll. It is still gonna be tactical, still on that quirky heal flash again. And KD of 4.33 damage per minute, 1,131. Kill participation 68%. Goal per minute 901. Triforce, i.e., man, all the swords, all those guns, really shredding the life bars of Tyrant Gaming. And the fact that they don't have an actual Tyrant Gaming does not have an actual chonky boy or chonky girl. They only have Camille. She can be quite tanky, but after the Hexic Ultimatum, after the hook shot, after the tactical sweep, what else is she gonna do? And they would mostly just CC the living hell out of this Camille.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned the lack of tanky champions coming in from Tyrant Gaming. I think having a tank champions is sort of an important role to fill in,
Yes.
and that is the reason why we see maybe the Garen come in to certain champions, the Singed from like literally time to time out of the blue, out of nowhere. They're tanky champions that can sustain fights, and even the Darius as well, because you are going to be sort of the aggro magnet, wherein the enemy team will focus in on targets and damage against you, and if they don't, you're just there to distract them. You're just there to disrupt how they were trying to organize their setup against your team, right? So I think having the tanky champions is going to be very important. Having the lack of it means that the enemy team can just dominate you with a burst damage potential, and you will be melted down. As we saw, Corki, Trinity Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer. It is 75% critical rate already, and the increased critical damage coming in from Infinity Edge's passive can act very well for tactical in those fight-ups.
And that's why he was the man of the match, as well as he was the one finishing off or initiating a lot of kills. But yeah, UCE definitely ending that series with smiles on their faces. Apparently, with 2 series so far, it's all 2-0s. So again, we have been your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside Miss Infinity. Before we jump into series number 3, we will have a very, very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh,
UCE locking in their first win of the day, 2-0 against Tyrant Gaming, and they add 75,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings. Unfortunately, panel power did not pull through for Tyrant Gaming, but that's also because UCE just managed to get that one up on them. As you check out the series highlights on loose, let me know your thoughts on this series.
Bo played beautifully, right? No pun intended, but yeah, that was beautiful.
Bo,
Jana played
beautifully.
beautifully. But yeah, this is actually the dragon fight that I would like to emphasize on, because this is Renji Abarai on the Rengar. I think this is a good indication that Tyrant Gaming is really not used to playing against the Rengar, because in that play alone, he was able to get three trophies, three takedowns. So that means that he was able to manage to get 15% additional damage. On top of that, you also get a plus 6% damage from an Infernal Jerk. But what made it possible was Janus Howling Gale making sure that he was able to control the fight, because he was able to knock down or knock up two people twice. And I just would like to highlight that knock ups here in Wild Rift is one of the best crowd control in the game, because I don't think that it gets reduced by tenacity. I'm okay to be proven wrong here, but I believe that that's the case, right? So commendable efforts though by Yuno with the charms, but a successful pickup doesn't necessarily mean you will win right away. You still have to play it smart, wait for your cooldowns, and make sure you don't get baited into a Moonfall. And Moonfall, speaking of Moonfall, we have JCP. He's very deadly on that Diana, so respect has to be shown. Overall, good showing by UCE and valiant effort for Tyrant Gaming.
That was the first time we saw JCP as well, so that was a good showing for him. Osiris, what about you? What were your thoughts on this series?
I mean, it was fairly shown that the advantage of the early game from UCE did pan out on game 1. And in game 2, yes, it was a really good part of Twisted Fate. But there are, questionable plays. There are unnecessary destinies and gold cards flying from different directions. So I think that that's something that they wanted to be more solid. They wanted to be more polished in terms of their team fighting, because they did engage on the dragon pit, but they are missing two members. So there's big of a question, even the destiny being used as a late equipment. So they are not maximizing of what they have, and that's something that they need to work on moving forward after Icon series.
Yeah, and you know what? We're probably going to see these teams again going into the fall season, and it's going to be really exciting to see them come back with new strategies, with improved skills and everything. It could be an entirely, different UCE or Tyrant Gaming should we see them in the fall series, and that should be really exciting as well. But UCE, again, taking this series home, but they are not done just yet. First off, let's check out the standings, like Globe Cup point standings right now before we get into their second series of the day. Our Globe Cup point standings right now, I think this is really, really interesting as the day moves forward, because we could see a possible tiebreaker. We'll get into that a little bit later on. For now, we do have RRQ and VVV Esports at 300,000 Globe Cup points each, and UCE finally hitting those 6 digits with 150,000 Globe Cup points. One Globe Cup point, again, is equivalent to 1 peso. So right now, these teams are very, very happy indeed. Now, Tyrant Gaming will get one more chance a little bit later on. But for now, of course, we do have UCE once again, but this time they are facing RRQ. And this day just gets even more difficult for them. UCE, they may have won against Tyrant Gaming, but now it is RRQ, it is the King of Kings. And I think it is really interesting to point out, what is at stake over here other than 75,000 Globe Cup points. And for UCE, again, it is that opportunity to end this group stage on a high note, of course. And for RRQ, it is a chance to break that sweet tie over there with VVV Esports. So this is going to be really interesting. UCE, they could act as the gatekeepers right now for that tiebreaker.
That's right.
And if VVV Esports takes the last series of the day, they suddenly come out on top. So it's going to be a very interesting last 2 series for us, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, I do have a question for you guys, panelists. RRQ earlier, they did take a loss against VVV. What weaknesses do you think were exposed that UCE could use to their advantage? Oculus, will start with you.
Escilla, right? Just target ban, one of the primary carries for our RRQ, and I think you will have a good time because we saw the flexibility that Majo has on the Baron lane. He can play almost everything, and if you take away the duelists on the side of Asila, then maybe, just maybe, you can pull off an upset here, right? So their role here, talking about UCE, they're the anti-tiebreakers team, and I still see them, getting that chance because they also play aggressive, and that's the key to, dismantle a very safe, collected team. You have to put out the chaos, or what we call the chaos playstyle. So that's it.
Yeah, possibly. Osiris, do you have anything to add to that as we check out RRQ's lineup?
Well, the same as the formula of how they beat Tyrant Gaming. UCE already snagged one win against RRQ. If they're going to stick with the formula, there's still a high possibility that they can TO RRQ.
But of course, RRQ over here with our favorite host so far here from Helios. They have been incredibly dominant so far. Even with that loss against VVV Esports, they have just emerged as one of the best teams here in the Mindanao group stages. Odalus, just getting your thoughts on this. How do you think this matchup is going to go between RRQ and UCE that has been improving so well here in the group stages?
Right, and again, this is going to be very interesting because Renji Abaray has shown his full potential on that Rengar pick, and Bo is also very good as a support. So again, my eyes is in the Baron lane. You have Asila out there, so if the Fiora gets, banned, if the Camille gets banned, the Kakali also gets banned, then what is left for Asila to use to really impact the map here for RRQ? Nonetheless, though, we still have Chaz, Helios, Marquis, and Hex. I just would like to put it out there. This is going to be the last time ever we're going to see them. And also, they do have subs in Ulex side and also, of course, Ilgon.
Yes, and definitely one of the most diverse teams here in terms of roster in the Mindanao group stages and in the Sea Icon series, actually. Very flexible roster as well. Checking out our solo player highlight right now, it is going to be Hex. And you know what? You mentioned earlier, Odalus, about how Bo played so well. He will be matched up against Hex over here in this series. So right now, oh my goodness, that KDA over there is quite
That's
an
a high.
interesting statistics right there. Osiris, care to share us your thoughts on this?
You have a fairly good KDA, and yes, Earl God is proving a lot of potential and one of the protectors of Marquee. But if Hexa steps up, or this might be a different, fresh environment as they lost from their previous match, so they wanted to shake things up. They wanted to shrug the rust around, and Hex might be one of the best answers right now. And also, this is his own break, so this is spotlight. He can show how good he is for the lineup, and that's how RRQ playing on their 7-man roster.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, of course, UCE fresh from their win, they are, fully warmed up, I should say, and they should be riding that momentum into this series. But again, RRQ, bit of a different monster from Tyrant Gaming. Let's check out the UCE lineup right now, just to refresh our memories. And Oculus, I want to know, the UCE from day one was so different from the UCE that we saw just fresh from that series. What do you think they managed to fix and improve on so greatly coming into this last series for them?
It's shot calling, right? It's the macro, because again, when we first talked about this team, we did say that these are not your typical friends turn teammates team, right? So they are previously rivals or competitors of each other, and now they have decided to form a band together. And we are seeing their progress, their growth over the course of the group stages, and I'm just so excited to see if they can finally get over that hump and deal that 2 games win against RQ. Because if we remember, right, UCE is one of the teams that was able to take a game off of the King of Kings. So this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Just would like to immortalize our players here. We have Majo in the Baron lane, Renji Abarai in the jungle. We have JCP, the sub mid laner, who is also going to play. So watch out for his Diana, Tactical in the Dragon lane, Bo in the support, and also the original mid laner in Xpang.
And just to remind everybody, UCE's relationship with RRQ is an interesting one here in the Mindanao group stages. As we mentioned, they were the first team to, take that, to make them bleed, so to say. And now they act as the gatekeepers for RRQ coming into this, to either break or, keep that tie with VVV Esports. So again, these last two series are very, very interesting as we end the Mindanao group stages. Checking out, of course, our solo player highlight here for the side of UCE. It is going to be, Audlus mentioned, he played so beautifully in the earlier series. So it is going to be Bo over here. Osiris, care to share your thoughts on this guy?
Yes, you can see that 24% kill participation. He is making sure that he is going to deliver against the opposing opponents. And with the opponents, sorry about that. I mean, opposing team. But yeah, you're considering that Bo with the Galio, he is responding with all of those important plays, with the objectives. So with that Jana and Nami, the quirky pick really shows a lot of potential. So with this Bo's beautiful play and what Otolus told us, there's still a possibility that UCE can win against RRQ with the 24% kill participation for the early game. JCP with the aggression, and even if they're going to play on a Rengar, you can speak for yourself that Bo will be on those key fights.
Speaking of that Rengar that we have seen, perform so well here at the Mindanao group stages, let's turn our attention actually to our Globe key player clash over here. And it will be in the jungle between Renji Abarai and Chaz over here for RRQ. Now, guys, I feel like this might be a tug of war between that, that kitty cat that has been so famous here this weekend. What do you think, Audlus?
Yeah, this is definitely, the matchup that will really dictate who is going to come on top. We have Renji Abarai. We saw his multiple steals. And remember, during the first loss that was suffered by RRQ, was Renji Abarai stealing 2 objectives in a row. And that just means that, you cannot just start a dragon fight with him being around, because most likely it's not going to be a 50-50. It's going to be a 60-40 or 70-30 leading towards Renji Abarai. Meanwhile, we have Chaz. Chaz, the very flexible one. I think he's the most consistent member for RRQ, because he can play Lee Sin, he can play tanks, and he can play anything right now. And as the junglers of this both squads, many would say that the jungling position will usually offer most of the shot calling for any team. So it's not just about the micro, it's all about the macro as well.
And, just to highlight how important, I guess, this series is, it just goes to show how you can't count out each team just yet. Even though they might be in the bottom 2, they might be at 3rd or 4th place, they can still act as gatekeepers. And again, it's kind of poetic. UCE was the first one to make RRQ bleed, and now here they stand, acting as gatekeepers. Are they gonna let RRQ have this win and secure that top spot, or are they going to say, no, RRQ, you know what, you are going down to 2nd. We will have the last laugh over here. So, guys, predictions for this: is it going to be RRQ or is it going to be UCE carrying that momentum over to this series? Audlus, what do you think?
Just a quick update to our viewers out here. We have Marky stepping out, and we have a sub. So Ulexite will be playing in the Dragon lane, and that really is going to be very impactful when it comes to my decision here. I think this is going to be 2-1 in favor of UCE. All right, so let's do it.
Ooh.
Let's go for UCE.
Brave. That would make quite the storyline, and that would make our 4th series also even more interesting. But before we get to that, again, Osiris, what about you? Where is this going?
Well, this is not the good time to really put your substitute out, especially Marky. So I'd respect Hex going to play, but you'll excite really didn't show a good debut from the previous match. So UCE, they can snag a win to this, but RRQ isn't going to back down. But UCE, they're in a very good shape right now as they already scarred the armor of the Kings, and this might be a good dethroning moment to them. 2-1 UCE.
I'm gonna give this a 2-1 in favor of RRQ. Yes, switching out the subs might be a little bit complicated, but it could also spell complications for UCE. This might not have been the RRQ that they were prepared for. But we shall see. Once we get started with this series, this is RRQ versus UCE. Casters, over to you guys.
And thank you very much, Fallus Des, for that wonderful analysis and sort of an intro to this series of UCE and RRQ. They are up close as UCE in the past has defeated RRQ in a single game, and RRQ has been very dominant here at the Mindanao group stage. Now the question would be, can UCE take it away on RRQ for this game? I'm Infinity and this is Riku, and we're gonna be your casters for this matchup. Riku, are you ready?
Yes, sirree! I am absolutely ready for this series. I mean, UCE was just so close in defeating RRQ last time. They were the ones that were able to sort of damage the gods at that time before RRQ had to encounter VVV the second time around. So, I mean, this is their second and last shot to see if they can finish the job that they wanted to do against RRQ.
Yeah, definitely. And you spoke about how dominant RRQ is and the opportunity for UCE to bring down the gods of Mindanao region. But now I want to talk about the players compromising here for RRQ and UCE at the same way. Helios is a player that we've been talking about even before this series has been started, because Helios in day number 1 and day number 2 has brought in different champions. Fiora mid lane came up, and this is how just Helios' champion pool is big. And the game style of Helios is aggressive, but still having the right mindset of waiting for his teammates and saving his teammates at the same time. And just those micro plays are amazing. And I want to hear your thoughts here, Riku. Coming to the series against UCE, what do you think does Helios have against them?
Yeah, that's the thing about RQ's Helios. It's so hard to pinpoint what he's gonna use because his champion pool is just so deep. It's hard to predict. I think he has used 6 or 7 different unique champions so far in the Mindanao group stages. So that's how hard it is to pinpoint. And you mentioned, the Fiora mid. Sometimes when we see a Baron laner locked in, like a Darius, we can't exactly say for sure if that is certainly at top side, because sometimes RQ likes to surprise everybody and put that to Helios.
Yeah, and I think it's just the flexibility of these champions, right? And the right mindset on knowing what the enemy team mid laner at this specific topic that we're talking about is. Because in Helios' side, he was battling it out against the Diana mid lane. So having a melee is not sort of a big detrimental factor for RRQ, and even then gain more advantage because they have more on the capabilities on gaining the advantage when it comes to having tanky champions, bruiser champions, and having at the same way a mid lane 4-1 setup player of a champion. Right, so I think it's just a massive champion pool that we can talk about. And speaking of champion pool, we talked about Helios. I want to talk about the overall. We saw UCE played out Nami in the past, and I want to hear your thoughts, Riku, on what you think the champions that will show up for both RRQ and UCE for this series.
I think there's a potential to see the Diana pick again come up. We saw the debut of JCP earlier when they went up against Tyrant. So I think we could possibly see the Diana pick again. Maybe even the Galio, just for that extra synergy on the board. The Diana comes in and the hero's entrance sort of overlaps the Moonfall. So I think it is a strong possibility. for the draft later on. Something to note though, you mentioned that RRQ does favor that 4-1 strategy. So I think if ever UCE decides to sort of constrict the pool of the Baron laner pool, just like what VVV did earlier, removing Fiora, Camille right off the bat, I think it's gonna be very interesting to see what RRQ decides to do. But there is a huge hurdle though, because while VVV was able to deal with Chaz's Lee Sin, the biggest question is whether or not UCE is ready to face that as well.
Are they? Is now going to be the question, and they have played the winning composition in the past, which is the Camille, the Gragas, the Janna, Corki, and the Aurelion against RRQ, and that was just a draft advantage that they had against RRQ. And now basically the foundation to answer for these teams is UCE gonna be able to do the same way on having that draft advantage against RRQ, or is RRQ gonna be risk tolerant and gonna be very dominating even before the game has started and picking out those champions that will be strong no matter what against UCE on champions that they could pick up? I think it will be based on the bans. As you stated, the Fiora ban I think is not just a target onto the Baron lane but also onto a champion of Helios. So it is not just one stone throwing onto a bird, or it's two stones. Two stones in one bird? One stone.
One bird with okay,
one
we're
bird
ruining
with
the-
two stones.
the
It
classic
was
quote.
mixed
There.
up. Yeah, it was mixed up. So yeah, I think that's gonna be something that we could think thus far into hitting multiple targets for UCE in the bans in the draft against RRQ to bring down the champion pool off them and decrease how massive the champion pool is for Rex Regum Khan.
Yeah, exactly. You eliminate the surprise of the return of the Fiora mid, and as well as sort of dwindle down the choices for a 4-1 strat of RRQ. And speaking of strats, I mean, UCE, when they first started the Mindanao group stages, they were known to be the team that prioritized dragons over anything else. Even though sometimes the towers or the waves aren't in their favor, they still want to pursue that dragon. Even though it seemed like sort of a weak point at day number 1, it served as a strength when they went up against RRQ, and moving over towards building that confidence towards this day number 3. So I love the evolution that UCE has showed everybody this far, and I'm excited to see more evolution, especially that again they came close to defeating RRQ last time. So I have a feeling that the draft is going to be such a big deal when it comes to whether or not UCE will win the first game again, like what happened before, or will RRQ not allow that to happen anymore and just make it a 2-0.
Yeah, is it a 2-0 or is it gonna be a 2-1? We saw how reverse sweep happened for RIQ in the past, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see on what will turn out for today. And as you mentioned, the objective game, I want to state on a quick point on that as well, because the objectives coming into Rift are very, very important. Having those dragon buffs increases your potential to go for the late game composition, the late game dominate against your enemy team. So I do believe when it comes to the 4-minute mark, wherein the first dragons are now coming in, the 6-minute mark wherein the Rift Herald comes up, UCE and RRQ will not let it slide. Either they go for the contest onto the same objective or look for another objective that they could take in and make some trades happen. Because this is what we saw in the past, right? If the Mountain Dragon is going to be the first objective, if a Cloud Dragon is going to be the first objective, often or not, some teams go for the turrets instead to get the Tower First Blood, gain the gold lead, buy some items so that when Rift Herald comes up, they could dominate that matchup in a 5v5 and gain the lead against the enemy team. And if they don't get Rift Herald, even then, they got the Tower First Blood already, so the gold is in their favor. Yes, you got a turret to trade it off, but just the amount of gold that you get extra from Tower First Blood is just massive to just belittle down to it. And now that's something that I'm looking into right now for RRQ and UCE coming into game number 1. And we talked about the first objectives here for this series. I now want to talk about the kills, the facing of the matchups. Now, I want to ask you, Riku, what do you think will happen in the early phase? Are they going in for a hyper-aggressive type of matchup? Or are they going in for a bit of a slow push wherein 4 minutes will only be the first clash. That will be the climb into kills.
Yeah, I think for RQ, it really does spell super hyper aggression for UCE. They want the objectives, they want the 5v5s, and they want to just get things out of the map. So I'm curious to see what the draft is going to look like.
And you spoke about the draft. Now let's dive in to the draft of the very first game of the third series for today. It's Fiora Akali being banned out by UCE to follow up as a Camille and a Gragas for RRQ. They respect the flexible picks. They respect the Baron lane. But Darius is going to be open for UCE as well. If they pick it up, I think UCE is looking to go for a poking composition as they did in the past. They picked up the Ezreal, they picked up the Ziggs. With now it not being banned away, UCE has the potential to go for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Rengar is open, so I guess for RRQ, they're aiming again to get this Kai'Sa for Ulexite this time. It's not going to be Marky, it's going to be Ulexite. Paired up with Hex, who made his debut as well yesterday and then today, respectively. So we're looking at Chaz's #1 Lee Sin pick. We talked about the Galio too earlier, so we could possibly see a Diana pick just for that extra synergy on towards JCP. Add in the Wukong, usually you see a Jarvan, but Wukong also works so well, especially Renji has won games a lot with this Wukong when they went up against Tyrant in day #1.
I think they're prioritizing and opting to go for maybe the AoE CCs instead of the lockdown, especially with a lot of mobile champions from RRQ in the form of Lee Sin that can safeguard away from that Cataclysm, and Kai'Sa can Killer Instinct back away for safety. So I think that is where UCE is thinking. But Garen and Braum being locked in by RRQ, they want to match it up on the tanky composition of UCE. With tanky composition, you have the counter to it. The Corki can shred down the armor and magic resistance of RRQ's champion with the Gatling gun every 2 seconds, bringing down 8 armor, and Corki will be the right answer from UCE. Now, who will be the mid lane for them though?
There we go, Diana. When we see a Galio, usually we expect possibly an Orianna or maybe a Diana. Diana has performed well when JCP played it when they went up against Tyrant in their previous series. So they're all fired up. Why change when it worked earlier? So now for RRQ, of course, they want a comfy lane for Helios. Usually you see that Ahri pick onto the Diana just because it's a little bit telegraphed. When you dash in, you get the charm in. So it's kind of similar when you fight with a Zed. So, Fizz! We talked about Fizz. We saw Fizz in, I think it's the Singapore region finals that happened a few hours ago. And it was Alliance that picked up a Fizz mid. We said that Helios's champion pool is hard to predict. So add this one up to his mid lane counter, or rather mid lane pool now, as that's what, 9 unique champions, 8 unique champions so far in the Mindanao group stages.
Exciting games, Rico. Fizz mid lane for RRQ. Now the question would be, how can it play in this game against UCE? And Rico, I want to ask this question. Is it an early game champion? Is it a mid game, late game champion? Because this is an unexplored champion that also has unexplored tactic and counter picks from UCE. And Rico, the ball is handed to you to answer that question because it's gonna be so exciting for this series.
Yeah, I think there is a snowball potential though, because I think, you know, Diana, the thing about Diana is that when you go in, there's no way out, and Fizz is just too slippery for you. So when you dash in, he can just dodge you and then counterattack with his ult, and then combine that with a Lee Sin jungler as well. I think it can get pretty massive, and they can this is similar to what they wanted to do back in the VVV matchup, where it's a Lee Sin and an Ahri. They want that strong roaming potential as well, considering that I guess there is how UCE can tend to play a little bit slow. So I think RRQ is banking on that, and they have that room to sort of roam around and possibly let Helios snowball on this Fizz.
Yeah, and a Fizz has extra escape route, right? Survivability built into his kill kit, right? It has an invisibility time frame coming right through when he just goes in for his playful or trickster. So I think that is where Fizz will come up. He can go very aggressive when it comes to the game, deal off massive amounts of damage. When he will be crashed down and pinned down by UCE, he can back away from his kill kit alone and even chum the waters. His ultimate, you talked about it, and it has a big radius to go for the knockup. If it doesn't connect to a single champion, it can be left alone on the ground and even have that zoning capabilities wherein UCE doesn't really want to go head front into those sort of setups from RRQ. So I think Fizz has a big opportunity to deal massive amounts of damage, zone out the enemy team, have CCs in favor of RRQ, and have escape routes. At the end of the day, that's going to be very important, and I think that is in the form of how the meta is currently building right now in the Philippine Summer Season C Icon Series, right? You see at the ADC, Varus being left behind, wherein Saya, Ezreal, Corki, Kaisa are the ones that are being on the top of the list because they have sort of the escape routes. And I think that will be applicable into the mid lane today as RRQ has explored the ends of the champion pool.
Yeah, they are ending this Mindanao group stages with a bang. I mean, this is their last game, both of them, their last game for this tournament group stage at least, and very excited to see how this will go. First Fizz of the Icon Series Philippines. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. It's game 1 of UCE versus RRQ. This is a close matchup. UCE are now building through their traditional. RRQ has went in for the untraditional. And also, I forgot to take note, Helios is a melee champion, right? Matching it up in a melee champion mid laner of UCE. And I think that is where the coach of RRQ, Coach Kaigu, has thought about making Helios play typically on how he counters onto the melee mid laners of UCE in the past. And it's just exciting, Riku, for today on what could show up. Although 45 seconds, no first blood has to be done. We're waiting for a little bit to get that power spike up and running.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the lane transpires. We're looking at Chum the Waters again, but as level 3 goes, I assume that JCP's lane may be a little bit tougher, as there will be more mobility skills available for Helios for sure to start to play around with in the lane, and something to consider.
Oh, Chaz now actually going in for the jungle invade, considering that Wukong will now be forced to flash away. He will not get the good in depth. That traitor UCE is now getting the pressure in from RRQ this early into the matchup. Majo will be next. It's gonna be Esla just going round. Wukong will be left in low HP. Force out the honey fruit, and they will go back as we have RRQ going in for the early roams and they're stating their dominance in the first minute.
Yeah, this is Chaz on his Lee Sin. This is the choice that UCE wanted to do. And, you know, they're really prepared, but this is the consequences, I suppose, as Chaz sort of stalking where Renji was. So they are going to get 2 Rift Scuttler starts at this point.
Yeah, 2 Rift Scutter start will give you the information on what could happen in the riverside, give you the information on where the jungle might be. And I think this is where Chaz is looking into, right? Go for the jungle invade, punish Renji as much as we can. You're looking at the 1 level difference here from RR2 and UCE into the jungle side, but here onto the bottom lane, we have an early aggression coming in from UCE, but they will opt to back away. Bu is not really having the sort of a dominance because they were diving into aggressively, and RRQ are just freezing the wave nearer to their turret. So if a fight occurs, they have the safe route to go on their turret and have that extra damage against UC.
Exactly. It is a really good strategy coming from RRQ. And I think something that I forgot to note is that, of course, Bo is going to be on this Galio, and it can be one of those potential punish if ever Helios decides to be very aggressive. You're looking at these 3 or 4 melee champions on the board, so very easy access for that taunt to activate.
Yeah, with 3-man roam from RRQ, look at how Darius will be forced to back away, and we're going back into traditional setup. right? This is like the first 3 minutes of the game. Three-man roam, dive under the turret, try to get a tap first blood. Although RRQ will not be able to utilize that very well, because as you all know, 5 minutes into the matchup, armor resistance of the turrets are increased exponentially, and even then, it is increased more for the Baron lane compared into the Dragon lane. So I think RRQ is not getting the good end coming in from the turret advantage, but now it's going to be Darius now being kicked up by Chaz. It's going to be the Dragon Rage, low HP. It's going to be the Slam Dunk, but he will be slain away with a kick coming in from Lee Sin at first blood for RRQ.
Yeah, the roam, we were talking about this as it is the Chaz and Helios duo with a very strong and powerful early game damage, and this is expected. And we remembered on how a lot of these teams, especially when they do have the Kaisa, especially when you're structured like this in a not so 5v5 comp, they're not exactly pressured to take first dragon. They're only there to hopefully see if they can get a pick. But their main goal is to exchange first blood tower over that first dragon and hope to see if they can get a kill on someone. Helios, though, picks up that Rabadon's early, so that's massive damage. Raw damage, rather, as Chaz is already here in the Dragon lane.
Definitely, that is not typically what we see. That is untraditional because a Rabadon's that can only give you magic power, but now it's gonna be into the bottom lane. The Exos comes up, but Galio will be melted down.
Wow.
The Moonfall connects onto 2. It's gonna be the 4-man roam from UCE. What a wonderful play, but Bu will fall down. No trade-offs will occur. RRQ will go back home with a free kill against UCE.
Yeah, that looked like RRQ being comfy that, okay, maybe there will be no lane gank, maybe JCP is not gonna be here, but it sort of backfired a little bit as UCE really did well in responding and finding the right timings and sort of matching the roams as well. Helios roamed somewhere else earlier, now it's JCP's time to do the same.
Roam will be the name of the game for this game number 1, because having that roaming potential can pressure in other lanes. When you're pressuring other lanes, there is a big goal for getting those kills, but mid lane it's gonna be the 2v1 into the mid side. JCP will be melted down. Lee Sin will be there to get the finishing blow, and the GA will be the priority here. But Chaz now going into the mid side, going to the top. It's the taunt coming in. The GA will be popped. It's now the 2v3 hero entrance is there for knock up onto Chaz. Chaz will be deleted, make it a 2 as Kaisa will fall down as well. But here we go, the response from RRQ. They want to make a trade, but Ezreal will be too late, and there will be no kill trade from RRQ. Galio will fall down. That will be the 3-4-1 in favor of UCE.
There you go, UCE reaps their rewards despite having, Bo is the only sacrifice. JCP was the earlier sacrifice. Again, despite RRQ getting that early 4v5 on the board, that did give them a boost, but they weren't completely there. The fact that Helios was not around in that fight as well, again, remember, most of the early kills sort of went towards him, so he was really needed in that fight, but he was zoned out by Majo on this Darius, and as a Fizz, you can't really do much at this stage against tanks, basically. You're aiming for the squishies, you're aiming for JCP.
Oh, everyone's crashing down into the bottom lane. It's gonna be the Moonfall connecting onto 2 as the Lee Sin will safeguard away, but JCP will just bring him down with a blink of an eye. RRQ will lose 1 member. The jungle will be melted down. It's now gonna be the Rift Herald going into the bottom side, trying to get that turret back away. It's now gonna be the 1-for-1. It's turret being taken down by UCE. It's now up close. UCE got the 2k gold lead. RRQ trying to go for the defense, but 4-man still for UCE into the Dragon lane. They're still trying to go for the aggressive play. A Rift Herald will fall down, but still, no. UCE will continue the game, will continue the match. It's gonna be the knock-up coming in from Helios now mid-side, trying to get the flank into the back lanes as UCE gets the 4 deaths from their team. The Majo will be the only one remaining. It's gonna be the slam dunk onto 1. Where is the next step from Majo? His ultimates are there. He is there to go for more kills. Majo will not connect, and that slam dunk will connect onto Chaz, but will not be enough to bring him down. RRQ will get 4 kills, 5 kills from that.
That was a little bit greedy from UCE, hoping that they could get another kill under turret. Take note, it's 8 minutes into the game. People spawn much sooner. People get to buy items much sooner and come back to lane. And that's the reason why UCE lost that fight. Now, it's another potential dragon fight.
RRQ Prom is into the front. Having the two taunts coming in for UCE is a massive play coming in from the heroes that runs in. It's gonna be the 3-man knockup and alongside with the Moonfall coming from UCE. This is their wombo combo. 3 will fall down for the RRQ. Chaz will be there trying to walk that away. It's the stasis trying to delay more fights, but UCE will get 4 kills out of that. Helios will be the only one remaining for RRQ. It's a 3k gold lead coming in for UCE.
What a wild turn of events! It's UCE with the mega confidence. Even though they lost the prior fight,
Ooh,
they are
Helios.
still pretty. Wow, Bonat stopping here. No follow up though. Just want to say how they were not discouraged at all. They just kept going, even though it is a 4v5 situation. Unfortunately, it became a 4v4 situation because Helios was hoping to get a flank, but by the time he was positioned to get a flank, the rest of the RRQ members were already down for the count. So unfortunately, again, Helios has these items on the board. He has, I wouldn't say most of the kills, but he was able to cash in from the earlier engagement. So he definitely needs to put his presence up, which is understandable because you're an assassin. You're waiting for the right timing, but UCE is just fast on their toes.
They're quick, they're fast with the mobile champions alongside with them. I mean, it's the difference between an early game power spike for RRQ and a mid game power spike for UCE. They have the Corki, they have JCP with the Diana as well. So having the Roel ready, he having built to go for the Rabadon stat cap, with Tactical having the Trinity Force built for UCE to receive a lot more damage for RRQ than they would have expected. So RRQ now being melted down by UCE is just a massive play from them. And with the Baron Nashor now alive, 4k gold lead for UCE, I'm looking at a more dominant play from them. Now looking at top, they're trying to go for the turret.
Yeah, without any questions whatsoever, because RQ will have to concede that tower for themselves. Something that Tactical bot, opting for that RFC because, again, melee champions, close quarters for RQ.
View is there, zoning out the enemy team with a taunt coming in from RRQ. We have Helios. Now it's gonna be the shark coming through. It's not gonna be the shark, it's gonna be a dog jumping all around. But UCE goes golden, and the ultimate of Helios will be negated, and RRQ will lose an ultimate in that engagement alone, losing out on those key wombo combo setup from RRQ.
They're doing a good job just being... again, they know that they're in the lead. They know that they're in control. Their composition allows them to sort of storm all of these towers and assert their dominance, basically, and scare away RRQ. Because we look at the Kaisa Ulex site here. That means they're waiting for the later stages of the game for this Kaisa to be effective, to be felt. That's the reason why we see Helios and Chaz here sort of finding how they can slow the game down, how they can take advantage of this pick, because eventually, we get to see Bo, Renji, Majo, these three champions will eventually be hard to assassinate, so it's only going to be JCP and Tactical. Imagine if you put Guardian's Angel on top of the Zonius Hourglass. That means Helios will have a much, much harder time assassinating and taking advantage of this fist pick.
Definitely. It's a matter of time here for both UCE and RRQ. Who will gain the better adaptability? Who will gain the better scaling in this matchup? But UCE going in for the Dragon, synonymous to their name. They're going for the objective game right now against RRQ. 3 Dragons already secured by them, and RRQ is falling down behind in terms of the percentage buffs that UCE is currently gaining from all the Dragons that they're receiving.
It is 3 dragons already. This is the win condition of UCE time and time again. They're after these dragons. They're fine. They're not pressured to start fights. They want the towers. And if RRQ takes on that challenge, they are going to be happy to accept that offer. And now that the Elder Drake is going to be the next things spawning downside. UCE is gonna heavily guard this area by the Baron buff. And now RQ has no choice but to sort of just react for now.
Wait for the right opportunity. Play the patience game for RRQ. They have played it in the past against Tyrant Gaming prior to the series and prior to today in day number 1. And we're in. It was pretty close, but they played it in a very patient game. It's now going to be the Dragon's Rage connecting onto the Galio, but Galio is too tanky. But is it tanky enough? Though the flash will now be forced away as Kaisa, Killer Instinct in, kills off View. But Killer Instinct is gonna put him in a bad situation. He will be pinned down by GCP and Tactical. He will be melted down. Moonfall coming in, connecting onto 3 as they will receive another kill from our RQ. It's a 2-4-2 as Helios will now be looking to try to go back away as 2-man is looking to kill him. Helios is going to be sighted by the turret. He will be slain by Wukong. I think he was thinking on trying to go for the suicide game and letting the turret kill himself. But Wukong got the last hit. It was a matter of time that he got the kill there. And that will be extra gold for UCE.
Yeah, the timer didn't expire, unfortunately. The mark of Renji still sorta kept, was there still, rather,
Yeah.
on Helios. But now, it is UCE's time to take the Baron. Take note, Chaz is on this Lee Sin, so there is a potential steal, if ever.
Asala is there, being knocked in by the Galio. Now Sonic Wave connects onto the Baron Nashor. Garmin goes spin around the map. He tries to go back away. Tribush is there, and RRQ will be successful in removing UCE's initiation onto the Baron Nashor.
Lich Bane now completed for Helios, so he is gonna have that extra oomph in battle. But take note, we brought up how it can get a little bit more difficult once the defensive items kick in for UCE. Zonius and then Guardian Angel. There's already one for Renji. So, and take into account the gold lead coming from UCE as well. But I gotta say though, RQ is doing a good job sort of slowing this down, perhaps converting it into, again, Ulexite being that prime damage output source, the sole damage output source, while Helios will be just cleanup duty in the next 5 minutes, if ever RQ is able to survive that long.
And I love it. I love the patience game right now from RQ. Now the question is, until when can they play the patience game against UCE? Because from the 4K gold lead a while ago for UCE, it's now building up into a 6K gold lead, into a 7K gold lead. It's a matter of time before everything crashes down for either of these teams in this current game. What will happen next will depend on how RRQ will play it out and how UCE will play the advantage game and get the remaining objectives that they could. The Baron Nashor is alive. A tier 2 turret is available into the mid lane and into the dragon lane as well. So UCE is now, I think, prioritizing onto those objectives while RRQ is looking for the right opportunity, but now it's the Elder Dragon initiated by UCE. RRQ, are you gonna give this for free for UCE? And it looks like the answer will be no. The teleports are now coming through. Galio will get the taunts up. It is gonna be the right moment for them to zone out the enemy team. Hero's entrance in, knocks up the enemy team. Chaz will be deleted and annihilated. Ulexite will be gone as well. It's now gonna be 2-man down for RRQ as UCE will be looking for more. Helios will go down as Hex and Esla will be the only one remaining. Braum will try to go under the turret, but Renji goes golden and he stays alive. GE is still there. He goes down, but no longer gonna be the case here. But Esla, the only one remaining in this match. Can you defend the Nexus? Can you defend the base against the 4-man team from UCE? And the answer would be no, as UCE will take first game against RRQ and beat them in the first game.
And it's looking like deja vu back in day number 1, where UCE was able to take one game off of RRQ. And now things are looking pretty good, pretty solid for this squad. And, you know, it's like they keep ramping up as the days go by. Their confidence is in, their draft is on point, and they were unfazed at all by, you know what, okay, we're not going to ban out this Lee Sin. and whatever Helios will pick, as long as we're gonna be keep banning these Baron laners, which we will talk about for sure later on when we discuss the draft. But the gold was slowly. There was a point where UCE took a dip in the gold, but they picked it back up after a while as they kept winning all these fights and catching RRQ off guard.
Yeah, and now I am questioning what will happen in the next game. Right, that will be sort of the mystery here in this series. Number one, will there be a reverse sweep once again? And you talked about how UCE was really just going in and waiting for the power spike to happen, and I think that was the thing. JCP was just waiting for the roll to come up, getting that needlessly large rod gives him a lot of APs to utilize against the enemy team. His Moonfall keeps on connecting against RRQ in some key points in the matchup, wherein some objectives are available. And you talked how about UCE keeps on prioritizing those dragons. RRQ was not able to really get a steal, to really get a kill onto the Infernal Drake out of the hands of UCE when they were going in for the initiation onto that objective. So I think coming into the next matchup, we would probably expect something more of an active play from RRQ, trying to get the objectives on and trying to go more on the snowball type of thing, wherein they got the early lead, they will capitalize it onto the mid game, late game to really dominate this series.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. UCE is not playing to whatever RRQ's music is, because RRQ, based on what we've seen today, they are banking on, again, either Ulexite or Marky on this Kaisa, and then hope for him to ramp up, hope they can survive. They always have two options: rely on that late game scaling Kaisa, or rely on the mid and jungle duo Chaz and Helios to snowball and roam and get a lot of kills.
And now we are looking at the Game 1 highlights, presented to you by Oppo Reno 5, Play of the Game.
This one, I mentioned how UCE was a little bit greedy there, pushing towards the second tier tower, and that is the reason why we saw RQ was able to sort of punish this overextension, overstaying. But at the end of the day, UCE's composition works in this point of the game. Again, 5v5, actually a 4v4 situation as Majo was walking out from the base. And with that said, it's just such a struggle when RRQ is forced to these, again, fights, which is a 5v5 that they're not prepared for. Look at that moonfall. It's just beautiful coming from JCP. And if you compare that with a Fizz, Diana just has a lot to offer when it comes to the team fights.
Yeah, that Moonfall keeps connecting JCP time and time again. Ensures that RRQ will not be able to dominate the mid-game, late-game team fights because of the 3-man knockups, because of the 2-man knockup that keeps on connecting against the enemy team. And in terms of some occasions, I think RRQ was overextending to the point that we have UCE to be able to bring them down in a blink of an eye. That just finished the game off with a lot of objectives in their roster for the side of UCE. They have won that through and through. And now the master of the match will be Tactical from UCE using the Corki.
Tactical's positioning, I mean, I think he was that silent killer. There were a lot of threats to his life, like the Lee Sin, like Chaz and Helios, especially on the Fizz, but his positioning sort of kept him out of the radar against these very mobile champions on the opposite side. So good job coming from Tactical, opting for that RFC as well for your second item, just to get a little bit on that edge of that range, especially you're up against 4 melee champions on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, it's a fun series that we have experienced. It was very, very close. It was very, very intense. And now we have to stay up on what the foundations might be for game number 2. What could be the potential that will happen next? What will be the champions that can come through? Are these certain bans from UCE and RRQ that will be specific targeted onto a single player? Right? This will be some of the questions that I really want to be answered right now. And Rico, I want to hear your thoughts coming into game number 2. What will be some of your expectations coming in?
Well, my expectations are Baron laners continue to be banned. Rengar may not be picked, and Lee Sin will still continue to be open. And possibly another Helios pick we've never seen before because they need to take this to a game number 3. They need to surprise UCE even more because this Fizz pick, honestly, unfortunately rather, did not work out so well. I guess we didn't get to see Fizz and Diana matchups a lot, and we'd expect a little bit more, but JCP played that lane very conservatively. And as a Diana, you're fine not getting early kills because you're a Diana. You have that moonfall in the later stages of the fights, in the 5v5 team fights. You're not pressured to get kills at all. For Fizz, on the other hand, especially if you're paired with a Lee Sin with Chaz, it seemed that they wanted to make something happen. It felt like they needed a mistake from UCE to happen. Maybe an overextension or something like that, but it did not happen at all because every single time we expected that JCP would initiate first, but no, keeping the shields intact whenever Helios would dash in, shield in, the trade does not work because you have a shield. So I like how JCP played that lane up against Helios.
Yeah, it's an extra step ahead, right? The sustainability will give you the opportunity to just go for more on the passive play wherein you're just waiting for the enemy team to come in. You go for the barrier, you burst down the enemy team, and therefore gain the counter engagement, gain the counter punch against RRQ from game number 1. It's a matter of time wherein everything will fall down into place. Now, the mid lane, you talked about Helios, and I want to ask you, what do you think are the champions that is still gonna be sort of a viable option for Helios? We saw already Twisted Fate, the Fiora, the Galio, the Fizz rather, for RRQ's side. What do you think are some of the other options still that can be picked up by RRQ?
That is a good question. I mean, I think this would be very beneficial if RQ would remain red side in game number 2, just to see what matchup he is going to encounter, because he is definitely the type that likes to go assassin versus assassin. Like, I'll take you on with that challenge. So I guess it depends what JCP picks, because I think if we're going for a Diana again, maybe he'd fall back to an Ari pick, or maybe play the lane a little bit safer. But it's Helios. He wants to possibly win that lane, get ahead with Chaz most likely, win whatever jungler he picks, mainly an early game champion.
The early game champion will give you a very great early game phase that could lead your power spike champions to a very good standing. So I definitely see that happening into trying to balance those early game champions, mid game champions, and those good power spike champions coming into game number 2. And now looking at this draft from game number 1, we're now looking at some analysis here. Fiora being banned away about UCE onto targeting the Baron lane and the mid lane of RRQ at the same time. We talked about this a while ago when it comes to prior to the first draft, wherein I think it's gonna be very important hitting two birds with one stone.
Yes.
Right, two
2 stones with 1 bird. No, 2 birds with 1 stone.
It's
You're
a
right.
double
Oh my
shot.
gosh.
It's a double shot on the single entity. but yeah, it's a target onto 2 players of RRQ onto the Fiora pick. And I think the Akali is just sort of a respect ban, because RRQ has played in the past. It gives you the entrance into the back lanes, right? The entrance into the backside, wherein you have a lot of backline access. So banning it away means that Corki will be able to really just free reign onto the backside, not have any sort of contest coming in from RRQ, which will delete the ADC and the mid lane of their team. So I like the running bans here from UCE, and RRQ has banned the Camille and Gragas as sort of the respect ban on 2 tournament power picks. It's a tournament meta bans, because Camille and Gragas could be first pick, and that has a lot of control in game. Hextech Ultimatum is just a single target, gets you secured kill. Gragas is there, very, very flexible in the map, can be played in jungle, can be played in mid, can be played in Baron, can be played anywhere, even as a support into the dual lane. So it's a matter of trying to bring down those champion pools and the meta picks for the game number 1. Now, Rico, I want to hear your thoughts. What are you thinking coming right in for these bans that we're seeing from game number 1?
All I'm thinking is that I think VVV has found the air quote weakness of RRQ from earlier, because when we look at UCE's bans, these are exactly the same bans that VVV did. Prior to this day, usually what people ban when they're up against RRQ is the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. Now for day number 3, it basically changed, and RRQ's game state also changed. They seem to struggle if they can't do a 4-1 composition. And now it seems that UCE will most likely continue to ban this same bans, I think, depending on where this, if UCE is going to be red or blue. I'm very curious to see what will be unleashed, because we haven't seen the Rengar, we haven't seen the Ziggs in this series just yet. And I think RRQ can pick that up for themselves and accelerate the game. Because again, UCE is the type to just focus on objectives. If you focus on objectives, then maybe you can get more towers while they're busy in other parts of the map.
And you mentioned the switch inside selection that can change up the bans. I want to talk about that because I do believe if RRQ now comes into the blue side selection, they're gonna ban away the Galio and potentially even the Camille, not having a huge priority onto a Rengar ban. Because recently, as we saw, it was just a bit of a falling off. You know how to counter it with an early game dominance coming into a certain game. So I think Galio and Camille will be the priority ban here from RRQ, having sort of an initial setup or initial thinking on picking up the Gragas instead for their team. Because if UCE though bans away the Gragas, they could pick up the Fiora, they could pick up the Akali instead. So it's a matter of trying to play mind games against UCE. And similarly, I think UCE, regardless of whichever side they will be, I think we'll have sort of a similar type of bans, because Fiora for RRQ is just too dominant, to just left behind, and Akali is sort of a champion that is really that strong when it comes to accessing the back line. So I do believe that UCE will sort of hover into a similar bans, maybe change up one or another. But overall, I think it will look to a similar storyline here for a different side selection if it does happen for game number 2. And Riku, what are your thoughts coming into it? What are the bans that you're expecting coming in for a switch side?
Well, you're right. I have to agree with you. With not a lot of changes, maybe the Gragas switching it into a Ziggs, if ever one of whoever is at blue side or whoever is at red side is comfortable with the Gragas pick anyways. So I think the Gragas can be interchangeable, but Camille, Fiora, Akali should remain the same no matter what sides these teams do for red and blue. And yeah, I think the Akali pick has been picked up by Helios as well. So I do think UCE does not want that to be unleashed as well. There's just so much value in the Fiora and Akali pick, Akali ban, to be honest, just because of 2 players on the squad of RRQ is able to play that as well. But something that I can expect though, maybe not a new unique champion coming from the side of RRQ, I think Helios can go back to the Twisted Fate pick rather, but I think it will depend on which matchup it's going to be. I think there is going to be a little bit of a struggle if the Galio is going to be open and picked up by our UCE. So they're going to weigh their choices here, because the Fizz pick was beautiful on paper. It was supposed to be flashy. You pair that up with the Lee Sin and Chaz, and unfortunately it did not work out.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of gaining the sort of the exact ideal motion of how a Fizz could play into that game number 1, wherein they will get the advantage. But unfortunately, the papers weren't checked, like the task list weren't checked out for them to gain that lead against UCE from the game number 1 to dominate and get the win. And now they're really onto a pressure moment on what they want to do for game number 2. As you've spoken, go back to a traditional type of setup wherein they're going back into traditional picks. They're going back into sort of the traditional champions that are very strong in the meta. Because if you're looking at it, they prioritize onto the Lee Sin, they prioritize onto the Kaisa. These are very good champions, but to follow through, you leave a lot open for UCE to pick up. you let the Galio come in, Wukong come in, Corki come in for your team, and I think that's just a statement that UC also wants to say, and it's just a shred amount of armor that Corki has into the mid game, wherein a lot of damage will come through, especially onto a Garen Braum. That's a very tanky champions coming into the Rift.
Exactly. So RQ can pick up something that can challenge UCE, so that they don't have to always give up first dragon, second dragon all the time. So maybe switch up their AD carry. I know I wasn't able to watch this during the break, but somebody, I think from the Singapore Icon series, picked up a Varus for the very first time. I think I've seen it for the very first time. Maybe they picked that up before.
Yeah.
Not sure if it was the Vietnamese Icon series or the Singaporean Icon series. There's just so many finals today happening. But for yeah, it could be a. I don't know how Varus can fit though, just because there's just so many assassins on the board. There's just so many backline access, and especially now we see how popular a Galio and Diana pick is. But if ever an alternate choice that can sort of compete with early dragon takes, perhaps we can look at the usual Ezreal, maybe the Tristana, perhaps. And you know what? Something that we never ever see in the Philippine Icon series, Miss Fortune. I think there is potential with a Miss Fortune, especially we have a lot of Jarvan 4 players here in the Mindanao group stages. So Cataclysm and then Bullet Time. I think it can be perfect. Take the Braum for yourselves, so that there's no counter to the Bullet Time. So I think it can be a really good formula for, again, these contestants on the dragon, first dragon and second dragon.
Yeah, wombo combo. And on top of that, sprinkle in a little bit of a Galio there into the mix, right? You have the Cataclysm to jump in. You have the Galio to go for the Hero's Entrance, Miss Fortune to go for the Bullet Time, which is going to be a lot of damage coming through and a lot of CCs that can just delay how the match would work out. So I do see it happening in the Rift if they really want to go for that wombo combo type of setup. And you also mentioned about Varus, and I do believe Varus has a little bit of a potential coming into the Rift as well. In the reason that if you have a lot of tanky champions, maybe a Galio as a support and a Garen into the Baron lane, so that when it comes to the mid game, in terms of like the 8-minute mark, the 9-minute mark, wherein everyone is roaming, you have a safe play into the back lanes, not really having the risk of getting targeted by the enemy champion. So I think Varus has a lot of potential as well. And you talked about the Varus, you talked about a Miss Fortune, we saw a Fizz, we saw a Nami. I want to see a Renekton. Renekton was so dominant coming in from the Hong Kong Icon series, right? We saw how it was played out by another team. They were really constantly damaging it, and it was a sort of an alternative onto a Fiora. They were going in for the 4-1 setup, let Renekton do what he wants to go for. Then he just goes into the Baron lane, just disrupts the lane, go into the Dragon lane, disrupts the lane. And I want to see that happen coming in for this game or even into the next series if it doesn't come up for this one. And I really want to see that happen. And I really want to ask you on this one, Riku. What do you think is the potential of Renekton and why it's not being picked up by the Philippines in the Icon series?
I think it's huge because Chaz is a Lee Sin player. The Renekton and Lee Sin top and jungle duo is so huge. It has potential. Really good tower dive. Level 5 is the potential is strong there for early game kills. So shifting not towards Helios anymore for the early game kills, but towards Isilla. So I like your idea very much. But so far though, the bans are the same. Just as we predicted.
Yeah, we're going back into traditional, but you know what? RRQ is gonna change it up a bit. We have the Wukong, the Yan and Ban here from RRQ. They're respecting the wombo combo, but this leaves the Galio, the Gragas, the Camille open for UCE to pick up. A lot of flexible champions to let them be, and I think RRQ is playing mind games here. You know what? We're gonna leave a lot of flexible champions. You picked first, we're gonna pick the remaining 2 of those flexible champions. And now the Gragas, the Galio open for RRQ to pick up are gonna be very strong individual champions. Now UCE needs to think, what can we do? Are we gonna pick up the Corki? Are we gonna pick up the Kaisa and the Janna Braum so that we can counter on how RRQ will try to build up on their defensive play, on their defensive game? And I think UCE into their third pick are going to prioritize onto support. Give it to Bew.
Yeah, I think Bo can potentially pick up the Janna or maybe the Braum, just as you mentioned. For never mind. Actually, we talked about the Ziggs earlier on. I mean, there is still that decision. Don't know if that is going to be what do you call this? A Galio support towards Hex or maybe towards Helios. We will find out because this is red side once more. And they are going back to Marky. This is Marky now for our second game. It's not Ulex side anymore. So the Braum now being picked up by UCE. And that is going to be your main disengage if you want to keep poking and then secure those dragons and get out of that pit. Curious to see what the Baron laner or the jungler is going to be because again, Camille being picked doesn't really give out too much. Is that a Graves jungle we're going to be seeing today?
It is! It's now locked in by UCE. I think they want to play the range game against RRQ. They're looking to go for more on the range advantage, especially how RRQ has built up their draft. The Gragas, Galio, Jarvan 4. And Jarvan 4 is not the best in the world when it comes to the game clear of the jungle camps. But considering that UCE had this draft available for them, we have the Annie now being locked in by RRQ. Summoning the Tibbers. We're going for the 6th man here for RRQ.
Yeah, this is again spelling out aggression once more. A lot of AP damage on the board. Early game is the name of the game for RRQ again. Gragas earlier on can burst someone down immediately, and you pair that up with an Annie and the perfect setup to sort of supplement that, which is the Jarvan 4 flag and drag, and as well as your Cataclysm. I think it's the perfect meal. You have the pot, you have the fire, and I think it's perfect if they're able to layer all these skills together up against UCE.
Yeah, Jarvan 4 Cataclysm summoning the Tibbers, that's like a perfect radius that you can cook up the enemy team because you have a lot of stuns up there, and to follow up you also have the Galio to go for the hero's entrance. If RRQ is considering that they were a little bit of an aggressive type of setup, they want to fall back a bit, they have a disengage in the form of the explosive cast coming in from the Gragas. So I think they're really going in hand, they want to play it like team coordinated, because if they don't have that team coordination, if they don't have that synergetic type of play, they're gonna fall down against UCE because UCE has a lot of type of poking composition, peeling you down. You have the Ziggs that control bombs from far away, and Corki is there as well. I think Jarvan 4 will not have the greatest time of his life to lock into Corki because of how the Valkyrie would work, how the special delivery would work to try and save UCE's life. So it will depend right now on the execution of these two teams, and I'm not seeing a very dominant early game aside from maybe UCE's Graves and Braum that can go for the jungle invade to match it up onto a Jarvan 4. So we might expect that in terms of the first 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, they're excited to see if whether or not UCE wants to play that aggressive game up against Chaz here on the Jarvan 4. Not going to be seeing him on the Lee Sin this time, despite the continuous bans against him since day 1 and 2, and now 3 has definitely changed, and a lot of teams have adjusted and know how to play around Chaz's Lee Sin, and now we're seeing him back on this Jarvan 4. Yeah, for RRQ, I think it's going to be very aggressive for them, mainly the first 3 members of RRQ. You've got Escilla, you've got Chaz, you've got Helios here, gonna be laying on the hurt, laying on the action, and it's a mirror of what they have been trying to do today in the first game up against VVV till now the second game, potentially the last game if UCE decides to end it here and now.
Can they defeat the prior undefeated team in the Mindanao group stage, or will RRQ prevail for today and only gain 1 loss against their rival here at the Mindanao region? That will be the storyline to tell here for UCE right now coming into day number 3. They have downloaded the information on how RRQ has been playing throughout day number 1 and day number 2. So it's a matter of utilizing that information, applying it in game, and try to manipulate it to favor your team rather than the enemy team. And I'm excited for the Annie as well. We talked about how Jarvan synergizes stuff like these, but I'm talking about the individual matchup against the Ziggs in the mid lane alone. I don't know whether how this would turn out into being an Annie favor or a Ziggs favor, because Ziggs has a lot of range to try and poke down Annie when it comes to the early game, which will receive a bit more harder time for Annie to gain the CS, to gain those minion kills, and I think that will be UCE's sort of ammunition against RRQ. Well, RRQ is, I think, playing towards those 5v5, those gang compositions, because if they don't, they're really gonna be having the disadvantage in individual lanes, individual matchup for those champions available in the Rift.
Yeah, for the side of Helios and JCP, I think I have to hint it a little bit towards the Ziggs, just because you mentioned bigger range. You don't have to be in range of any sort of point blank Tibbers drop or maybe any of the poke skills coming from the Annie. The only thing the Ziggs really has to watch out for is maybe flash proto belt and then stun. I think that is the only thing he has to be careful for, but anything other than that, he is going to be fine. He can farm safely with his bouncing bombs, and we've seen how Ziggs players can get really safe no matter what the opponent is. And something to consider too is for RRQ, they do have really good wave clear as well, so I am expecting another roam perhaps coming from Helios and the side of Chaz. Maybe take a little visit towards top side, because when it comes to mobility, or rather when it comes to squishiness, you're not seeing a Garen at top anymore. You're not seeing a Darius on top anymore. It is going to be Majo on something squishier with just a hook shot as your form of mobility and escape.
Yeah, I think this is really a hard thing to do. And you talked about how Annie needs to go for the flash and proto build, and I think that should be sort of a secured kill if they want to go for that aspect of the matchup. Because if Annie just goes for the flash and just goes for the proto build, he has no escape route to try and go away against UCE. So I think RRQ needs to think, is this gonna be a secure kill for us to use our high priority or high value spells against UCE to try and get the kill, right? And typically what happens is, if you use the flash for a kill, you want the lane to be reset. Because if you go for the reset, you can then go for the recall, gain some items, to buy some items, and gain that lead, gain that edge against your enemy team. If you don't, and use the flash, and not having the lane for reset and not get any kills, it is not gonna look anything different from having a big disadvantage coming in from yourself.
Yeah, it may not look good at all if that did happen. As for RQ, I am expecting a lot of dives. When you see a Galio and a Jarvan 4 in the same team, for some reason, you have to expect a lot of dives. And maybe we could expect RQ to pump up the aggression a little bit, because so far, all of their compositions always spell aggression, early game aggression, minus possibly the Kaisa, since they do want the Kaisa to ramp up. But the rest of the lanes are good to go for skirmishes and roams. So I am expecting that coming from RRQ. So I'm so excited to see if that is indeed going to happen. For UCE, again, they do have at least mode of disengages. Individually speaking, you have the Satchel for safety, Valkyrie for mobility. You've got the Braum as well for that disengage. And the itty bitty dash coming from the graves, I suppose, and the hook shot. So both individually speaking, UCE has tools as long as they keep these tools in for a defensive maneuver instead of something that they can use aggressively.
And I want to talk about the ADC of UCE, the individual matchup of these two ADCs from both RRQ and UCE in this one, because Kaisa up against Corki, I think they both have a mid-game type of power spike when Trinity Force and level 5 needs to be secured by Corki, and Kaisa sort of only needs to have that BF sword, Executioner's Calling, and the long sword as well to gain the 70 attack damage for the Caitlyn ring to be upgraded. But recently, the package of the Corki has been nerfed up. It's 150 seconds for each time for it to arrive, and it will go up in like what 4 minutes into the matchup we're in. It needs to be utilized by the Corki very well because the difference between a first dragon and the first Rift Herald is just so quick. Imagine the 4 minutes into the first dragon, right? 6 minutes already into the Rift Herald, and Corki still would take time into trying to take in time of the utilization of the special delivery. And I want to ask you, Rico, what do you think will happen coming into those certain objectives wherein I think UCE needs to play around the special delivery because of how the knockup would work, how the mobility would work, and extra escape route for a Corki to be playing it out against RRQ? Or are they gonna play it like a very risk tolerant type of team coordination, whether you know what, let's use the package onto the first dragon objective, gain the permanent dragon buff, and Rift Herald is just a basically, you know what, let's just go all in, be risk tolerant, and go, I don't know, just go all in. Try to get the objective.
Well, for the Corki package, I don't think the nerf really hurt him because the rest of his kit is still intact. I mean, the package in general looks a little bit weak anyways because how telegraphed it is and how it wouldn't really stay as long as you would want it to when you do go in and pick it up and then take it to towards the dragon or the Rift Herald or the Baron, because it's so easy to play around with. You basically wait for it to expire or wait for it to be forced out of the Corki. So I think the package is just like an extra thing for Corki, but not exactly something detrimental to this Corki pick. So I think Corki has been very fine in his own game state. He has been winning a lot of games so far in the Mindanao group stages. Actually, compared to Kaisa, especially in game number day number 3, Kaisa is actually not looking too well right now.
Yeah, Corki is typically the running meta here at Mindanao region day number 3, right? It has been the priority as the ADC. I think it's a matter of seeing the enemy team draft, because often or not, in here in day number 3, what we see in the draft are tanky champions, right? The defensive capability of these champions are going to be negated onto how a Corki would work. If you prioritize onto a Kaisa, he doesn't really have that innate ability to shred down the armor of the enemy team, and I think that is one of the reasons why a Corki is slowly being prioritized here, aside from maybe the Kaisa. Although I see a Kaisa being fitted in as a role into those diving compositions that you really need to dive in to gain those quick responses, gain those quick follow-ups. And I think this one situation for RRQ, because they have the Gragas, they have the Jarvan 4, and even the Galio, is synonymous to having a diving composition. I think Kaisa is more on fitting a bit more well rather than having a Corki instead coming right up against UCE's draft, especially how a Ziggs is wanting to stay into the backlines instead, trying to go all in into the fight in a 5v5. So I believe that is what RRQ is thinking right now, while UCE is more on playing kind of the package game, trying to play around how Camille would work, lock into a Kaisa with Exec Ultimatum. And we talked about, you know what, Ziggs, Corki, the ADCs, the support. We've seen it already. Now I want to talk about the jungle. This is going to be a very interesting story, right? The Graves and the Jarvan 4. And I want to hear your thoughts, Rico, about it. What do you think about the individual matchup between these two?
Yeah, it's very different from what we see usually, because I think a lot of the junglers that we see being picked all the time are more on that supplemental engage. They are usually the ones that engage for the team, or the secondary engage, like a Vi, like a Jarvan 4, like a Lee Sin, or something like that. But this time around, UC is opting for something that is going to keep farming, and with this double 80 composition for UCE, so a ton of 80 damage on the board alongside with that balance in the middle JCP on this AP. So they are going to be doing two different things for the squad. I'm excited because you're looking at a range versus melee matchup.
Everyone is ready to rumble here at this game number 2. Can RRQ go for the reverse sweep, Or can UCE gain that wipe out against RRQ and beat down the undefeatable champion or team from day number 1 and day number 2? Tactical and Braum just going for the leash onto a Graves, trying to help him out. And pretty much, I think it's a standstill for the first minute and a half in this matchup, waiting for the level 3, waiting in for the level 5.
For the duo lane, there is a potential of aggression. Usually we see a Kaisa being paired by something a little bit more defensive, like a Braum or a Janna. But I think that Galio does have a little bit of potential to sort of be a little bit more aggressive, especially when we take Chaz into the equation and possibly visit the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, visiting the bottom lane I think would be key because you have the capabilities on going for those roams, those responses, and having an extra member into the bottom lane can gain you the lead when it comes to pressuring into the ADC and pressuring onto the support, especially having Marky and Tactical having sort of a requirement to gain the power spike. But now it's going to be Hags going for the 2-man taunt. What will happen next? Half HP for Braum for UCE and make it the Void Seeker connecting as well, making it a 1/4 HP remaining.
That's what we saw, the mixy-matchy of the duo laners. Kaisa, Janna, okay, defensive, not gonna do much in the lane, but Kaisa Galio can be scary. Chaz, though.
Chaz going for the backside. UCE doesn't have any information on where Chaz might be, but Chaz will now come in and step out of the border. Having the ward for UCE will gain them the information. Now Chaz will be forced to back away because he stepped over the limit, and RRQ will just get a little bit of a steal onto the jungle camp of UCE.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a trade there, as Renji did finish off Chaz's Krugs as well at the top portion of the map, but he is spotted by a ward as well in that tri-brush, so nothing will happen there. The die potential of a Camille and a Graves, I say a little bit too risky. There's just too many CC on the side of Asilla on this Gragas.
Flag and drag, Cataclysm onto JCP, but he went overboard. They were fighting under the turret. Chaz received a lot of damage. Indeed, will be a lot in terms of the damage taken, and now he's back away. Renji, though, will get the information on where Chaz might be. The smite will be there to slow him down. The flash will now be forced away. The spell advantage for UCE will be down.
Oh, that is an important summoner spell. That means UCE, especially Renji, is free to go inside the jungle.
Helios, Tibbers onto Renji. He will just walk out away like it was a walk in the park. UCE will still stay alive. No kills still will be done. 3 minutes and 25 seconds into the matchup. Just a bit more and the dragon will come up. But here Majo went in for the mid lane roam, tries to get the kill, tries to go for the roam, and Helios was solo at that point. Without his teammates, he would have died in that fight. But thankfully enough, no first blood still into the match of first 3 minutes and 45 seconds into the match.
No one wants to die in this 3 minutes so far. I mean, summoner spells have been burnt. No barrier for Helios. Flash is still available, so that play we talked about during the draft, the flash stun Tibbers in, is still going to be available in case UCE tries to force a dragon once more. Again, they are the team that likes these objectives first, so now RRQ, this composition is equipped to fight 5v5. It is not the same where they have to go trade a first blood tower. This is their time to shine.
Flag from Chaz onto the Mountain Dragon. It looks like RR2 wants to go for the dominance onto the Dragon's Pit, unlike how they did in game number 1. But UCE, though, is here on the back side. Graves will be zoned out the way. The Blasting Cone will now be used. RR2 will secure first objective into the matchup. First Dragon will go to them.
Tactical?
The Tonto will connect onto one. It's a hero entrance. Gonna be cancelled. That RR2 will be forced back away. The Exos connect onto Marky. The flash is out coming in. The Killer Instinct will not be enough to go for the shield and defend himself, and they will get double kill for the side of UCE, and that will be a trade onto a 2 kill for the Mountain Dragon.
What a fight from UCE, the confidence!
Helios Flash away from Majo. The flash for Flash, but Majo will gain the edge with the kick coming in for Helios's face. He will be sliced up away. Another kill for UCE.
What a wild turn of events. With that said, that's a 3k gold lead already. And this is the point where, okay, Triforce already completed. I believe Tactical either had that coming in to the Dragon fight earlier, or he just finished it as he went back to base after so many kills. Well, he didn't get all of the kills. It's actually what? Bo getting 2 kills for himself. So a little bit of extra gold, a little bit of reward for him for the next Rift Herald fight. Excited to see this because again, RRQ is equipped to fight, but failed in the first instance. We'll have to see if part 2 will be their day.
Yeah, can history repeat itself, wherein RRQ will also gain the advantage at a cost of kills coming in from UCE, but it looks like it will be not, as UCE will go for the Rift Herald. No information for RRQ to go for the contest here, and now 1v1 bot, 700 HP. Rift Herald will be secured by Renji. No contest from RRQ, having insights onto how Renji is catting into the mid lane. It's now going to be Tibbers going on for the stun onto Renji. Renji will fall down. 1 HP. Red team will get the kill. But here we go. Braum went in for the Glacial Fish connecting onto 2. And that will be Chaz falling down as well. The Rifter will be summoned into the mid side. Body slam onto Braum. View is too low. Hexic ultimatum into the backside connecting onto Helios. Helios will be too low to fight. Killer Instinct will be coming in to go for the response and save his partner's life. But Braum will now be falling down. The stun will not connect. And JCP will now be forced to back away. No mana to try and save his life there and then. Annie will get the kill. Triple for RRQ.
Ooh, I think UCE, I think Renji there overstepped a little bit, overextended a little bit, didn't have any vision in the side brushes. So he had no idea that a stun was waiting for him, and he was the first one to get bursted down. And UCE basically lacked an extra manpower. They lacked that extra damage on the side of Renji, so that's the reason why they struggled.
Knock up, taunt coming in from Majo. We have a support here from Marky, but he will be too late as Majo hook shots away and go for the recall.
Yeah, I mean, hook shot, Majo still gonna be a little bit fine. Flash not even burned as well. So RRQ need to find fights like that time and time again, but
Tactical, View, Dead Brush against RRQ, but no, we go for a Valkyrie away. And Corki will still be safe alongside with View, just jumping around alongside with Corki. No kills will be done yet, but UCE will still gain that 5k gold lead.
yeah, still a 5k gold lead as RRQ hoping to close that gap for sure, and it will surely help once they try to contest this next dragon spawn, maybe turn it into 4v5.
Chad, Flag and Drag will not get the knock up onto Majo, and Majo will still be safe. And this is what I like about Camille, the safety, the escape route that Camille does have.
Exactly, it does sort of create a hotspot. A top side makes RRQ use a lot of resources rather, just to try and catch Majo. But look at them now, trying again, part 3 on this dragon.
Yeah, it's now the Ocean Drake, a hyper priority dragon alongside the Infernal Drake, Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of damage comes through. It's a Glacial Fisher knocking up onto the backside. It's Kaisa and Annie now being exhausted, but RRQ will gain the Ocean Drake, and now it's gonna be 1 kill, 2 kill. View will fall down as RRQ will try to go back away. They're happy with the dragon kill that they've gotten. Hook shot away. The flash will now be burned. It's now gonna be the Smite killing off Tiber. Stuns connects onto 2. UCE will be delayed, and they will not get any trade as RRQ will go home with a buy one, take one onto the Ocean Drake and a kill against UCE.
That could have been a little bit dicey. I saw that Esila was nearby Majo teleporting to the Dragon River. He was so close. Maybe he tried to body slam to cancel out Majo's teleport, but it did not happen. And that could have gone in RRQ's favor if Majo's teleport did not push through, but it did. So RRQ is forced again to back away and respect the power of UCE at the moment.
But the surprising thing here is how UCE keeps on sustaining the 5k goal lead, even though RRQ gains objectives, gains kills. and no trade for UCE at that. So it's just unbelievable to see how UCE is going in for lane pressure, farming into the jungle camps, and just pressuring in all lanes to really secure the amount of RRQ trying to come back into disadvantage of UCE. So I am looking forward into how mid game would work and how late game would work, especially now 10 minutes into the matchup. The Baron Nashor now alive. Anyone to take this? This might be their winning factor coming into game number 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though they don't have 2 dragons, they do have 3 towers in their pocket. So this Ziggs is paying off a lot for the side of UC. They're able to increase that gold gap through different sources of gold income. Not other than kills, of course, these towers as well. But top side though,
Biu now coming in, gets a sight onto 2. Taunt will connect onto 1. Mega Inferno Bomb actually getting a lot of damage in. Glacial Fissure will not connect. EPs are now coming through from RR2. Hero's Entrance zoning out the enemy team. That will be the Cataclysm locking onto Biu. Biu will be stunned. He will be fallen down. It's now going to be the 2-4-0 trade of Graves gets kill onto Kaisa. But Renji is too low to try and sustain himself much longer. It's going to be triple from RRQ. But Camille has another thing into the Dragon Lane. You know what? Have a party into the top side. We're going to get another objective done into the Dragon Lane and tier 2 turret down.
yeah, that is huge from UCE. They're creating space away from the Baron, which could be the potential win condition. And now Magic just trying to clear the waves too to save this tower.
It's now RRQ trying to pressure in mid, but still UCE with those responses against RRQ cannot do anything. And up until this point, 12 minutes into the matchup, RRQ has gotten no turrets as of yet. Map control is still dominantly handled by UCE.
Yeah, they're basically getting a taste of their own medicine. It is usually RQ going for the 4-1 setup, and now it is UCE on this Majo for this Camille, just creating a lot of hurt, just creating a lot of pressure in the side lanes. And if RQ just commits too long,
Protobelt, Tibbers actually getting something to JCP and Biu will be falled away. But now it's gonna be the Glacial Fissure connecting onto 4. Cataclysm under the turret. That will be sort of buying some time for both UCE and RRQ to take it away. Explosive cast, JCP, 1 HP. That will be the stun coming in from Annie, putting him down. And Renji will come away a bit too late into the party. RRQ will get the kill onto JCP and Biu. And they will be happy with the dominant kill against UCE. And they are here to dominate. They are here to make it back into the matchup, and UCE will think what they need to do. As Infernal Drake will now be alive. It's potentially going to be 3v5. Maju will now be caught in onto the bush. Hookshot to try to go back away. 4k HP. It's a 3-man knockback coming in from the body slam of Esla. Now it's going to be the Hextech Ultimatum connecting onto Kaisa. It's Hero's Entrance zoning out the enemy team. Forced to back away. Esla will be the target here from UCE. 1 HP from Renji. He cannot afford to go under the dragon and get the still up. But now here's Hex coming in, going for the flank, taunting in, and that will be one punch kill for the Graves, and UCE will fall down. RRQ will make it back. 3 dragons into their roster with a 3k gold deficit.
what is happening? I mean, UCE does love their dragon very much, to the point that even though it was a 3v5 situation, as JCP and Bo unfortunately fell, but without your support, without your main disengage, you cannot afford to make dragon calls like that. And now RRQ, I get it though, UCE is desperate to get their first dragon, but unfortunately this closed the gold gap between RRQ and UCE, and now RRQ is on their way to get the Elder Drake, and not only that, on their way to game number 3.
These two teams are playing by their very own poison of the enemy team. RRQ is playing the Dragon game, and UCE is playing the 4-1 setup game. And now who will be the better tactic? Who will be the better poison? Who has the more concentration? And now into the bottom side, it's a 1v1. Magic versus Esla. Trying to go for the body slam will not connect. RRQ will gain the turret into the top side, but Tactical into the mid side, just shredding down the HP of the turret, and another turret down for UCE. Now putting it to 5 turrets damage for UCE at the moment. Now Proto build in will not connect on Tactical because of the Valkyrie that saved his life. and that will just be a standstill for these two teams.
Yeah, UCE though is trying their best to create more space on the map, and they are doing a good job. Especially there is only one second tier tower standing. It still doesn't change the fact though that RRQ is so close to their Elder Drake, and they also have to fear Marky. As he gains more items, he gains more power, and
Tibbers connects onto one. Renji will be forced back, but will be that enough for UCE to go back away? It's a Glacial Pressure connecting onto two. The knockback in from Hex with the hero's entrance. They're happy with how much damage they built onto UCE. And everyone's going for the reset to try and go for the Baron Nashor.
yeah, it could be a little bit risky for now, as it is just such a close game now. Slowly, though, UCE was able to get back the gold lead that they built up earlier on. But again, I'm sure UCE is so pressured to deny RRQ's Elder Drake, and they definitely do not want to let them have that. So curious to see what the plan is in mind here, as again, the Proto Belt Flash, the Proto Belt stun coming from Helios has been deadly so far.
Deadly indeed. And speaking of deadly, might be a depth rush coming from RRQ. And I think the important thing for RRQ right now is to go for the turrets. But now, before then, we have gonna be the Tibbers connecting onto Bu once again. Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage coming in. RRQ will be forced to back away because they're fighting under the turret. Bu will now go for the recalls. It's now gonna be the numbers advantage for RRQ at the moment. Satchel charge to go back away. Annie will now back for now, half HP. It's UCE gaining the lead with damage up against RRQ.
Whoa, are they starting Baron? They are starting Baron! And because Chaz is so low, but take note, flashes are still online for RRQ, and they're so low, Tactical doesn't have any mana anymore.
But here we go. Chaz is still alive with Flag and Drag to go for the steal. It's now going to be in. Flag and Drag in. Flash away. Get the information now. It's going to be Esla coming into the backside, going for the flag. JCP very low, going for the barrier. Killer Instinct from Marky puts him down. Tactical, 1 HP, puts him down as well. It's a 5v3, it's a 5v1. Magic will be the only one remaining. Camille will be melted down. They will be annihilated. And RRQ will be back at it again. And Baron Nashor will be the next step. The key to success for RRQ. But with Chaz at 1 HP, they're now going for the turrets instead, rather than going in for the Baron Nashor. And that was an amazing fight with a team ace from RRQ.
There we go. They do have free reign on this Elder Drake for themselves, and all buffs secured, all of these powers secured already. I bet they feel like Thanos right now, as UCE no choice but to just watch this while their screens are gray. And now that RRQ basically has assembled their win condition, they're able to survive at this point. Corki eventually may fall off. I think JCP still has that edge to sort of poke it out, but it's only if the fight prolongs. RRQ can do fast fights now, can shred everyone else now. Especially that you only have a single tank.
Taunt connecting onto Bu. That will be the one kill what RRQ is seeking. Numbers advantage will come into them. It's Hex very low into the fight. It's gonna be the ultimate coming in from Renji, putting him down. It's Camille coming to the backside. Hex, the ultimatum will be cancelled out because he goes golden for Marky. Cataclysm will be there as well. Tactical will fall down. It's now gonna be the 3v5 situation, 3v4 in favor of RRQ. Make it a 2v4 as they get another kill onto Renji. And RRQ will keep on dominating the Rift. It might be history repeating itself. From day number 1, RRQ will be back, and they're looking for the Baron Nashor.
Yes, this is another free objective for RRQ, and they definitely earned it. Again, we are reaching the 20-minute mark. And now for UCE, though, are they going to make another attempt? No.
It looks like no. RRQ will gain the Baron Nashor. Majo is here to just delay the Baron recall. It's Hexing Ultimatum connecting onto Esla. The explosive cast does not connect. It will not save his life. The body sound flash though will be there. Hero's entrance will just secure the zoning against UCE. And Majo will not get a kill.
Whew, that was actually super close. I mean, I think that's super valuable, burning the flash of Isilla, so no flash body slam, I suppose. But they have to defend from this first before anything else.
Because RRQ has the Baron buff, crashing down into lanes, trying to get those turrets up and running. What will happen next will depend on the UCE. What will they prioritize? It looks like Magi will just be free farming into the Raptors for now. T-Birds will connect onto one. Renji will not get a good end of that trade. There will be forced to go into the fountain to try and get back what they have lost in terms of HP. The minefield is there to try and go for the clear into wave. RRQ will stay on top. 7k gold lead, waiting for the right opportunity. Marky will show himself up, trying to clear out the wave. UCE will still go for the passive play, go defensive against RRQ.
Yeah, they're still doing their best, pushing the waves to slow down the death of their base a little bit more. I mean, UCE is doing a great job slowing the game down a little bit more, but I don't think they can go any higher. I think RRQ is the one that will continue to get stronger. As long as the fights stay long when any of the teams initiate, I think JCP is able.
Ooh, flag and drag. Cataclysm connects onto one, forces out the flash. Clippers coming in. Two-man stun. View will be very low. Mega Inferno Bomb will connect onto everyone, but that will not be enough to bring them down. That will be another kill coming in. Galio will fall down because of the Hexic Ultimatum, and RRQ will not come through and get the kill onto Camille. But they have their sights onto the Inhibitor Turret into the mid lane. They want to try and finish the game. 400 HP. Inhibitor Turret will fall down. Satchel charge in. Knocks back the wave. Camille comes in. It's now going to be the hook shot. The stun will not connect. Trying to clear out a wave. It's the Chaz coming in. Chaz to Chad now trying to and gain the advantage against UCE. 900 HP. Flag and Dragon. RRQ will make it into game number 3 as they secure game 2. It's a 1-for-1. It's a do or die.
And history repeats itself once more. We have UCE winning the first game in the series up against RRQ. Now RRQ takes that away from them, taking it into a game number 3. This composition works, something that can compete with the 5v5s, with the first dragon, and I think it is such a very good formula. And UCE, they had the gold lead. I think for the first 15 minutes, they kept such a slow and steady gold lead. But as we can see around the 16-minute mark, it all took a dip after fights in the mid lane where Helios was able to get picks, the Proto Belt stun, Tibbers drop, is able to get one all the time, like Renji, like Bo. Bo is such an integral part of the composition. You need that disengage. You have no tank, so he was so important that all RRQ needed to do, find Bo, find victory.
Yeah, and the RRQ, when it comes to trying going for the late game, this is what we keep on saying. Dragons are going to be very important. Even if you have the highest lead in the world, the enemy team can bring it back because of how much stacks they have onto those permanent dragon buffs. And I think that is where the key here for RRQ came to be, alongside with how Helios keeps on going for the tippers, connecting onto those main key champions of UCE. Sometimes it connects to Bu, but that just enables RRQ to go for the follow-up with Chaz coming in for the Cataclysm. Esla is there as well. Marky with a killer instinct, and Hex was a key and valuable player as well for RRQ to zone out some of the champions of UCE, especially onto the 1v1 as Magia tries to get kills against RRQ. A solo kill at the very least, but it's just a matter of time here from RRQ to make it back into the series, and now it's a 1-for-1. And Riku, I don't know what to expect at this point.
It is such an interesting series for sure. I mean, UCE, they look pretty solid in the early game, but they were running out of time. This composition was very strong in the mid game for sure, once Renji was able to farm up, and once JCP was able to get his, 2 items already on the board. They were able to even get a lot of towers. But the problem is, this wasn't a UCE game. This was RRQ stealing the UCE game because it was UCE that wanted to get all the dragons. That was their objective. And RRQ did an amazing job drafting up against the usual UCE playstyle and forcing UCE in a position that they were not comfy and familiar with.
Yeah, I think it's just mid-game, right? I think overextension for UCE. I think they had a massive lead already, and I think even off stream, off cast of games, we keep on talking about if ever you have already the 5k gold lead, 10k gold lead, 15k gold lead, you want to already finish the matchup, because if you prolong the matchup, that will just allow more time, allow more space for the enemy team to make it back into the game. And I think that is exactly what reflected in that game number 2 on how RRQ made it back against UCE with just one wrong move from them, made it upside down of a game number 2.
Yeah, I think they were slowly getting picked off, either Bo, either Renji, because of Helios's Proto Belt, Tibbers, the surprise attacks. No, it's like no brush is safe, no matter where you are. So I think that was a struggle coming from the side of UCE for sure. Especially at the later stages of the game, they sort of wanted to get at least one dragon on their side to deny the third dragon away from RRQ, despite maybe the numbers disadvantage, despite the HP disadvantage as well, and mana disadvantage when they pursued the Baron, and basically RRQ sort of lay the hurt on that part.
Now let's look at the game 2 highlights presented to you by Oppo Reno 5 Play of the Game.
Yeah, this was, UCE very brave, just initiating here and there because they know that they were still waiting for Marky to sort of ramp up on this Kaisa. And now they're in a Corki. They did get their Triforce on the board already. And that is the reason why they wanted to keep fighting. Might as well take advantage of your early lead anyways. But things started to go wrong after, again, getting picks here and there when they were all separated. When they pursued the Baron, this was it. This was the fight where they tried to pursue the Baron despite low on mana, low on HP, and RRQ basically went over there and cleaned slate.
They have the information to do so, and at this, when they got the kill onto the bottom side jungle of UCE, they were just getting that advantage already. They have the 3 dragon buffs at that point, wherein they just dominated the mid lane after everyone survived for the side of UCE and made it back, got the Elder Dragon, got the Baron Dash, and finished the game off. And the match of the match from that game number 2 will be Chaz on the Jarvan 4.
Yeah, killer initiation coming from Chaz there on this Jarvan. Enabled the squad to just lay all of the hurt, all of the AoEs for the squad, from the squad. And I think, first of all, prime control over the dragons. 3 dragons for RRQ, and as well as the Elder Drake. Just the timings, just the focus on their win conditions and the patience as well. Especially coming from a loss twice against VVV at the beginning of the day and picking up their first win today for the last day of the group stages. So this is definitely going to be a big boost of confidence and sort of stabilize them towards that game number 3.
Is this gonna be a repetition on what had happened in day number 1, wherein UCE got the first game, then RRQ got the game 2 and game number 3? Or is this gonna be a different story for UCE? I really wanna see what will happen. It just excites me, it just hypes me up, especially with the champions that we have seen from that game number 2, wherein Annie came up out of nowhere and Graves came in for UCE as well. I wanna see the same type of creativity coming in from game number 3. The more unexpected that might be, but still in the meta, could surprise the enemy team on those unexplored type of champions that they need to think about on how they could counter it, onto maybe the items, onto maybe the champions. It depends on what will happen in the draft for game number 3 that could sway this game one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, the draft is going to be such a huge thing for both of these teams for sure, because we saw that how, game number 1, RQ built a draft where it was hard to play from behind. This time around, they had something that was scaling so well. They got Marky on the Kaisa. Annie, on the other hand, was just so good, has a really good ramp. Still very useful because you have AoE and CC on the board to offer your team, basically. And Gragas, tons of burst early game, but at the same time, that's the thing, though. that's the thing. I don't think they can fall off because everyone from UCE was squishy. There were no tanks to fear that your burst will not be effective anymore as the game progresses. So even though these picks hurt early, they still hurt at the end of the game because again, they had no fear. There's a lot of squishy targets on the side of UCE.
Mm-hmm. And I now know why I'm the play-by-play, you're the analyst, because what I see from that game or two is Annie, having the Timber 6-man from okay. They got the advantage from there. No, but kidding aside, I think it's just a massive play from RRQ wherein they played very patient, coming in from the relative late game, wherein they're really utilizing Annie, Helios, and time again we keep on talking about Helios on how he is one of the fundamental player coming in from RRQ, on how he plays for his team, on how he plays as a champion individually, outplaying his enemy team. Annie was just going for the tippers on the hill because of gaining that information, gaining those stunts already. They just got in the opportunity to get more kills and just snowball in the late game. And even then, he just uses the maximum rage for the tippers to then go for the stun against the enemy team from time to time again. They were really struggling when it comes to the game, getting the mid lane to get alone. That was their hinder on getting the map control against UCE. But how Helios has played it out, the space that he provides for his team was phenomenal, and that enabled RRQ to now come back in, of course with the help of his teammates as well.
Yeah, there was just a ton of wave clear on the board for UCE. You've got Corky, you've got Ziggs, you've got a little bit of range help coming from Renji as well on this Grave. So it was a struggle, but at the end of the day, again, UCE's comp will reach a peak, will reach its limit, while RRQ will continue to grow, will continue to ramp up. And I think that was definitely the struggle that UCE encountered in that game. Once they had the lead, they had to keep pushing with their lead. I think the biggest problem is too, they never got any single dragon at that time. So it was basically RRQ just fine with a 3 to 4k gold lead of UCE because they have the dragons anyway. As long as they don't reach the Nexus, they're in a pretty comfy spot.
Mm-hmm. They taught the dragons. They understood. They read the book onto like, how do you train your dragons? And then RRQ was just thinking, you know what? We have 3 dragons already. Let's train them up when it comes to the late game and punish the enemy team through that. And now speaking about a lot about champions, a lot about tactics, about synergy, and the objective game. Let's now look at the game 2 draft on how it actually turned out to be on RRQ's win for game number 2. Riku, I want to hear your initial thoughts looking at this draft without one RRQ the game.
I think UCE for sure will keep the same bans. They do not want to enable RRQ's 4-1 strategy. For RRQ now, this is actually a pretty perfect ban. We haven't really seen JCP on anything other than a Diana pick and other than the first time, which is the Ziggs. We know, they know how strong JCP is on this Diana, so I think they're going to retain that, and Renji as well on this Wukong, and I think this is the perfect formula. Biggest question is, I think the Camille will still remain open, but I absolutely think that the Graga still holds a lot of value for UCE because this fits their playstyle so much better. They want the dragon fights, pick the Gragas. They are not the type that, well, I wouldn't say they're not the type to do 4-1, but I think the strategy on where they shine the most is definitely these early dragon take fights. So I think the Gragas would be most valuable if ever UCE will still remain on the blue side. And I know it's painful to give out the Camille to RRQ, especially they're just so good at this 4-1 strategy, but I think the dragon win condition does fit well and is the most effective out of all the strats we've seen so far.
You know, I see a pattern, Riku. I see a pattern. You know what? UCE from game number 1 got all the dragons in the world. Then game number 2, RRQ got all the dragons. So in game number 3, is it gonna be, you know what, 50% dragon to UCE, 50% for RRQ? Or is it gonna be 100% for, you know, maybe UCE, maybe RRQ even, coming into the 3rd game? And I think they're just playing it very slowly in the Dragon's Pit, wherein they can play it very aggressively, play it risk tolerant type of game move. And yes, that's gonna be a lot to take in. That's gonna be a lot of risk. But just the amount of punish onto delaying how the dragon will be taken down, I think is very important. Because as we've known in the past, as history has spoken, if you get a dragon, if you get the second, it comes up to third and fourth. So it's just a continuous roll in the roller coaster and it just rolls around like it has no end. So I think when it comes to game number 3, we might potentially see now a team fight onto the Dragon's Pit in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely expect that as well. When we see RRQ, maybe they want to match that game style on just to match UCE on their own playing field. So I mean, this draft from RRQ is absolutely great. I mean, it's just so well balanced. You've got 3 tanks, you've got a scaling AD, you've got a very stable AP champion as well in the form of this Annie that can serve as your initiate, and then the rest will follow. Just a basic chain of CC. So it's definitely hard to escape once that kicks in, despite so many mobility skills on the side of UCE. 1 per champion. If you get stunned, and you'll get CC locked anyway, therefore not being able to use a flash, not being able to use any of your escape tools anyway. So I like this from RRQ. Very, very refreshing to see for sure. And for Helios, maybe we get to see something different again. Maybe something we've never seen before. Just to put, just to secure that game number 3 for themselves.
Yeah, Twisted Fate, you know what? Check in all the list. You have the mid lane Annie, you have the Fizz, you have maybe the Gayu coming into mid side, you have the Fiora mid lane for RRQ. What does Helios don't know to use, right? He knows how to play his Baron lane champions, he knows how to play mid lane champions. Right now, even Annie came out of nowhere from their team is just something that I really look up to when it comes to having that champion pool. Because if you're looking at me in game, in Rift, I only know how to play, you know what, Blitzcrank. Ash. No, just kidding. I know how to play other champions as well, but you know what I mean. Like the amount of champion pool that Helios does have coming into the Rift from RRQ, it's just too big to just try to punish. Even if Fiora is gone, there is a lot more champions to pick in for RRQ. So I think it's a matter of what you want to utilize, what you want to prioritize. Game number 3, speaking of prioritization, do you think the bans will change for UCE, having Fiora and Akali from game number 1 and game number 2?
A very interesting question, because if you try to open these up, you can potentially try to get either or. One team gets a Fiora, one team gets a Camille, or vice versa. Not sure how this matchup is going to go for Majo, because usually we see him on tank duty anyways, and I think that is what is comfortable for UCE anyway. So I think UCE could still keep these bans just to make sure there's no Camille Fiora in one team. That is very RRQ. That's very absolutely scary. And the fact that, again, this is 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing, right? Akali and Fiora has been used by Helios and Escilla as well. So I think this is a pretty smart ban and should be retained. For RRQ, I think this is fine. I think this is hitting a direct hit towards UCE's pool. Especially these are the ones that created wins for UCE when they went up against Tyrant, when they fielded in JCP as well. So curious to see if we're going to be seeing Paeng back for game number 3, just because, you know, Diana's going to get banned anyway. Might have bring Paeng in, make him play an Orianna, make him play like a Ziggs, or don't forget, they did play a Garen mid lane, by the way, during day number 1.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, right? The flexibility of any of these teams right now in the Mindanao region, the creativity that they have in mind is just top notch currently in the Rift, and that is what I look up to in every single game, in every single match, on what champions are going to be there, because there is a lot to take in. There is, you know what, the top priority tournament power picks in the meta today, but there are also some created that we don't personally think about. You know, the viewers don't know that half of the draft is pretty much, you know what, we can visualize it, but the other half is actually quite new is something that is mysterious in game. Look at that. Camille, Corky, Ziggs is the first three picks of UCE. RRQ got in like Gragas, Gallo, and even a Kaisa, I think, in the first three picks for them. But when it comes to the second half, it was just a fest of champions being locked in all around for both RRQ and UCE.
Yeah, it is such a strong combination of just CC lock champions, just a lot of kits and tools of displacement and CC. So I think that sort of composition is just really nice to watch for RRQ. Curious to see what new champions are we going to be seeing from UCE, because I believe this is also their last game. Of course, they do want to get that extra 75,000 Globe Cup points before they exit the Mindanao group stages. So it is a huge series for both of this squad.
Yeah. The utilization, the picks, the mind games, the mini games of RRQ UCE. What are you gonna do next? What are you gonna bring into game number 3? What kind of hidden trump card? What kind of hidden sleeve tactic that you have against each other? And I think it's a more on the psychological game at this point. Right? It's not about, well, let's play some games, because if you're looking at it at this point, day 1, day 3, they keep on matching each other up. They're even in terms of their capabilities in the Rift. So I think it's more on the psychology game, on what you want to bring in, on what you want to play against each other to try and win the game of the day. It's a matter on gaining an advantage in one aspect of the matchup, because you have even level playing field tactics and maneuver and that capabilities to play execution wise. You're gonna gain that advantage big time. So I think that is where we're looking at game number 3, some massive draft coming right up, and I'm excited to see what will happen if that will come into fruition.
Exactly, it's a do or die situation. Of course, RRQ, they've already tasted their first defeat today against VVV. Of course, they don't want to be defeated twice in a row at last stage of the Mindanao group stages as well. Of course, they do want to get that name on board, the king of kings. And now the draft has begun.
The draft has been begun. It's gonna be the last game for this series in game number 3, with Akali being banned away. Next to follow up is the Wukong, but the Yani is gonna be respected by UCE. It's gonna be a fest. It's gonna be a happy time coming here with the respect bans coming through. It's also being banned away by RRQ. This leaves a lot open. The Gragas, the Camille, the Gallo, the Braum, the Janna. I'm just wrapping out champions. The Fiora as well. But Majo picking up the Fiora. It looks like they're going for the 4-1 setup. What will RRQ do with the Camille now being hovered in?
This is a Camille Gragas rotation for sure, because UCE, because of these bans in general, UCE was torn to pick up the Gragas, or are you willing to give up the Camille and Fiora in being in one team? So this is what they've decided: split the two duelists, one per piece, and now they're forced to deal with this again, having Gragas at the opposite side. Now though, Diana is open, and the Galio Diana rotation is available for this second blue side pick.
The draft is coming in. I'm excited. Galio being locked in by UCE has a lot of potential. I do believe want to go for the Jarvan 4 as a jungle. It has a good synergy with the Galio, but they can opt to go for a different type of champion. The Yana is a good champion as well to go in synergy with a Galio that has a lot of potential to burst down RRQ. And now RRQ has the potential to now then go for the Corki or even the Kaisa. Available for their team, Janna and Braum to also be in the follow-up, with support not being able to be locked in by UCE thus far. RRQ will lock in onto Braum. It's now going to be ADC that I'm expecting to be locked in with Marky coming into Kaisa.
Yeah, this is no surprise. RRQ likes to spam this Kaisa pickup. But now UCE, the same goes for tactical. And you mentioned the Jarvan 4. It is that Diana, Cataclysm, Hero's Entrance, Moonfall, shenanigans. But for RRQ, Helios going back to this Twisted Fate that is constantly banned after day number 1, then 2, and people basically stopped banning it because Helios just pretty much plays everything. Now we see the return of this Twisted Fate.
Riku, are you ready for a bloodshed here at Wild Rift Esports? UCE RRQ has built their draft differently this time, and now Gaio, with expected Jarvan for UCE, has now been locked in with the Yana there as well. The Wombo combo is going to be there. The diving composition is going to be the name of the game for UCE, alongside with the 4-1 setup with the Fiora as well. Now RRQ hovering into the classic of Helios from day number 1. We're going back into Twisted Fate. Now Riku, you know what? This is the dire situation that I want to ask you this question. Who do you think will win this game number 3 in this do or die match?
Okay, think if it's UCE playing the early game aggressively, I think it can go on their end. I think the biggest problem is there's a lot of there's a disengage from RQ in the form of Chaz here for this Gragas, and the fact that Helios can just use Destiny to catch up where Bo is going to Hero's entrance to.
Look at the early pressure of Helios having the range advantage against JCP, especially at level 1. I think level 3 is where JCP will then try to pressure in against Helios, going in for those skills and pressure in with long range skills. So at the moment, JCP just needs to hold on much longer to wait for level 3 so that we can have some slugfest of a matchup of UCE and RRQ. Though into the bottom side, dual lanes, what do you think about Porky and a Kaisa once again with Rom and Galio being the support for these two teams?
Well, this is going to be a defensive Kaisa, I suppose, with the Braum being paired. It's not like the usual Galio Kaisa, or maybe a Kaisa Lux, which we don't get to see anymore. So I think this is going to be a little bit more on the defensive side, and Bo can afford to be a little bit aggressive.
Now it's gonna be Hawkshot connecting onto Match. It's gonna be the stun, low HP because of the turrets or minions that's actually connecting onto him. Now it's the recall for now for UCE, trying to go back away, gain some items, gain some advantage, especially with Kaisa and a Braum having those pressure against UCE in the first 2 minutes of this matchup. With Gragas rather hovering into the bottom side, have the potential to go for the Rift Cutter, and this is traditional Gragas setup, to go for the full bottom side clear, to then go for the top side, and this is kind of confusing for viewers because the map is switched, so the bot side of maybe Gragas is onto the top side jungle, wherein he wants to go for the clear onto the red buff, the Gromp, or the Krugs rather, and the Raptors as well to try and gain the gold advantage from there, and then hover into the bottom side to then go for the blue buff, to then can go for the rest, trying to wait for an opportunity for them to gain that swipe in swift type of engagements against UCE. And as you're looking right now, Chaz going into the bottom side of the map. UCE doesn't have any information what might happen next. It's going to be Heck going in for the hit, going for the Tonto. Destiny now being procced in. The TPs are prepared by Helios to come into the bottom side, but that will not be enough. The information will just be gained, and the TPs will not come in.
Yeah, that is a nice attempt by Hex to bait out the, I suppose, the knockup and as well as the taunt, just so that Chaz is going to be free to body slam on anyone without worrying about punish. But the lane's a little bit extended, so it's hard to find anything there for the team. I mean, Helios already has his Destiny on the board with the cask, and I think it's possible to take a pick before the 4-minute mark so you're more comfortable to get that dragon for yourselves.
3 minutes, 30 seconds already. 30 seconds remaining for the Ocean Drake to come up. Everyone's level 6, level 5. The ultimates are prepared to come in for this team fight, especially with no first blood as of yet. And UCE gaining a bit of an advantage when it comes to the gold, 600 gold lead. And it is going to be a slugfest of a team fight for the 4 minutes, especially how Dragon has been keeping on being secured by one team or another in a very dominant fashion, and now resets are coming through, preparing for the Ocean Drake.
They're gonna get their first items on the board. Do we see a duel here?
Grand Challenge going on against Esla. Hexic Ultimatum in. But the Grand Challenge just gives on the sustainability against Majo, and Majo will stay alive. It's gonna be one more hit. The body slam from Jez. The smite as well. It's gonna be the first blood for RRQ. And they will gain the lead at the cost of the Ultram Drake, though, that is currently being taken down by UCE into the bottom side of the map. As RRQ now tries to pressure in into the top side of the map. Tries to get a tap for his blood. Who will get this first? It's a race onto the tower. It's a race onto getting that gold, that plating from the turret alone. Who will come first? Now that will be the question, as it's Hex. It's Esla coming into the bottom side. Hero's entrance is just secure the zoning capabilities against the enemy team. The red team, RRQ, has been delayed a second later to get the tower first blood, and UCE will make it back 200, 400 gold difference coming into this matchup as Hex comes in. Gold card will connect. It's a blockage coming in from Hex to defend his team. It's another stun. Glacial Fisher will now come through against JCP, as JCP will be very low and Rico will now be forced, as RRQ will do the same.
Okay, lots of things happen there. I guess for top side, oh, never mind.
Explosive cast! It's a perfect time from JCP. He will fall down. It's now going to be the 2v2 into the mid lane. Chaz and Helios against Renji and Bay. But who will take on top? No one will. It's just a matter of clearing out the waves, just going in for reset for now. No kills will still be done. 2-0 RRQ.
Yeah, now it's going to be the next Rift Herald to be attained for UCE. They're going to be in a comfy situation, especially we've got 2 Triforce already on the board. Meanwhile, for Esila, still not getting his own Triforce as well, so we'll have to check that out as the Rift Herald already being started.
The Beetle is now just walking around the park, walking around the forest and riverside, wherein RRQ and UCE is trying to steal it from one another, but they're opting to back away because of the information of UCE that's there and how dominant that it could be for both UCE and RRQ, considering that the amount of AoE CC totals that they have built in to their draft composition.
Yeah, it's going to be rewarding for the side of RRQ for now, because again, they did get First Blood Tower, just because again, we are looking at their composition, they're not confident in going for that 5v5. They still need Marky to sort of ramp up a little bit more, and the fact that the Fiora and Camille matchup slightly favored Majo here for sure. We looked at what happened at top side earlier, but there may be a potential setup here as Bo is lurking in the brushes for now.
But RRQ opts to go for the Rift Herald, zoning out the enemy team with no vision already. Rift Cutter will not be available for UCE to gain the information on what happens into the Rift Herald. But UCE still just there, stands still against RRQ, who gains the Retriever or Revolver first, will gain the lead against each other. UCE, explosive cast, and that will be pinned down for UCE, and Driver and Fall will now fall down. It's a Moonfall coming through from UCE against RRQ. It's gonna be the 4-man knock-up Hexic Automated to lock into 1, but that will not be enough. It's gonna be the 2-4-1 creative in favor of UCE, as Chaz is now coming into the backside, went in for the flash, and now they're safe. Hook shot in, goes for the stun against the Fiora, as Fiora goes for their pulse, trying to gain and deflect the damage output of RRQ. The taunt coming in, the body slam 1 HP from Galio, flashes away, still gonna be alive. The flash as well, the stun, that was a perfect time, and Fiora will fall down. That is now gonna be the 2-4-2, the 3-4-3. They are gonna be even in that fight. The Infernal Drake is now gonna be alive. I think this is more of a priority for both RRQ and UCE.
Majo was so hungry for the flash riposte because Helios, he had the gold card, but Helios sorta outplayed him. He delayed his gold card auto attack, wait for the riposte bait, and then gold card after. I think that's what happened. I would love to see the VOD again, but I think that is what unfortunately happened. I think the mind games are happening here in this current matchup, or in this game number 3, and it's so exciting as the Infernal Drake has spawned.
Ooh, Hexic Automatum was there. Tried to lock in onto JCP, but that's no follow-up from RRQ. But now the follow-up comes from UCE. Moonfall connects onto 2. The Flash is now being burned. Glacial Pressure will connect onto wall 4 from UCE. Destiny, just to gain information on where might UCE be. But low HP, RRQ will now be annihilated by UCE because of the HP advantage from now gonna be the 3-4-1 trade-off. RRQ is still gonna be Riston trying to get the kill. Kara will fall down. It's now Helios trying to go for the flank. Goes for the stun against the Galio alone. But B is still gonna be alive. The gold card is gonna be ready. RRQ will now fall back away. They're happy with the 4 kill.
Gotta love how these teams clash. It's so high aggression. Every single second, there is no break, there is no room to breathe at all. But at the same time, we can see that RRQ is already slowly building their gold lead, as well as their no dragon leads for sure, as UCE was able to take the first dragon. But because of the fight in the Infernal Drake, it's still alive and kicking.
Yeah, it's alive and breathing. They're still waiting for the right opportunity to train this dragon up for their team to gain that 6% damage bonus. But SLA going in for the clear wave, wanting to go for the advantage in terms of the control, in terms of individual lanes in the map currently. UCE though will not get the good end of how RRQ will now set it up. 1.5 HP. It's gonna be UCE taking the Infernal Dragon because of how early that smite will be for RRQ. Hexic Ultimatum in for that Galio alone. For Bao, now 1 HP. Killer Instinct now will fall down. It's going to be the 5v2. JCP with a Moonfall connects onto 2. That will not put them away, as that's gonna be the teammates from RRQ as they swipe out UCE.
What a fight for RRQ. They did lose the dragon though, but at the same time, they are still able to clean sweep to get that ace. That means they are sort of compensated. They're able to gain gold from this, and not only that, they're able to create space to get this Baron for themselves and accelerate the game even more.
The Baron Nashor has now been secured by RRQ with a lot of death times from UCE. It's now a matter of utilizing the Baron buff into the fullest, pressuring in into the Dragon lane, mid lane, Baron lane. I think that is what RRQ will be up next, especially how the Dragon is already lost for a couple of minutes now. On to the next Dragon. So utilization will be key here for RRQ, and UCE's game will be defending against RRQ.
Oh boy. I guess this series is so intense. There's a lot, I suppose, at stake here. You know, since it's their last series in the group stage of the Mindanao stages, they do want to get that 75,000 Globe Cups before exiting. And now Revenge, or now UCE also wanting to settle the score after getting 2-1. And now, the sieging time, it's about clearing the waves and trying to defend against RRQ siege.
Oh, but slowly but surely, RRQ gains a tier 2 turret into top, gains a turret into bot. Now they're hovering into the mid side. 2-2-1 setup for RRQ, playing it very slowly, playing it very safely, but surely is the key to victory that they have stated against UCE. Explosive gas zoning out the enemy team. Glacial Pressure is going to be there as well, as the Cataclysm will be locked in, but locked in is gonna be counter-engaged for UCE, as Renji will fall down and RRQ will gain the number advantage against UCE at this point in time. 12 minutes into the matchup, gains another turret into the Dragon lane.
And UCE has no choice but to defend against this one. They have no jungler. It's gonna be a 4v5 for 15 seconds, and they have to hold on a little bit longer.
Inhibitor turret gonna be secured by RRQ. They're looking into the mid lane to gain more, and that will be the number 2 last remaining for UCE, as the turret alive in the rift with Baron Basher. Baron Nashor? What? Baron Basher? Baron Nashor with now away for the Baron buff. They are now going back, and they are happy with how much turrets they've secured, and now they're happy with a 14k gold lead.
Sorry, Baron Basher.
The Baron is bashing.
Yeah, Baron can bash you in the head for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from. But yeah, RRQ's gold lead is so huge. They are in such a comfortable lead now, and UCE only has 1 tower left to defend. And again, with this composition, you reach a peak. You reach the ceiling for RRQ. They have Marky on this Kaisa and can still grow.
Destiny, is it gonna be your destiny? It's Flag and Drag connecting onto Esila. Esila will be falling down into Tactical. It's UCE gaining the numbers advantage as of yet. 12 seconds remaining for the Mountain Dragon to come up. Another objective that RRQ has opted to go for because UCE has already 2 Dragon buffs in their roster currently. And RRQ needs to take this objective to try and make it balance against UCE in terms of how the Dragon is now being distributed in the game.
And now they have to. The Dragon takes, not gonna lie, a little bit slower than usual because of so many fights first. And now we get to see UCE now. First dibs on this Dragon pit.
UCE will gain indeed the dominance onto the Dragon's Pit, where RRQ is now going in. It's an explosive cast against one. The Yana will fall down. Hero's entrance comes in. Zones out the enemy team, but the hook shot will save Esila's life. Golden card will connect onto Bao. It's gonna be the stun connecting against the enemy team that will zone out them. UCE as RRQ will get the first Dragon in this game number 3, and they get more gold in their pockets as they hovering in to the Baron Nashor. They're now going in for the pings onto this objective. What will happen next? UCE, you need to do something to make it back.
Yeah, that's the second Baron already. RRQ is definitely free to take. UCE still trying their bestest.
Gold card.
Okay,
Ooh, but
just a
special
little bit of a
delivery.
scare there. Was that a cask?
No.
It was a cask. It was a cask.
Is it?
It
Oh,
was
it
a
is.
cask.
I think they were hoping for something to happen. The Hexagon will now connect onto Pure Floral will go down. It's going to be the 4v1, but RRQ will now start up onto the Baron Nashor. It will be the bait coming in for Esla, and RRQ will decimate it like it's butter onto a hot knife, and Baron Nashor will now be secured. Baron Recall to gain those items. And when was the last time that we saw how fast it became to be for the item builds now coming right up? The last 4 items are now coming in for RRQ, and it's looking very intense.
It's so intense. It's 60 minutes on the clock. We've got already RRQ with beyond 10k gold lead already. They're in such a comfortable lead, and they do want to make sure that they, are able to clean this, end the game in a clean way. UCE, of course, don't want to take this just like this, and they will continue to defend. I mean, they do have an adequate amount of wave clear in the form of the Corky. And now, Hunt.
RQ is now finishing what they've started. It's now going into the top side as we have Renji trying to delay the fight. Hero's entrance will be too far ahead as RQ will gain the inhibitor turret last against UCE. 1 down. Majo will fall in the hands of RQ. Bao will be the next step. 2.5k HP remaining. It's got a Moonfall trying to delay the fight. It connects onto 2, but the Yana will be deleted against RQ as 1.5k HP remaining. They're just jumping, they're just punching, and Nexus base will fall down to the hands of RQ, and they will get game number 3. That will be the series that they were hoping for. It's a 2-1.
RRQ is able to deny that revenge by UCE and finish it and repeat history, making it into a 2-1 victory once more. RRQ was able to get the correct formula, was able to survive, get a lot of kills at the early stages of the game. Despite losing the first 2 dragons, they are able to sort of equalize it via kills, get aces, finish UCE off whenever they're on this dragon pit. So they're definitely using the dragon as bait.
Yeah, and Chaz was amazing there. The objective, I think, was looking so good for UCE. You know what? The first couple of 8 minutes of the matchup, wherein they were still really even against RRQ, but they're looking at 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the game, wherein RRQ just exponentially grew their advantage with how they were playing against UCE, getting a lot of kills, playing very methodical. And you know what? History repeated itself from day number 1 into the rematch for the day in day number 3 as RRQ has went in for the reverse sweep against UCE.
It could have been, but unfortunately, game number two was very close. For game number three, RRQ basically had full control from the early stages of the game till finish, just choking resources away from UCE, not allowing any sort of comeback. And we did mention that UCE's composition will eventually reach that ceiling, and in the meantime, RRQ will have that strong ramping Kaisa and will be such a monster in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing series. It's an amazing game. It's amazing players coming in from both UCE and RRQ. And UCE has proven us how they are really just going in for the dominant plays, especially into day number one, on how they just did and really just won against RRQ. But RRQ went a step ahead against UCE, went in for the reverse sweep once again, and I just am speechless right now on what we have just seen in the whole series coming in then.
It was so intense. I think it was slowly ramping up into, game number one. I think there were a bit of quiet moments here and there. Game number two, not so much. But game number three, I think there were so many fights. There were just so many fights to the point that, Infinity, you kept going play by play, play by play, play by play. And I think it's understandable because UCE, their composition were basically calling for a fight. They had a Galio, they had a Diana, they had a Jarvan. So this in particular spells fight, fight, fight. They want to take advantage of this three champions. The biggest problem is that there is Helios on this Twisted Fate. So whenever there is going to be, that cross map play, RRQ can definitely respond the same thing. That is why the Galio was only there basically for that protection for JCP.
Now let's look at the gameplay highlights presented to you by Oppo Arena 5. Play the game.
Oh, this is it. This is the flash repost, but the gold card hit first before the repost kicked in. So that's what happened. So unfortunately, Maju had a good idea in mind, but the gold card was just too fast for him. And now these are the fights in the Dragon Pit where Helios was able to constantly build up into a rampage. He was safe. He was out of the radar because of that Destiny. He would first appear in front, Destiny popped from the back, and this actually broke the formation of UCE when they entered these 5v5 fights.
Yeah, Helios was playing mind games against UCE. At times, he was using Destiny to go for TPs. But often or not, he uses the Destiny to just gain information in every single champions of UCE that gains the knowledge against RRQ on what they want to do next. And with that, they just dominated the arena, got the Mountain Dragon, got those kills, got those team aces, got the Baron Nashor, got the inhibitor turrets, and they finished the game with the second Baron Nashor in the game. And that was just so good that will be reverberated into the whole Mindanao region.
Yeah, RRQ showing a lot of dominance for sure.
And the master of the match from that game number 3 will be Chaz on the Gragas pick.
Yeah, look at that, 95% kill participation. Even though, let's just say, the first two dragons were acquired by UCE, he still did an amazing job being that disengaged, both engaged with the body slam as well, keeping an eye out for any of the potential targets from the side of UCE to go near his carries. And yeah, just an overall great player, very, very versatile from the Jarvan 4. And now he is on this Gragas. So a lot of threats for sure from this, again, his very scary Lee Sin and now his very scary Gragas.
Yeah. How Chaz just played at game number 3, being very aggressive and really synergizing with Helios from time to time with explosive cast, Golden Guard to follow up quickly, and they just defeated the champion that they were targeting efficiently and speed, right? So I think Chaz deserves it. Imagine 20 KDA as a jungle. It's a massive title to fit in for yourself, and that was just so amazing seeing how every single team, every single players right now for both RRQ and UCE was playing at the very highest level.
Yeah, RQ brought up they basically brought the big guns. I mean, we're talking about the Twisted Fate that garnered a lot of wins and garnered a lot of respect bans come day number 2. And that basically disappeared. And because it disappeared, Helios was sort of waiting for the right opportunity to bring it back. And I think the best game to bring it back is game number 3's, where it's a do or die situation. And RQ did a phenomenal job, you know, resetting from 3 defeats in a row since the start of today. From VVV, they got 0-2'd, lost against UCE in game number 1. But at the end of the day, they are able to close their evening, close their Mindanao group stage chapter with 2 wins.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. They have closed up the very last game of RRQ in a very dominant fashion. And you see as well went in with, you know what, a very um upset of a fashion wherein they're trying to upset RRQ. And with that being the foundation of that game number 3, that was an amazing series to watch, but more of that later on. I'm Infinity, and this is Rico. We're gonna step away for now, and when we return, it's gonna be the panel's desk talking about what had happened on series number 3 of RQ versus UCE.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost all
RRQ with another win to add to their Kaigu belt. Stop laughing, gentlemen. They win 2-1 against UCE and they win 75,000 Globe Cup points. Let's get right into the series highlights because there's a lot to unpack in this series.
Mm-hmm.
RRQ, yes, they have been incredibly dominant here, but UCE, they did not make it easy for them at
Yeah.
all. They really did give it their all, and they came really close to defeating RRQ as well, down to the last minute, down to the last second. Odalus, what are your thoughts on this series?
Right, game one, I just don't agree with the Fizpick. Normally, well, I'm expecting the Fizpick to finally appear here in the Icon series as a counter, as a direct counter to Twisted Fate. Because Twisted Fate's direct counter, even going back to low PC days, has been the Twisted Fate because you can just dodge out of the gold card. So, yeah, with how it was presented during game number one, Asila was just targeted down, and then you have JCP and Renji Abarai on their comfort picks. So just a very good showing for them on game number one. On game number two, though, okay, so that's going to be Braum and Graves, which is a very powerful tandem. And I still believe that that's actually a very good tandem. I just hope that it's not the Quirky, rather it's the Kaisa, because Braum and Kaisa and Graves can really be the best trio out there to be paired with each other, rather than going for the mix and match of the damage composition. Just go all in on steroids on attack damage. And so yeah, there was a comeback that happened in game number three. We all know what happened. Magshot was just outplayed multiple times on the Baron lane and on the mid lane, and that's it. Now we have RRQ getting that sweet comeback 2-1.
And I really have to. I was watching Hex that time on RRQ on support. He was so proactive that time. Like nobody could come close to the ADC of RRQ over here, just because he was like really that bodyguard, like literal bodyguard for everybody actually, not just the ADC. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts?
I mean, game one, it was really a good draft from UCE, got 4 members, and that's a big of a question with the Fizz pick, because Fizz needs to assassinate as quick as he can. He needs to go in and out. But if you're going to face 4 melees, that's not a really good pick after all. Yes, there's an idea of it to nullify the Diana, but it will scale onto the latter part of the game. Game 2, it was RRQ playing really good with the Annie pulling the trigger, and there's so many bad commitments and unnecessary skirmishes coming in from UCE, making it quick. For game 3, you don't have to ban the Annie. What made you wrong for game 2 is your overcommitments. You just have to fix that one. So they opened the Camille, opens up Alice, and also favoring the jungle because Chaz is a better Gragas player than Esila. So, there's so many right pieces for RRQ that fell on game 3. And at that point, it was really a giveaway having a Helios on that Twisted Fate.
Speaking of which, you mentioned Chaz. I believe his KDA was at a flat 20. That last series.
Yeah.
It was so good. And
So
his
incredible.
explosive cask, oh my god, just displacing one champion back to his team. It's like a Blitzcrank hook, right? It's
Yeah.
a racket grab that has
Exactly.
even a better effect because he can just push out
Yeah, and
the other
backslam.
members. So
Chain it.
I think Chaz deserves a raise after game number 3 with how he played. Just saying.
Yeah, or they should at least treat him to something, nice tonight with that. That was an amazing performance indeed.
Nice dinner.
But here we go, guys. This is where it gets really interesting, actually, as we check out the Globe Cup points right now and the standings as we have it, because that series had some interesting implications over here. So right now, we do have RRQ on top with 375,000 Globe Cup points, and we have VVV Esports here with 300,000, UCE with 150,000. Tyrant Gaming, now they come in as we enter the last series of the day. We do have VVV Esports and Tyrant Gaming. Now, the interesting thing here is that should VVV Esports win this last series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie over here between RRQ and VVV Esports, which we will settle in a best of 1 right after the last series. So, and this is the first time this has happened in the C Icon series. There were a
That's
lot
right.
of times where it came very, very close. But now it is happening, and this is how we're ending the Mindanao group stages right here with this very, very close matchup. And it's kind of poetic as well. We started the day with RRQ versus VVV Esports. We're ending the day, it seems, with RRQ and VVV Esports. But before that, Tyrant Gaming actually has the last say in this. Should they step up? Should they prevent that win? Then, this is the end of the day for us. But if they cannot do that, if they cannot step up to the plate and VV Esports takes that win, then we're going into a tiebreaker. And this is why every series matters here on the C
Wow.
Icon series. This is what is at stake,
Mhm.
the top spot here at the Mindanao group stages. And you know what? Looking at VVV's lineup right now, we have been cheering for Tyrant Gaming a lot, but VVV Esports, they have actually been like the most improved team here at the Mindanao group stages. Again,
Mhm.
checking out their lineup, RRQ held the top spot uncontested for a while right now, but VVV Esports right now, they have a chance to actually take it if they defeat Tyrant Gaming and then get that best of one right after. Otlus, what do you think?
Right, so we have a change, right? When Hero came in, I think VVV Esports found their identity. That I think was it, right? They were very clean, crisp on every game that they have played. We have Nasjo in the Baron lane, Renzi can play Lee Sin, can play Wukong, can play, of course, Rengar. So if that's left open, then you can expect Renzi to just go frenzy again. And then we have the twins, right? The Dragon and Demon Kite, not really concerned about sharing the damage department or sharing the resources, just to be very effective for the team. And of course, yeah, Hero, the captain, the hero they needed. And I believe that VVV Esports is definitely the favorite here heading into the series. But yeah, that's just foretelling my predictions.
Yes, indeed. They are looking like they are the favorites coming into this last series of the day. Checking out our solo player highlight right now on the side of VVV Esports, we do have this gentleman over here, one half of the twin power of VVV Esports. It will be Dragon in the mid lane. Now, Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this because it looks like right now, this guy is going to set the pace for this series.
Yeah, I mean, right now with how well VVV, yes, they already have the momentum, and this is something that they wanted to capitalize on. And with the players, especially with Dragon and Demon Kite, I mean the Heartbreak Twins, showing that
Heartbreak
they are the
Twins.
ones who's going to finish a possible zero score for Tyrant. So that's really heartbreaking. But Dragon, a mid laner that you need to watch out for, and a Demon Kite. I mean, they are the ones who's running the gun, the shot callings, and the calls that they are having a good read in their team fights.
Yeah, and once again, checking out that solo player highlight on Dragon right now on the side of VVV Esports. His stats, as we're going to see it right here, they are really, really impressive right now. And,
Right.
it's really, really showing how much VVV
Yeah.
Esports deserves to be that, front runner for that second slot into the playoffs. Yeah, Osiris, let us know what you think about his most used champions right here.
Well, I mean, this guy is the only player, the Yasuo player here in Mindanao.
Yeah, that's right.
And with that 7.721 KDA reflects a lot, as this guy is running around looking for the targets. And let's not forget how the Wukong of their jungler gives a lot also of an opening. So everyone is functioning, and this is what I love about BVV. There's no one who's underperforming, especially right now that the captain is on board. He is the one who's calling the shots, playing with the macro skills.
Yeah, and on the other side, of course, we do have Tyrant Gaming, the team that sort of gets the last say over here for that, battle for that top spot here at the Mindanao group stages. And Tyrant Gaming, we have been cheering for them all day because we know that
Yeah.
they need that one win to close this out. But on top of that, surprise, surprise, now they are the gatekeepers for VVV Esports to get that top spot. Checking out their lineup once again, we did see them earlier, and it wasn't quite their day at that time, but it could be their night. Because the sun has set
Mhm.
now, it could be their night. Maybe they just needed a little refresher. Maybe they
Right.
just needed a bit of a break. But Oculus, what do you think? How can this team actually stand up to VVV Esports?
I'm hopeful. Okay, I think that's the
That
best term.
sound.
Because so far with VVV, they're just on form, right? So every decision that they make so far in after subbing in Hero has just been immaculate. We have Yoshi, the I think the star player, the captain for Tyrant Gaming. So he has to deal with Nasjo, who is very, very efficient in the tank duties. That he's willing to take in a split pusher, right, and just make sure that the split pusher will not be as impactful. Just knows his role. So Yoshi, not 100% sure if he will go for the Fiora, similar to what Alice did. Or Isela did, and yeah, at the end of the day, though, we have Tyrant Gaming trying to block the path of VVV Esports for that tiebreaker. And just for the viewers out there, this is going to be very important as well, because the first seed will most likely be matched up with the second seed. So you definitely want to get that first spot for you to have a more comfortable spot come playoffs time.
That's right. This has ramifications for the playoffs right here. And while it seems like Tyrant Gaming might not make it there, it is kind of ironic that they do have a say in who gets that seed and who gets to match up with who come playoffs. So right now, we'll check out a solo player highlight on the side of Tyrant Gaming. It is going to be this time on the mid lane. And Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on this matchup that's going to be in the mid lane. It's going to be Dragon and it's going to be I mean, what are the differences between these two players? Dragon right now seems like, he is, more skilled, more adept, but does have talent as well. How can he actually come out on top?
I mean, he's trying his best really to play or to cover the mid lane. With that RA pick, he is trying to assassinate or looking for the right charms. Yes, he did. He did find out some of those, but as what Otolo shared to us, that it isn't enough to complete the wins. So right now, you got the Diana also as one of the most used champions, but it's not something that they really wanted to invest a lot. You wanted to put I believe he can function really well on an Oriana, because right now Tyrant Gaming, there are a few moments that they wanted to go for big team fights, and the skill of in reading the team fight, there's a big change up if he's going to drop a huge shockwave. So you wanted that game-changing type of ultimates, instead of you're the ones going to pull the trigger with all of the damage coming in from Ari and Zig. So I believe still got this. Tyrant still got this. This is the real chance that they can get.
Yeah, and it is their last chance at the moment. And you're absolutely right. He might need to play more into that utility instead of going for the damage in this series. Now let's check out our Globe key player clash right now. And I believe it will be between the carries right here for two teams. We do have these guys over here on the ADC role, Demon Kite and Haze. And Otlus, start us off here. This is quite a discrepancy that we're seeing right now in the stats.
Right. So just don't mind the damage percentage, because I think that 100%. So that 106% is impossible. First off,
it's
because
mathematically incorrect.
Yeah, it's 100. There's only 100% damage to share, but you're right. 8.08 KDA for Demon Kite is just so good for the Dragon Laner. That means that he's able to survive any engages by the opponents, and also being able to dish out the finishing kills or assists. And you see the 60% kill participation. So that just means that he's involved in more than half of the kills that is being done here by VVV. So he's really involved. Now, what is going to be the win condition for Hayes here? He has to be more involved here moving forward, because at 20% for kill participation, that's too low, especially if you're a Dragon Laner.
Yeah, definitely. Osiris, just quick last thoughts here on the Globe key player clash.
Understandable that you have a very low stats for Hayes, as we believe that they yet to still secure their own victory. And right now, it's not just all about yes, you wanted that Globe Cup points, but I do believe that this is also the chance for them to break the barrier and to rise up their morale just to make sure that they still feel good on being here. Well, actually, you still need to be happy with where you are right now because this is the highest caliber of play while drifting here in the Philippines and being delivered with Tyrant Gaming. So, yes, there's a disparity, but this is not something that Tyrants needs to dwell in.
That's right. That's right. They can just start at, blank slate. This is their
Yeah,
series. It's for them
always.
for the taking. And just to let our audience know, apparently we do have a sub on the side of VVV Esports. Dampier is coming in while Hero will be sitting
Mhm.
this one out. This is going to be really interesting because again, when you have these subs coming in, this might not have been the VVV Esports that Tyrant Gaming was prepared to face, or it could damage the chemistry of VVV Esports. We are going to see. But before we jump into the Rift, Oculus, what do you think? Is this a 2-0 in favor of VVV Esports, or can Tyrant Gaming actually get this W?
Yeah, just please, Tyrant Gaming, prove me wrong because basically this is still 75,000 Globe Cup points on the line, right? We all love the tiebreaker storyline, right? And it's about to happen if VVV gets to win the series, regardless of it being 2-1 or 2-0. So yeah, my prediction will still be with VVV getting this win 2-0. But I hope that I will be proven wrong in the series.
Osiris, what about you?
Well, for me, yes, the same as Lewis, that I wanted to be proven wrong as I still love Tyrant Gaming, but numbers doesn't lie, the same as how I love the wing secured by VVV, and that's 75 Globe Cup points. Oppo Reno 5, Oppo A94, you got Coder Shop, you got, I mean, even Master, you can buy anything from it. So I think this is something that you wanted to play in, and but VVV is in really good shape, shutting down RRQ, VVV all the way.
That's right, the chicken wings. The chicken wings.
Yes.
And you know what? Because of that, I do want these guys to get their chicken wings, and I think it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of VVV Esports. But again, Tyrant Gaming, we are ready. Everybody here is ready to be proven wrong, and we are gonna find out if they can pull through. This is VVV Esports versus Tyrant Gaming, our last series of the day. Casters, take us into the ring.
Thank you very much, panelists, Amigo Fabs, Autolus, and Osiris. And now we're down to our last series of the Mindanao group stages. Will be your casters. My name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. And what an exciting last series as VVV continues to dominate, while Tyrant, for sure, they do want to end this group stage and exit with a bang, as they still want to get that 75,000 Globe Cup points for themselves as well. Infinity, based on VVV's performance today, they look pretty dominating. But biggest question is, what do you think Tyrant can do to sorta close that gap between them at the bottom of the current standings and as well as VVV at the tippity top?
Now, Tyrant Gaming, with the interview a while ago, they were saying that we're gonna be in today with a different rotation, with a different champion, with a different mindset to win games. And I think I am taking note of that. I'm looking at Tyrant Gaming coming out on something, bringing out a wonderful trump card, a hidden card up against VVV Esports in this very last series for today. It is what Tyrant Gaming has says, and they are in for a big fight against VVV. And a while ago, they were more dominant than they were in day number 2. So I am expecting them to really exponentially grow from that game a while ago into here against VVV Esports. And similarly, VVV Esports were dominant in their very own series a while ago as well. Their very respective games they were fighting against, especially up against RRQ a while ago, they have beaten them to a T, and now they're up against Tyrant Gaming. So I think VVV Esports is a team that has a lot in store when it comes to the champions, when it comes to the execution and the tactics. They were playing very methodically, and I think they could apply that today in series number 4, game number 1, to punish Tyrant Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. When we look at Tyrant, they had a great start for day number one of the Mindanao group stages. They even took RRQ into a 25-minute game, and it was very, very close. Imagine top two of the standings. They're able to take it so close, but we won't have to wait too much longer to find out what the draft is going to look like, because here we are, game number one. Tyrant Gaming gonna be on your blue side, as VVV Esports will be at your red. And now, look at the start. Gragas banned for blue, and now red side, Olaf.
Exciting picks and bans here for Tyrant Gaming as of yet. Banning out the Gragas means that VVV Esports won't be able to go for flex picks here. Olaf and Akali being banned away by VVV as well, but Diana with Tyrant Gaming opens up Camille for Tyrant Gaming to pick up. But if Camille will be locked in by Tyrant Gaming, Galio will be open for VVV Esports to lock it in. There is a lot more champions to take note. There is a Braum, there is a Janna for them as well, and they could go in with the dominant jungle if they want to go for it. And Rengar is one that really defines a dominant jungle.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, Rengars have been open almost the whole day today, and no one really brought it up. But VVV bringing the kitty cat back into the draft. Meanwhile, for Tyrant Gaming, they've decided to just opt for a very strong pick. Basically, Galio being such a flavor of the day. We'll have to see if that's going to be a lock-in. Is it? Is it?
Leona? Mr. Mark, Tyrant Gaming is thinking of something new, and they're locking into the support as a Leona. And now this signals to me that Galio will come into mid. With Janna being there, VVV Esports answers the Leona pick. The aggression of Tyrant Gaming with a disengage, and Ziggs as well to be far away for how Tyrant Gaming would engage against VVV Esports.
Yeah, we talked about this, the Janna being a little bit of a soft counter to the Leona. Zenith Blade to a Howling Gale denies the following stun. But in the meantime, though, Dragon's going to be falling back into this Ziggs. And the Silence is also going to be available for this Tyrant Gaming squad. And I am guessing that will be, on the Galio and possibly a support Leona for sure, as the Garen will say at the tippity top. And in the meantime, we still lack the Baron laner. It could be a Fiora, which is still open.
Fiora available for VVV Esports to go. It's a 4-1 setup, but I think they need to go for more of a tanky champion. They could go for the Darius here though to gain more sustainability, especially how Tyrant Gaming built their draft, which is going to be the diving composition, and Darius will be locked in on how they could just wipe in around and let Darius go for the sustainability with his skill set. So now we're draft locked in and everything seems good and nice, with some of a bit of a different flavor here for Tyrant Gaming picking on the Leona.
Yeah, this could be our second Leona in the Mindanao group stages. So a lot of stuns on the board, which is absolutely understandable. You do have Renzi on this Rengar. So imagine going in but getting greeted by a taunt and a stun. So I see the possible counterplay that Tyrant Gaming can possibly punish when VVV decides to be extra, aggressive on that pick.
Yeah, definitely. Now, let's talk about the weakness and the strengths of these two drafts. Currently, VVV Esports locking into a Rengar means that they need to go for the early aggression against Tyrants Gaming, especially to get the trophies immediately. And I think this is where Tyrants Gaming has played against the Rengar early game necessity on trying to get those kills immediately, because they built up a lot of tanks, right? The Garen is there, the Galio is there, very tanky champions, Leona and Camille are there as well to be in synonymity on how they are building onto those defensive capable champions. So Rengar will have a hard time, but when it comes to the game, it is going to be an important key factor for Rengar to get those kills to win the game. And the rest of the team, I think Tyrants Gaming's weakness here would be how the mid game could be punished of VVV Esports having the burst damage potential and sustainability of Nasjo.
Yeah, there is that classic matchup there. Yoshi on the Garen and as well as Nasjo on the Darius. We'll have to see if the resets are going to be possible. Yabutski, though, starting on this red and will get spotted by Dampier. By the way, it is not Hero playing this time around. We are back with Dampier, the support of Demon Kite from day number 1. So this is going to be a very interesting and different dynamic than what we usually saw back in day number 2 and today when they went up against RRQ.
With Jana and Demon Kai with Kaisa there into the bottom lane up against Leona and a Corki, I think they have more on the edge in the early game, level 1, level 2, as we have Leona spiking up until level 3 necessarily, or level 2 even, because of the Zenith Blade being up very early and how much you can spam it, but the Howling Gale is there to counter it. If Leona comes in, Howling Gale out, counter it. And Corki is not typically the champion that has a big damage when it comes to the early game, first minute into the matchup, so this is looking good.
Hold that thought, knock up, and the taunt as well. Barrier activated already, but the flash still being held on tight like a teddy bear, as you know, just wants to run away. There's the flash, auto attack, first blood goes to Renzi on VVV Esports, and they will be happy about that. Look at that roam.
Yeah, it's a 4-man roam, and all of a sudden, VVV Esports took dominance into the early game, and traditionally what happens is we only do see the 3-man roam, but Demon Kite and Damir was so supportive and was so map aware on what's happening into the mid side, and having the ward into top side of the map, top part river, just enabled them to then go for responses.
Oh, hold that thought. Exhaust dropped on towards Demon Kite. Remember, he doesn't have flash anymore from the first encounter in the mid lane, but Dampier is forced to use that heal.
The heal is there to get sustainability onto the Demon Kite, especially how Zen Blade is there.
Oh, that is Jom's actually initiating flash being used as well, but one more auto attack will finish the job, and Demon Kite gets another kill on his pocket. Oh, that's on the top side though. Nasjo with the flash and the decisive strike actually lands on the tower. Not gonna be close range as Yoshi has spilled all his summoner spells already.
It's a wrong target. I think we've seen that happen a while ago. When one kill could have happened if the right champion was picked up, not a minion, not Raptors. But yeah, I think it was a lost opportunity for Tyrant Gaming there to gain back what they have lost, especially how VVV Esports got 2 kills, and those 2 kills are not just Denny, because Renzi was there when those 2 kills happened.
Oh, another roam in the mid lane, though, but Joms is going to follow up with the tactical sweep as well, coming from Yabutski, and now they eliminate Dampier alongside with them. Here comes the rest of the squad of VVV. The slow will kick into Yabutski, but no follow-up as Tyrant is pretty much far away.
But that was just only support. VVV Esports has laned a lot more champions at that. When it comes to the first 2 minutes, they punished the mid lane a while ago of Tyrant Gaming. So at the very least, VVV Esports is looking at the silver lining, what they have achieved in the first 2 minutes of the matchup, getting the first blood into the mid lane. With the 5 seconds left for the Infernal Drake to come up, it's another contest coming from these 2 teams that they need to get 6% damage bonus. Is going to be very important.
We'll have to see who gets first dibs on this dragon area. Considering the fact that you mentioned additional damage is so huge for both of these teams. Package already pretty much picked up by Hayes, so they're pretty much ready to set this on stone. VVV doing a lot to deward this area, so Tyrant unfortunately has to set up camp again as they push towards the mid. Now Renzi trying to find an opportunity to jump onto someone as the ult is activated. Oh no! He finds Hayes just trying to port back. He's actually just standing, but the rest of the squad arrives to scare Renzi away.
Was Hayes AFK? I don't know what was going on. He was standing still, no stun came through, or maybe the route was available for Renzi came at that when he jumped over the hill. And with those pressure coming in, with Hayes with half HP, VVV Esports came into the Infernal Drake with no contest coming from Tyrant Gaming. And they were happy with it. Infernal Dragon gives him a lot more scaling potential when it comes to the mid game. Late game in bot lane, Yoshi.
Okay, a potential tower dive. That's the spin going for the side of Yoshi just to clear down the wave. But the tower is going down super slow, or super low, as Yoshi will use the flash instead for safety. In the meantime, for top side, this could be a potential dive. That's 3 members on the clock. That's a nice triple man apprehend, but the smash from the hero's entrance coming from Yuno will finish the job.
It was a fight with no return, but VVV Esports, yes, take all you want, Tyrant Gaming. Take the turret into the top lane because we will take the tier 2 in the Dragon lane instead. So we are much more better on getting the advantage in terms of gold and map control in the first few minutes of this matchup, with Rift Herald now coming up in 8 seconds, and VVV Esports taking 2 turrets. They have the item lead coming into this objective. This is going to be so exciting to see on who will take this objective instead. Is it going to be VVV Esports once again, or is it going to be Tyrant Gaming getting it instead?
Yeah, Yabutsuki managed to reset, I wouldn't say a little bit late. I guess a little bit late because VVV already has first dibs in this area. They're already starting it. They don't have a chance to actually contest this because Hayes was in the bottom portion of the map all this time.
And Yabutsuki was also up there, but it's just a lot taken.
Hold that thought though, as Renzi activates the stun and the root. The flash is not gonna help as the solar flare will follow, but your jungler has already fallen. Is VVV after more? There's a bunch of autos coming in as Dampier will assist Renzi here on his journey to eliminate the killer instinct. Will activate as Joms will be the focus target as the Mega Inferno bomb will drop as well. And now unfortunately Yoshi is gonna be in no man's land as he decides to demash injustice on someone, but unfortunately not too low enough to eliminate that person.
Justice was not served. The scaling of the ultimate of Yoshi based onto the missing health of the champion. If the champion has full health, you go for the Damnation Justice. The amount of damage that you deal against the champion is minute. But bot lane 2v1.
Okay, exhaust drop onto Nazjo, but that's a 1v3 situation. Such devastation. This was not his intention as he was outnumbered at that point. Tyrant Gaming trying to pick up the pieces and punish other players, other stragglers that are not with the team.
Ziggs already built up the Luden Zeko. The blasting one is there. Burning Easy is there as well. So I think Ziggs wants to prolong some team fights to gain a lot more damage, because that is 2% damage bonus for magic damage every second that he is in the fight. So I think that is massive for Dragon to build up. Row already secured by Galio, but now Hextech Ultimatum.
Hextech Ultimatum. No follow-up so far as Yabutsuki actually running out of mana. Has to run away for now and get that reset on the board, especially that the lanes are shoved in the favor of VVV.
And now VVV Esports, you know what? We have Renzi with a Rift Herald utilizing the Rift Herald recall to go back to safety quickly. Trinity Force building up to a Humus Blade. When Humus Blade is now going to be secured, a lot of damage will come through. And 15% damage increase already because of the trophies that he received. How Tyrant Gaming was keep on being picked up by Rengar. And VVV is playing around Renzi to be able to maximize how the passive would work for him. Look how Janna goes to support Renzi instead of the mid lane to support Dragon or even Demon Kite. This is how they want to play towards the jungle for VVV Esports. But now the Cloud Dragon will come up. The next objective will be up for any TC teams to take.
Yeah, because for VVV, again, they are in this area right away, and Tyrant is in no position for this. They are going to opt for a sandwich, perhaps, because they have Yabutsuki, but he's so far away from the dragon, and he's isolated from the rest of the members. He does still have hook shot, perhaps, and he still does have that flash. So here comes the Hextech Ultimatum, a jungler versus jungler in this arena, in this duel, but he's still pretty much low. But the rest of the squad already joins the fight, and they explode dragon. Now it's a 4v5 situation. Now Renzi is not prepared for this collapse, and Tyrant Gaming is ahead of this fight as they now work their way towards this tower.
3v5 for VVV Esports.
Right now in the Killer Instinct activated as Demon Kite is kiting his best. The silence will kick in though, and the flash will not save him at all as we see Hayes on a killing spree. And VVV, they are definitely not prepared for these fights just yet.
When Tyrant Gaming has said a different rotation, a different mindset, and a different thing that they have prepared for day number 3, this is it. VVV Esports is being punished by Tyrant Gaming. Of course, you also have the Infernal Drake Cloud Dragon available for VVV Esports as Renzi comes in.
Yabutski is going to be the target. He's half HP. Look at the burst, but the Hextech Ultimatum will be activated, but it will not save his life as the Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane for now. This could be a potential dive as the bouncing bombs are slowly going in Tyrant's towers and minions. And the siege still continues. Apprehend will reel in Yoshi, and the charge will kick in towards the tower. Taunt will connect, but no follow-up coming from Tyrant, and VVV will decide to just back away.
Yeah, VVV has restored the disadvantage that they have received a while ago from that triple kill from Tyrant Gaming. Now leading into a 3k gold lead because of a turret that they have destroyed into the mid lane, into the tier 1 and tier 2 turret. They've gotten 2 plates out of it, so VVV is looking at a very good situation. Baron Nashor will be alive. Tyrant Gaming and VVV Esports, I think, will be looking into that next because of how this game would work out, especially how Renzi is already building up his stacks, already has secured the Trinity Force, and the Yumus Blade will work hand in hand on how Renzi is a mobile champion and is a hunter, is an assassin, and he spams kills. And so that will be extra magic damage that Renzi will provide.
Okay, Hextech Ultimate, there is the Venn diagram we're talking about, and you know, is getting all of these skills. Double Man Taunt, as well as you see Joms, Monsoon activated, but the rest of Tyrant is already here, and Renzi just eliminates right off the bat. Now here comes the rest of VVV. There is Demon Kite. Now we get to see Haze Golden, but he is going to be isolated from the rest of his teammates. Maybe the fight is still not over. Apprehend use. Silence on Dinastro. Killer Instinct just to focus down onto Joms, but the guillotine will strike him down instead.
VVV Esports' micro play. I'm looking at Renzi. He flashed away onto the bush to try and jump onto Tyrant Gaming. That was phenomenal. They got the kill onto Tyrant Gaming. Haze was there to try and finish down Renzi, but he overextended. It was a 1v3 at that point in time. When he went golden, that just states that sentence at then and there. In that time span, he cannot go back away. VVV Esports got 2 kills out of that. Another turret in the mid lane as well. So they're really stacking up in gold. They're stacking up in objectives. 6k gold lead already for them. 20 seconds remaining for the Mountain Dragon to come up. Dragon.
So, Hextech Ultimatum again, but the satchel will not actually allow you to escape with the arena on the board. Renzi, though, hoping to get an exchange kill. The ult activates. Oh no, Haze is trying to port back. He's not able to port back, and he is forced to face this assassin, this kitty cat. In the meantime, though, the top laners are doing a little bit of their own duel, but never mind, as the rest of the squad has arrived already. And now Dampier is forced to use the Monsoon. Here comes Demon Kite as well to assist, but Nastro has already fallen, and that is the call to just back away.
I think Tyrant Gaming had a huge response against VVV Esports. Dampier's Monsoon was already used far away from VVV, but Tyrant Gaming is looking to go for the contest, but they're not really able to do so. So VVV is stacking up another dragon. Mountain Dragon will not be secured by them. Their scaling will be synonymous to their name, especially with how 7k gold lead is already for them. Now looking at the items individually for the ADC, the Kai'Sa has the Zeal, BRK, Infinity Edge already, so Arcadian Rain and also the Supercharge will be upgraded. Extra survivability, extra damage from the Arcadian Rain, and Renzi already building up towards his third item is amazing to see. 6k gold difference here from between these two teams, and yet another kill, another team fight I think will be the next step before the Baron Nashor, as both of them will go to Dragon.
Remember, this is a 4v5 situation. Hookshot as Yabutski will increase the gap between Renzi, but the ult has already been used, so Renzi won't have that anytime soon for the next potential fight, and Tyrant Gaming is able to take down the tower for themselves with no threat whatsoever.
And Nastro, you know what, having the information, the Tyrant Gaming went in for the roam into the mid side, went in for the split push, but Renzi coming down.
Oh, Hextech Ultimatum on top of the Solar Flare, and we can see that Nastro is still safe and sound. That's going to be an eliminate to Yabutski, so no jungler for Tyrant Gaming, and the chase still could possibly continue as the ult is activated by Renzi, but he still can't find the correct target as Joms is standing in his way. But this calls for a Baron.
The very natural will be a free objective for VVV Esports as no jungle can be there for Tyrant Gaming. Although I see Tyrant Gaming going for the contest, of course they don't want to give it for free against VVV Esports. But the question would be, is the time going to be in their favor?
Yoshi jumps, but he's gonna get apprehended and exhausted, and there you go, Renzi on a rampage already. That's a 4v5 again. Yabutsuki not even spawned back into this world as a VVV already has that Baron in their hands, and they are in a very comfortable lead. You talked about scaling. They are in their element right now, especially Demon Kite. Still, just one death so far, but Renzi is doing a lot of work.
Work for VVV Esports as they try and build their portfolio up, gain more gold, gain more dragons, and pretty much be the dragon master in the next minute to come. Especially that's the ocean break with how Darius has been played out. Extra sustainability will be key, and that will also came close to Renzi being able to utilize the Omnibap if ever they get it. And now it's gonna be the Rengar though, going for an aggressive.
Still trying to find key targets. Looks like the top laners are going to be doing a 1v1 once more. Silence will go towards Nazjo, as Yoshi will try to defend the top lane as well. John's going to be joining him, as now the whole team is split into three mini squads. But look at that, Haze is so low. But here comes Hextech Ultimatum, Monsoon activated as well. Yuno will join the fight. The Killer Instinct Demon Kite is just all alone now. He's going to be going golden as Dragon will join the squad as well. Look at the flash, look at the aggressive auto attack and the bouncing bombs as well. But here comes Renzi joining the fray as they clean up Slate. Yoshi, the only one left alive to defend this base. There are still 4 more members alive on the side of VVV. The minions are crawling slowly towards the base. They are hitting the Nexus, and now this is game number 1 going to VVV.
What a wonderful game VVV Esports has provided, and Tyrant Gaming was there to come close into putting down VVV. Although VVV Esports has ducked the win for that very game number 1. I think this team was able to get every single dragon available into the game at that point in time when they finished the matchup, and they got those kills. They got the early game. They got the first blood onto the mid lane, which was Yuno. Renzi already got the 5% damage bonus. At that, they went into the bot lane, got the kill onto Joms after, extra 5%. And this is the winning factor of VVV Esports, where in early game will be the name of the game. They need to get those kills for that Renzi to scale up in damage, for them to really do massive chunk against Tyrant Gaming, and that is also their weakness. But they were able to lean towards their strength rather than really able to be punished by their weaknesses. Said, although Tyrant Gaming, I do commend how they played out in that game number 1. They were very stronghold in that matchup against VVV Esports, especially when it comes to the mid game, wherein VVV was trying to go in all aggression, and Tyrant was more on playing it very passively, but at the same time thinking what they want to do against VVV Esports to be able to bring them down and sort of match them up. Match the wavelength that they are tuning in, dance in the same melody against VVV. And they did for a while, but VVV Esports came with a bang. Their scaling potential was there. They finished the game off with a dominant fashion.
Exactly. They had the tools as well. They had a lot of stuns. They had a lot of potential punish if ever Renzi decides to go in. But Renzi's timing, Renzi's patience as well. He doesn't... Just because he has ult, just because he activated his ult, doesn't necessarily mean he has to go full on. He is very patient. He waits for the right timing. If it doesn't work, then he tries again. And when it's back up, then you find another chance. And I think that is really cool to watch. You know, a very cool headed Rengar player, if you will, considering that it's very understandable. You know, you play a Rengar but you can't get any kills when your ult comes and stuff like that. So this is a really nice way to sort of play around a Rengar, especially they have 3 tanks on the side of Tyrant Gaming, so he maneuvered through all of those tanks basically.
Yeah, the mobility, you know what, his capabilities to really just sneak into those bits and pieces. He's like a liquid, right? He's like a water just flowing through those little creeks, just trying to avoid, the solid stunts, the solid CCs coming in from Tyrant's Gaming. So I love that. I love to see that the micro play, the mechanical reign of VVV Esports, especially how Renzi at a single time just jumped in, flashed under the bush to go to a jump onto Galio and secure that kill. And even then, that just shows how they were micro playing against their enemy team.
And we get to see that all over again as we head on over to Play of the Game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Now, this part of the game, this is where Tyrants Gaming was actually having sort of the lead when it comes to the kills. They were punishing VVV time and time again, but in certain occasions, they were overextending, and that is just a reflection of this one. And this is where Renzi just flashed in under the bush and just jumped in onto Galio, got the kill, and that is something that has really opened up my eyes. That was just so big to see coming in from VVV, and there is now gonna be the methodical play into the 15 minutes of the matchup we're in. They got the kill onto Bibutsi. They were not overextending. With their 5-man team, they got the Baron Nashor for free with no contest from TG because how they lack onto the jungle snipe to go for the steal immediately, especially with Camille that is very mobile as a champion. And now, with that said and done, with the Baron Nashor being secured by VVV Esports, they went into the bottom lane with all inhibitor turrets down. They're just crashing down onto the Nexus phase with a good wave control and dominated those kills with a triple, with a 4, and the penta. They have finished the game with the support of their minions with the Baron buff.
And of course, we've got the master of the match. It's Renzi on his Rengar. He was everywhere. He was stalking his prey, watching people port back to base and not letting them go home. Actually, letting them go home in a different way.
Let them go home. The home is a graveyard. The home is a graveyard, and Renzi gets kills time and time again. And yes, it may not seem like a 10 KDA, not typically the jungle while there is 20 KDA. But here's the thing, it's not all about kills. Renzi has played it more on the type of objective game wherein he gets the early game lead for his team to scale out, especially with how their composition has been building through within building some items. A Darius is there, but the Darius needs items to go for the 1v2, 1v3, 1v4. Right? And Renzi was there to make that happen. Trinity Force was already secured when it comes to the game. The passive 2 stacks was already there as well to just deal those punches, those kicks, and those slices in their enemy team. They hunted, they ate, and they won.
Definitely VVV going for a late evening snack over there as he did a phenomenal job over towards that Rengar pick. And very exciting to see how, this dynamic of from hero, and now we have Dampier on the board with on the support role, and it's still VVV complete control of the game. There were a couple of times where perhaps Tyrant is able to win a few skirmishes here and there, maybe someone from VVV overextending, but it did not hurt the chances at all of VVV in that game. They still managed to get all dragons on the board for themselves, and that really created so much gap between Tyrant and them in that particular match.
Yeah, the gap, the space that VVV has provided into that match was amazing. It was just so big for them to try and winning that matchup. And this is where the reflections come in, that it is not all about kills. Tyrant Gaming got like 3 kill lead against VVV in the 5, 6, 7 minutes into that matchup, but at then like VVV already secured 2 dragons, and the Rift Herald was there as well. Like the Tower First Blood was there, and I think it was just the balancing of objectives and kills are gonna be very important, especially in game number 2. How VVV has been playing it out, I think Tyrants Gaming could just do that balance on how they could take kills, how they could take objectives. Being off that balance, having the equilibrium onto these 2 aspects of the matchup can have an effect against VVV, and trying to make it even level playing field, a toe-to-toe matchup, or head-to-head, if you may call it, coming into game number 2 and try to make it into game number 3.
Yeah, and I think it has something to do with what they want to do with the draft. Do they want to ban out the Rengar and not allow that to be given and used by Renzi? Or are they willing to give it another try? Open up the Rengar. It's fine. Keep the same bans.
Yeah.
And then maybe try something a little bit different on your... Because I think the previous draft, which we will see in a few, is that there was a Corki. You've got a Camille that can easily isolate a target. For sure, you've got two amazing tanks, but at the same time they really did struggle in sort of competing with these early dragons. And we've based from what we've seen so far, you know, the first control over the streak of objectives, I suppose the Rift Herald and then the dragon, seems like a very important objective, especially for compositions that work early to mid.
And the compositions at that will be how a Lee Sin would work in the early game, right? In the mid game, there is like Corki being coming through. You have the Camille, you have the Gragas as a jungle specific role, because we're talking about the objectives, right? We're talking about the objectives, so that is where we see those early mid game jungles that are very, very strong. The Jarvan 4 is sort of a mid game, late game champion, sort of maybe the level 5, sure thing. I think that will be sort of a power spike for a Jarvan 4 if you have a lot more CCs coming in from the rest of the team. So I think you need to think of a way. Are we going for the early game, punish them, and then mid game we can translate it into more gold, into more objectives? And I think that is what VVV has played and done. Rengar was an early game champion, or not typically early game because he has good scaling, so maybe let's say all throughout the game he's strong, but Rengar played it early, gave space for Kaisa and Janna to be able to dominate the dual lanes. If you have the dominance onto it, you just free farm, and I guess Corki wasn't really able to capitalize onto the early game advantage. And the only time you have to gain the 3,500 gold is in the first 4 minutes into the matchup, and gaining every single CS, every single minions, and if you get that, sure, you're gonna have the Trinity Force. But if you don't, where will the other gold come through in the first 4 minutes? Wherein that is where the key objective will be started throughout the game. And I think one time, I think Hayes was a bit stuck above the hill onto the Dragon's Pit, wherein Rengar was just there, jumped in, because they have the information, got the half HP for Hayes, and Tyrant Gaming was planning to go for the contest, but because of that, they weren't able to just do so.
Yeah, I think the positioning of Tyrant in the game were a little bit hit or miss. Sometimes it was amazing. It was so hard to penetrate the defenses of Tyrant, but at the same time, you find Tyrant members a little bit scattered. And when you're scattered, especially if your AD carry is not near any of the peelers, the stunners, where the CC is at, that's why you drafted the Galio and the Leona in the first place. It makes things a little bit awkward and makes your AD carry vulnerable. And that's the thing. He's your only consistent source of damage. In the long run, Galio will fall off. He's just going to be a tank. He's just going to be a CC bot. And that is what happened in this draft in particular. So this composition from Tyrant had a very, very low ceiling for it to not ceiling, a very short window to make this composition work. And everything else beyond a certain point, it is definitely a sure VVV victory, considering that they have a Demon Kite on this Kaisa that is able to ramp up later. They do have a little bit of balance with the Renzi Rengar as well, and the sieging power coming from this coming from Dragon on this Zig. So it's a very good assembly of a balance, if you will, for the composition of VVV that Tyrant will surely struggle against if they don't take advantage of that really, really teeny tiny window that they have.
Yeah, I have the same thoughts. How Tyrant Gaming's draft is a bit on the fringe edge of having really, really power spike into terms of the late game. Now I'm wondering if Leona is gonna be switched onto maybe a Janna, onto maybe a Braum. I think their draft is gonna be amazing, because if you look at their enemy team, considering that Janna is not gonna be available for VVV, you know what? Let's just switch it out. Let's just blank it out. Let's make Janna into the side of Tyrant Gaming. right? You have Rengar as a diver champion. You have Darius coming in, diver champion as well. Kaisa is a diver champion. Having the Janna, you have the disengage, right? So having the disengage will just have the protections onto Corki and even the Galio as an AP champion, right? On top of all that, let's say that we have a Braum instead of the Leona. You have the Glacial Fissure that can knock up Rengar when he's diving in. You have Ziggs, you have Darius there, and have the protections when it comes to the game. A Braum is very good at level 1. You have the concussive blows. The stunts are going to be very important, especially with how Ajana and Kaisa would work out in the dual lane. So having the protection onto Corki in the first few minutes into the matchup, having the free reign for Corki to just have a risk-free sort of environment to gain damage, to gain kills, and to gain minion farm is just the more ideal situation. And I think Leona is sort of a champion that is hyper aggressive, and I think Leona would be good if maybe the ADC would be sort of an Ezreal, would be sort of a Draven, wherein these champions are good at level 1, level 2, level 3. They have huge burst potential and they have high damage ceiling in the early phases of the game. So I think it's a bit of a puzzle fitting onto the whole thing for Tyrants Gaming right now for the draft in game number 2.
Yeah, I think a Tristana would have fit well as well into the draft. I assume a Leona Tristana could have some sort of potential. I mean, you do land the stun, you rocket jump on top of the stun, so for that maximum damage, not only for mobility, but also that extra damage as well when you drop, and then just auto attack away with the attack speed. I imagine that could be an ideal scenario. There's also the Braum Tristana. You have a mode of disengage as well. On top of that, when you rocket jump, Braum just jumps with you as well with the shield. So I think it's perfect synergy. Maybe we get to see Tristana back again. For some reason, she's absent today. Day 2 and day 1, she was here and there. For some reason, she's absent today. It's the battle of the Corki and the Kaisa, basically. It has been Corki and Kaisa for the whole day, Infinity.
it's no Tristana, no Ezreal, no Saya, no other ADC. You know what? Let's just mix it up a bit. I want Ashe coming in for the dual lane. But kidding aside, I think, yeah, Tristana could have a big potential. Because as you've spoken, how a Galio will be played out in late game, wherein he's just a CC bot. And having your Tristana will act very well and come in synergy with how Tyrant's Gaming's draft will lack off a bit when it comes to the mid game, right? So I think Tristana has a big late game potential that can deal massive amounts of damage. We saw a Tristana quad kill in the past. A pentakill Tristana is something that we were hoping for, because if Tristana gets the 3 core items, maybe the 4 core items, he's gonna deal a lot of damage. The rocket jump keeps on reset all around, and you just jump, right? And jump from Tristana gives you an escape route or an aggressive route to try and beat down the enemy team.
Exactly. The Buster Shot as well can be used as a defensive tool in case too many champions stick too close, like, you know, the Darius at the opposite side of the spectrum. And as well as Kaisa after a Killer Instinct to be a little bit more aggressive towards you. So I think a Tristana isn't the strongest, but I think it can be very, very relevant depending on the draft. Because this constant Kaisa, I mean, why not do the usual that we saw in RRQ? Maybe play put Haze on a Draven, surprise Draven. If you're going to be on blue side, get your Lux, get your Janna on some of the earlier rotations in the pick and ban, and then see how the draft goes. I think one of the weaknesses of the Draven, I suppose, if there's a Rengar on the opposite side of the spectrum, I think you are a little bit more vulnerable. It's not like you have any sort of safety like a Valkyrie or an Arcane Shift or a Rocket Jump. So that is something to consider when you're going up against VVV, because Renzi is such an amazing Rengar player.
Yeah, or even have to be playing with the Singe. You know what? It's a shot out there in the dark, but I think a Singe is good onto mobile champions, right? And if VVV plays out onto maybe a Kaisa, a Rengardo into their draft, a Singe will just delay how Rengar will come into fights. Kaisa cannot go in and go for survivability. So I think there is a slight chance that it can have a big potential coming in, especially as an AP champion of a Singe. It's still strong, but at the same time gives a lot of DPS and damage over time against the enemy team when they're stepping onto the poison of a Singe. So I do believe a Singe, a Draven, a Tristana, as you stated, are going to be something that will be unconventional, but will fit in onto how Tyrant Gaming has been playing it out. So it's going to be very exciting, Rico. I'm excited. I'm excited for game number 2.
Yeah, I think Singe is actually, it's a very good idea. You mentioned when you spot out so many dashes on mobility on the side of whoever, or especially from VVV, if Tyrant sees that. Singe can be a little bit low-key. Like, you think he's not doing anything, but he's actually very impactful as the fights progress, especially when we're looking at objective fights in the Dragon or maybe the Rift Herald. So I think it is gonna be potentially an effective pick. We'll have to see how the draft is going to go, because this is a do or die situation for Tyrant. They wanna take 75,000 Globe Cup points before the Mindanao group stages end, and VVV is there, standing in the way of that. So
Yeah.
now it is match point already. VVV needs to win one more to secure their, I wouldn't say undefeated run, as they did fall against RRQ in day number 1. So very excited to see what Tyrant will do this time around. What will they pull out of their sleeves? Because this is, again, your potentially last chance to take it into this game number 3.
Yeah. Are they gonna change the draft? You talked a lot about the draft a while ago. Are they gonna change the executions? I do believe that they could change the execution. Now I want to talk about that just a bit, because VVV is sort of an aggressive type of champion. Maybe not champion, as a team rather. I think Tyrant Gaming could play it a bit patiently and just let VVV Esports go for those aggressive plays. I think it is known already that VVV Esports in the first 2 minutes are playing aggressive mid side.
And there we go, game number 2 starting. We have the draft. VVV now on your blue side, Tyrant Gaming on your red, and right off the bat, removing this Rengar away from Renzi.
If Gragas will be banned away, Tyrant Gaming, VVV Esports can pick up the Camille, and even Galio as well will be open for them. So it's a very difficult situation for the red side selection to think on what bats would be, because there are a lot of opens coming from VVV. Now with Camille being picked up by VVV Esports, Tyrant Gaming can now have the priority onto maybe the Galio. They can have next the priority on maybe the Braum or even the Janna as well.
Yeah, Kaisa sounds good here, but we talked about the combo of the Galio Diana, but so far the Kaisa has been winning most of the games for today, I suppose, but they're confident that this Diana is open, might as well take it. Meanwhile, VVV, of course, no questions asked, they will take that Kaisa for them, maybe a Kaisa Janna rotation for themselves, because you mentioned it's still possible to take that, but Dragon here for Ziggs.
Ziggs being locked in, you have a lot of potential to go for the backside, so I think Tyrant Gaming needs to play against the Corki, because I believe with Ziggs being locked in by VVV Esports and Kaisa as well, they're going for more on the tanky champions as their 4th and 5th pick as the support and the jungle. Now Tyrant Gaming has an opening for a Corki to come in and shred out the armor of those tanky champions from VVV Esports, as Vi being locked in for Tyrant as well is a counter onto Kaisa to lock him down. Even Kaisa is a mobile champion, but an Assault and Battery is known to not be stopped, but Tristana being locked in. Amazing lock for Tyrant Gaming.
Now, there we go. We actually still don't know where this... Oh, never mind. The Galio is going for the support for Joms. And for VVV, Wukong going to be activated here. Not the synergy we are looking for because no Yasuo, no Oriana. It is just there for that engage for VVV, and now disengage for Dampier is going to be on this Janna.
This will be very interesting. I think Janna is there to try and go for the Monsoon disengage against Galio and Diana. So I think this is just interesting because I was thinking that they were really trying to go for the tanky champions, considering that they have some squishy frontliners or backliners such as the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs. But I think the Monsoon, the sustainability will be enough to try and alleviate some of the tanky disadvantage coming from VVV Esports. Now the last locked in for Tyrant Gaming will be the Fiora. A lot of potential to go for the 4-1 setup for this game number 2, especially considering that they have known to be, you know what, the early disadvantage keep on going for them. Having the Fiora mid-game, late game is looking a bit good for them to try and force out VVV plays, force out VVV positions, and favoring off them as well. So I do believe Fiora is a good pick here for Tyrant Gaming.
Yeah, it is again the classic matchup of the Fiora and Camille. Fiora usually wins that matchup to a slight lead just because when you compare their ults, Camille's ult with a Hextech Ultimatum traps basically puts you in close quarters of this Fiora, and then you are pretty much exposed to the Grand Challenge Vital Points, so a little bit counterintuitive. But now, though, something interesting that happened in the draft. I'm actually surprised they did not get the Wukong for themselves. It was Wukong last pick, or was it last pick? Or was it
Second to last, yeah.
Second to the last pick? I thought what would happen after would be a Wukong Tristana rotation, just because we saw how amazing a Diana Wukong could possibly be. But this time around, Yabutsuki aiming more for this solo target CC, which makes sense because you're up against a Kai'Sa. Now VVV Esports hoping to take this into a 2-0. And Tyrant, of course, they want to take this into game number 3. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, even a Jarvan 4 as well can be picked up in change of Yabutsuki, because Jarvan 4, Joms with Galio can actually go in synergy. But you know what? The draft is already being locked in. So I think we now can talk about how the weaknesses or strengths can be brought up by both VVV Esports and Tyrant Gaming in the same way. Hayes, as we know, is a scaling champion, is not that capable when it comes to the game.
That is an exhaust dropped, everything dropped already on towards Hayes. He did, Joms was forced to use the heal in. So look at this aggressive level 1 from Demon Kite and Dampier though. In the meantime, in the mid lane, this could be a possible counter gank. Committed by Renzi as they try to attempt. Look at Dragon moving a little bit forward, trying to bait something out. But cooldown is off, and now Yabutsuki gonna get that knockoff on towards Dragon, but the Nimbus Strike will burn Yabutsuki's flash, and he's burning right now. Just one more auto attack, and Renzi gets first blood. It's a 2v2 situation. The shield comes in, as you know, is super low. Joms is there for that response, but VVV satisfied with that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, VVV Esports was playing it very slowly. Tyrant Gaming, they're waiting for them to go for an aggressive play, and Yabutsuki just fall under the trap of VVV Esports to go for the Vault Breaker into a Ziggs, wherein Wukong was just there with a massive amounts of damage, and Vi is typically in a power spike onto level 3. Level 5, and having the level 3 alone is not that great when Renzi has the capability to just bring you down in terms of the HP potential. So I do believe VVV Esports played out in their advantage in the early phase, get the first blood, get the 400 gold lead.
That is definitely the plan in mind, as we saw a little bit of visit of Dampier at the top portion of the map, trying to assist Nasjo, but looks like nothing will happen there, as still no level 5 so far, except for Yoshi. He did manage to get his level 5 first, but he's just going back to base. Now, just gonna dash in and dash out, show a little bit of a flashiness against Dragon.
It's just fancy footwork coming in from Yuno into the middle lane. But I love how Tyrant Gaming is, playing this very proactively. Yabutsky keeps on going in for some roams into the mid lane, trying to support Yuno if ever a fight will occur. And look at their vision game right now. They have 3 wards into the bottom river side just to secure how much vision that they will get and have the knowledge if there is a gank coming into Haze, and also jumps, especially how they are not that great when it comes to the game. So I love the vision game from Tyrant Gaming. They just need to put that in a bigger scale and be consistent in putting wards to make it safe. And look at that, 3 minutes into the match, only 1 kill. Top.
Hold that thought, Assault and Battery, Grand Challenge activated, but Yabutsky will fall. Unfortunately, the follow-up, the 1v2 under the tower is not going to be enough, as the burst is just so sad, as the Corgi butt will appear, and now the vital point is behind him. There's the dash in, there's the hook shot, and the stun, and the sweep, but it will be riposted. Yoshi, no mana anymore, and the barrier will be activated. Yoshi wants to get that kill as Nasjo decides to use the flash.
Ooh. This is looking so close into the top lane. Nasjo.
Hook shots, tactical sweep, the slow will kick in. 1, 2 auto attacks will be enough as the shield, the passive, the barrier activated by Yoshi. He is so incredibly low. Look, Dragon with a Mega Inferno Bomb. It's enough. He scores as he eliminates Yoshi. But now another potential dive as Nasjo will be safe for now.
That's a half-court shot coming in from that Ziggs with a Mega Inferno Bomb. And that was just amazing. And look at how VVV Esports, Nasjo to be more specific, left a ward into the bush onto the top side to get information on where Camille might be. And they just got the kill, or Fiora rather. They just got the kill because of how Ziggs was just so responsive.
Yeah, Dragon. You saw him waddling his way in the mini-map, going to make sure that he's in range of the Mega Inferno Bomb. But in the meantime, though, Tyrant now will try to take things back for themselves, as they did lose that tower dive. They lost Yoshi as well, so they took matters into their own hands and got First Blood Tower. Or rather, no, they exchanged it from the tower from bottom.
Yeah, the turrets all around. It's a 1-for-1 right now, and I think that is where Tyrant Gaming needs to do so. Right? They're clever enough to get those trade-offs, important trades, to be more to be exact on how VVV Esports keep on playing the early game. So 5 minutes into the matchup, at the very least, they only have sort of a 1k gold difference against VVV Esports. Aside from game number 1 a while ago, we're in first couple of minutes already like 2k gold difference, 3k gold difference. So I like what I'm seeing right now from Tyrant Gaming. They're playing it very slowly. They're waiting for the right opportunity to gain those trades and to gain the right moment to punish VVV.
Patience is a virtue here as a Tyrant, again, trying to find the right opportunities, just as you mentioned. Dampier will spot out Haze, but it's all going to be okay. But in response to this, though, Tyrant wants to do a tower dive towards Nasjo, not giving him a break at all, but he still wants to pursue this. There's the stun, there's the Hextech ultimatum as well. But here comes the Cyclone going in as Nasjo is going to fall down. Unfortunately, that's the second Cyclone. And a double kill for Renzi. It is a 2v3 situation, now a 1v1 situation. He still has Guardian Angel, ladies and gentlemen, and he tries to proc the Honey Fruit, but the heal all went to Yoshi, and now Yoshi still has an adequate amount of mana, but he doesn't want to risk it as Renzi will be half HP after the revival.
The VVV Esports now going to the top-sided map, actually trying to go for the trade, but only opting to go for the turret plate. Into the bottom lane, I think that was fun and amazing to see from Tyrant Gaming, how they were crashing down into the tier 1 turret. And yes, that was a 2-kill from VVV Esports, wherein they were deleted, but you have Fiora having that clutch from the Honey Fruit, saving his life. I think if there was no Honey Fruit in that lane, it could have been disaster for Tyrant Gaming, but having that, he was safe, punished onto the GA of Renzi, and came back home. So into the Rift Herald fight, I think Renzi would not have a great time into playing more of an aggressive type of stage.
Yeah, he doesn't have his flash available for this, so Yoshi does have, as Yabuki already charging in. There is the Howling Gale, the double man knock up, but no steal will happen as VVV will secure that. Renzi is able to secure as Najo is going to receive the grand challenge. Mega Inferno bomb towards Tyrant, and they just want to run away. And the rest of VVV is just chasing them down, and Tyrant is falling down like dominoes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yabuki, the only one left as he tries to run away. And that's gonna be VVV building more lead, building more objectives for themselves.
And that was a one mistake from Tyrant Gaming. They were overextending onto the reptile spitfire, and VVV Esports were able to capitalize onto. And yes, it was not exactly onto the river side, but VVV Esports has a lot of mobile champions, right? That they could just jump in onto Tyrant Gaming with a lot of AoE CCs in the form of Wukong and Dampier to go for the Monsoon. They have a lot prepared against Tyrant Gaming. So I think in terms of the next matchups, they need to wait for an opportunity to come in. A Cloud Dragon is available. So I think Tyrant Gaming could try and play a gank onto the jungle of VVV Esports if it is left alone standing. And if they get the Wukong, they can now go in for the Cloud Dragon. If not, if VVV Esports goes in for the Cloud Dragon all in, they could go for the objective instead onto turret.
Yeah, I mean, Hayes is quite far away for this. Hextech Ultimatum on towards Yuno, but nothing will proceed from that. Tyrant is able to get one tower down though, but they will be a little bit late to the party for this one, as they are quite far away. They, based on their map movements, they are two. They are not going to contest the second dragon, maybe the third dragon perhaps, as they are still trying to find the correct setup for themselves and trying to catch up with map control as well.
And now Cloud Dragon will be secured by VVV Esports. Another dragon in the roster. It's just a lot coming in. And if you're looking at the jungle of VVV Esports, already having the Black Cleaver already and the GA, enabling him to deal up damage. Rocket Jump.
Hayes still doesn't have flash. Oh no, you are isolated away from your squad without that flash. Only the rocket jump will be your saving grace. Tactical sweep, flash burnt from Yuno, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb just for that extra damage. Hextech Ultimatum once more, just trapping Joms over here, as he's gonna be the next one to be slain. And Tyrant Gaming losing their duo members, and unfortunately losing another mode of engage on their squad for, I don't know, 12 seconds.
Yeah, 12 seconds. On the time on the clock right now, Baron Nashor will be alive 10 minutes into the matchup, and Tristana will only be able to gain the 2 core items, while his counterpart 2 core items as well. But in addition to the Executioner's Calling, it's pretty much even for the ADC currently. But Team Kai already having the earlier more power spike, having more damage up. And I think VVV Esports needs to really just hold on to their 4K goal lead, sustain it up longer, and Tyrant Gaming needs to try and punish that. And I think this is where it comes to be top lane.
Oh, Assault and Battery towards Yabuki there, or rather Yabuki using Assault and Battery as they've eliminated Demon Kite. The AD carry is no longer, as Hayes is still getting the Buster shot, but the damage is not enough as Dampier is able to shield in time. And with that said, no AD carry, but now the collapse could possibly happen as the tactical sweep will not connect towards Yoshi.
Though it will not happen as Fiora is scared and just hunts under the turret, goes for the recall to buy some item for now, secures the Trinity Force and the BRK already. So this Fiora is gonna hurt in terms of the duel against maybe potentially even a Camille, because that is sort of what's happening right now. The 4-1 setup forces out one member of VVV Esports to come into a single lane to try and defend how the lane is being controlled by Tyrant Gaming. So a lot of damage coming in from Fiora at this point, a lot of percentage damage bonus coming in for the passive off the BRK alone. And now as VVV Esports, Baron Nashor lives, they're still thirsty for blood. If they get a kill into the bottom lane, this is gonna be big.
A 1v1, there's the stun kicking in, and the Hextech Ultimatum, the riposte though, beautifully done timing by Yoshi, so it will not be there, it will not be activated. Now, TG searching for a fight perhaps? No, it's VVV searching for a fight as Ibutsky just gonna charge in. as the Nimbus Strike actually goes long as Yabutsuki takes Renzi for a ride towards the Raptors. But nothing will happen there as, again, Tyrant has to play from behind for now.
And for now, it's gonna be sort of the patience game as VVV Esports is going for the aggressive play on top.
No attempted tower dives just yet. We've got VV. Oh, never mind. Assault and battery activated. On top of that is the hero's entrance with a knock-up as well. Coming from the Moonfall, single man Moonfall, as Dampier will fall down. And now Nasjo entering the fight with the Hextech Ultimatum with the sweep. Look at that. That is Renzi just trying to scare the members of Tyrant away. But look at the members of VVV. They're incredibly low. Yabutsuki attempting to restart the fight, perhaps, as Hayes is still pretty much healthy. But for now, VVV will back away.
More clever move here from VVV Esports, considering the two objectives available in the map. Going and diving under a turret will not give them secured objective, will not give them secured kill, and going in for the Infernal Drake instead will give them more of the advantage when it comes to scaling potential, especially how a Demon Kite will deal massive amounts of damage, but Tyrant Gaming is there to contest.
Demon Kite has to back away from this though, as now Tyrant will get their first dragon here, and the timing is just perfect for Tyrant. And now for VVV, I suppose they can afford to lose that third dragon for themselves, although that was Infernal, so additional damage could have been nice in the 13-minute mark, especially who do have Dragon and Demon Kite over there with such painful champions for them. Tyrant, though, doing a good job slowing the game down.
I mean, Hayes will be synonymous unto the Infernal Drake. A lot of scaling potential and a lot of damage will be increased by the Tristana in terms of the mid-game, late game. Especially if we're looking at the items right now. Still, even gold for both ADCs of VVV Esports and Tyrant Gaming that enables Hayes to now go for 3 core items. The rapid fire cannon already locked in, the Infinity Edge is there, a lot of criticals that can put down VVV Esports as Nasjo can't stop.
No attempt, as you know, is pretty much far away for that tactical sweep. And now, Baron being started. Tyrant Gaming does have their spider senses tingling. They know what is happening, as there is Ward standing over towards the Baron. So they are aware. Nasjo, though, positioned in the brush, they don't know that he's there. Now they know, though. Now he's spotted. Now he's isolated. Renzi super duper low, as we see Yabutsuki trying to make an attempt. Now they give up on the Baron. Now they are going for the chase. Look at that 4-man Cyclone, as Renzi's gonna get Buster shotted away. Mega Inferno Bomb for that extra oomph of a damage. But now, Tyrant decides to back away as VVV also gives up on the Baron.
So Tyrant Gaming has the advantage in terms of the HP lead against VVV Esports, so they could do something and force out VVV Esports much further. As you know what, we're looking at the recall coming in from Wukong. The half HP that he received from Tyrant Gaming a while ago was just so punishable by them, and now we're still looking at the standstill. Nothing is happening currently. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to come up, and the that rush being held on by Tyrant Gaming might come into fruition. More or less just a bait there.
Yeah, because they had to go back and reset because they've got Nasjo split pushing at the bottom portion of the map. Renzi is finding his target. He finds Hayes, though, but no Cyclone will activate just yet. And right now, he's just waiting for the rest of the team to follow up. They're quite far away, though. That's probably the reason. Actually, he didn't have ult at the time, so he just Nimbus Strike just for that domination stance. My adjectives are down the drain. It's 11 p.m. Please forgive me. But for VVV, they're doing their best, choking resources away from Tyrant Gaming.
They're choking it away. Those resources, the golds, the buffs, everything that you can give Tyrant Gaming is now being lost to the side of VVV Esports. Although I saw how Yoshi just went for the lunge against a Camille. Massive damage. That was a huge damage that can put them in a very good spot. It's just a utilization of this point in time. VVV Esports coming on top though. Dragon Lane.
Oh, tactical sweep not gonna hit, but Hextech Ultimatum will. No respawn Repost for you as Cyclone will be on top of the Hectic Ultimatum, Nimbus Strike, an easy, clean sweep. But look at that, at the opposite side of the map, Tyrant also starts their own fight, but they do not 100% commit this as they just try to back away for now.
But Tyrant Gaming still not happy with that.
Oh, still not done. Look at that, as Yuno is gonna get exhausted. He's just so low from the Mega Inferno, but Killer Instinct for the auto attack. Even flashes for the final hit. He's gonna be all alone. He is actually golden to buy some time, but here comes the rest of the squad already. The Buster Shot will actually push him to the Monsoon, and now he's fully healed. And unfortunately, the rest of Tyrant Gaming are falling like dominoes, and only 2 members left alive, while Nastro is split pushing and going for the back door. Looks like he will not pursue this, and he will join his team to the Baron.
But Vi will now be sought by Nastro. It's gonna be the 1v1.
1v1 situation, Hextech Ultimatum. Yabutski is trapped in the arena. A 1v2 situation, Flash Tactical Sweep will finish the job. No jungler, no potential steal. VVV secures the Baron for themselves.
Now 2 members remaining for Tyrant Gaming to try and defend the base. VVV Esports has already opened up the Dragon lane, has secured the inhibitor turret. Now the Mountain Elder Dragon will be the next objective for VVV Esports to take down. The 11k gold difference would put them at an item advantage against Tyrant Gaming. Tyrant cannot afford to go into the Mountain Dragon, and how the lanes are now pushing in against them.
Yeah, Elder Drake on top of the Baron, on top of the 10k gold lead that you just mentioned, ballooning up into even more gold lead, and this is going to be extra tough. The shielding that this provides is just gonna make it harder for Tyrant to sort of chunk away the members of VVV. And now this could be the final stand, a thumbs up to warn Tyrant that VVV is coming basically in here. Now siege continues.
Moonfall.
That is, wow, a moonfall with a lot of members plus the hero's entrance, but it's just too much. VVV is just too far ahead. That's 2 members down already. Make that 3 and possibly make that 4 if they go dive into the fountain. But VVV says, never mind, let's just attack this Nexus. Let us take this into that 2-0 finish. No more game 3 for Tyrant, and VVV Esports end their day with strong finishes.
That was amazing from VVV Esports, how they dominated every single game, except maybe one against RRQ in this Mindanao group stage. It was an amazing fight that they've showed us. They were pretty much very safe in terms of the early game. In the mid game, though, they were just really going in for the aggression. I think Renzi was there in the same manner how he did in game number 1, wherein he was just so supportive. He was so proactive into the matchup, goes for the control into the mid lane, control into the bottom lane, support his teammates instead. And look at the graph. It goes all in for VVV Esports, getting all single objectives, maybe losing a dragon for Tyrant Gaming because they could dive in much sooner. The rest of the game was just dominance all around and was saying, we will win.
Yeah, they literally came, saw, and conquered Tyrant Gaming in this series, and everyone did their part. Everyone was just in sync, basically, as we see that lots of good KDA across the board for the side of VVV. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Tyrant Gaming's come to actually assemble yet, because you were looking at, well, you know, with this Diana pick and then new heroes entrance on top of that. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see all that as VVV managed to get early leads, early kills, and were very confident with their matchups.
Confidence is key for VVV Esports. They were just going in risk tolerant, risk free, fighting against Tyrant Gaming, and you're looking at it right now, 21-4 in favor of VVV Esports. Dampier was there to support Demon Kite all throughout the matchup. He was there to try and give all the support and sustainability that they can. I think Renzi and Nastro did a great job in trying to defend the front lines of Dragon and Demon Kite. Right, Tyrant Gaming cannot access into the back lines. If ever Yabutski comes in, there is a counter engage and counter disengage. Just go for the Cyclone. Cancel out as Vi is trying to access onto the back line. So I think Renzi just was so team coordinated for his team to try and defend not just himself, but every single one.
Yeah, even with their Tyrant attempt at the last few minutes of the game, where, you know, Yabutski tried to engage at the opposite side of the map, try to eliminate Demon Kite, but the call was okay. We're outnumbered. It's a 4v3 situation. They have Renzi and as well as Nasjo eliminating the Fiora as well. So I think it was such a patient call. They're not too greedy. Just because they're way ahead doesn't mean that they're comfy with a 4v3 situation. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths of VVV as well. They're very patient and they're, you know, not getting into things too rashly.
Yeah, they think it through first. They think of like how the step by step would work. Let's get a kill first before we go to the objective. If Yabutski dies, let's just jump into the objective. No one will steal this objective away from us. And that is how they played it out. They're playing the psychological game. They have the knowledge, they have the intelligence on what they want to do next. And they were just going in with guts. They are just going in hard against Tyrant Gaming and just dominated how they will try, how Tyrant Gaming would try to counter engage, how they would try to counter attack. I think it was just so good as VVV Esports was just thinking through and through what will happen in every single stage of the game.
Exactly. They are very flexible in a way that they've thought their strategies through. They have you mentioned step by step, whatever draft they pick. Okay, Rengar is banned. Let's just make do with something else. Let's just pick up this Wukong, and really love to see the fights, the aggressiveness that we saw in the play of the game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Yeah, the replay on what had happened in game number 2 was amazing. How VVV Esports was this one, where Tyrant Gaming was zapping under the turret, trying to gain that lead, but Renzi was there. Renzi was there to go for the aggressive type of support. They were fighting under the turret, Cyclone away, and they were just fighting against a turret at that point in time. And into the first Rift Earl, into the first Baron Nashor, they were trying to get the lead for Tyrant Gaming. Even Tristana was there to try and punish. But we all know that Tristana is lacking in terms of the damage output when it comes to the early matchup. And how Demon Kite just comes in with a killer instinct, just supports his teammate, was phenomenal. He goes golden. That was the opportunity for his teammates to now come in because TG is waiting for the right opportunity. And this was sort of the last engagements of how VVV Esports was trying to beat down Tyrant Gaming. That Moonfall...
It was the last 10 for that. Yeah, the Moonfall was absolutely incredible on that part. Yuno's attempt there, but at this point it was just so far. VVV was just so far ahead. Again, everybody did their part in this game, so I wonder who the master of the match is going to be. And twice in a row, we're having Renzi this time around, and I'm guessing on the Wukong for game number 2.
Yeah, so Wukong Renzi played very well for his team. He's a player that is not onto like a jungle that is like selfish. He wants to get all the jungle camps. He wants to free farm all around the map, but he's sort of the proactive type of player that knows when to go into a certain part of the map to support his teammates whenever that ganks is occurred, whenever a pin down was being put down by Tyrant Gaming into a certain lane. And Renzi was just a player on high play. Right, the Cyclones was just perfect for Renzi in those team fights.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it just shows how flexible of a player he is. He can play an assassin that will stalk, that will play like a lone wolf. But at certain times, he can switch into this team fighting player. And it is just so wonderful because it fits VVV style very well. That means they're going to be very versatile in what they want to draft. And I think it's perfect, especially when we talk about the playoffs that will be coming soon, which is next week.
Yeah, the playoffs is something that I'm so excited for. Like every single teams from the previous summer season in the previous regions are going to be fighting against each other. Like what's going to be the meta, what's going to be the champions that are going to be picked up. Are we going to see another 1-1-2-1 setup? Because it's been a very long time that we have last seen it. Are we gonna see the no ADC champion once again? No ADC draft rather. So those are some of the things that I'm currently like so hyped up. The creative the teams that are building it up are there to just support it. Especially the meta breaking champions are just so amazing to expect.
Yeah, considering the fact that, there could be a patch coming in, the 2.3 patch, I think the dev diary was released recently. So it's so exciting to see all these things culminate together. And well, we talked about everything culminating together because this is the last group stage of the entirety of the Philippine Icon series. You know what's next. It's going to be the playoffs. And I'm sure everyone is so excited to see that start, to see the teams that we saw back from North Luzon and then in the Mindanao group stages duke it out for that 2 slots to go towards the Super Cup. But of course, it is gonna be goodbye for now, but not goodbye completely, as we do still have the panel with a special interview as well as the breakdown of what happened this whole day. Again, my name is Riku, together with me is Infinity, and also from Yuko. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you during the playoffs.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know it's strong. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn around, take it up again. I know you feel me, keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow? May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me, I promise
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift with Glow.
Oh no! Our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for.
VVV Esports close out the last series of the day, the last series of the Mindanao group stages with a 2-0, and they take home 75,000 Globe Cup points more, actually putting them in a tie with RRQ for first place in the Mindanao group stages. We'll get to that in a bit, but first, Otolus, Osiris, I want to know your thoughts on this series. Otolus, we'll start with you.
Okay, so again, Renzi was able to get his comfort pick in Rengar, and I just would like to highlight the mastery of this guy, right? He just secured a first blood by flashing into a brush and then jumping into a primary target, and to me, that's that just shows how far his comfort is with this pick, and also VVV Esports just showed how to play Wild Rift while your opponent is playing the kill game, right? So there at one point there was a 6-3 in kill lead for their opponent, for Tyrant Gaming, and all of a sudden, right, just securing the dragons, just securing the towers, was able to net them the advantage that they need to secure game one. And for game number two, it's just all about that prowess and dominance. So overall, VVV Esports, salute to you guys, and to Tyrant Gaming. Please, please, please do not get disappointed, or do not be disappointed with what happened here in Mindanao, because just reaching this far, surviving the grueling eliminations is already a feat by itself.
Absolutely. They still are here for a reason. They still went through the qualifiers, and they are still part of the top 4 teams in Mindanao. And Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this series?
Well, it was a really good play or showing from VVV. They didn't really disappoint at this game right now, and not just top one or top or playoff secured, I must say. Let's say that they also have the unliving secured right now.
Yes, and due to unforeseen circumstances, RRQ will not be playing the tiebreaker match for tonight, but as a result, VVV Esports claims the top spot for our Mindanao group stages, followed by RRQ. And the brackets will be posted after we conclude this day, but first we do have some special guests plural, joining us for this post show. First up, we do have Marky from RRQ joining us over here. Congratulations to Marky, to RRQ as well. There you have it. Hi guys, congratulations to you guys. It's nice to see you all together. Hello, everybody. Okay, first up, we're gonna make this really quick. I want to know how you guys are celebrating. What are you guys having? It's kind of too late for dinner. What are you guys having for a midnight snack, or how are you guys celebrating?
Ano po? Nuggets po. Nuggets!
Oh my gosh, my favorite.
Oh, nuggets.
My favorite. That's the way to go. That is the way to go indeed. And just a follow-up question, I actually want to know what you guys will be doing from now up until the playoffs. How are you guys going to prepare for this?
Siguro po papahinga po muna kami ng isang araw sa bukas po. Tapos after po noon sa Tuesday, balik practice na po kami para sa playoffs po namin. Yun po.
Ready for that grind to get into the playoffs. Yes. Otolus, what about you? What are your questions over here for RRQ?
I cannot ask them about their agent because this is the whole team,
That's
right?
a lot.
Yeah. So I guess my question for you guys, by the way, congratulations on securing a lot of wins and a lot of globe points. But my question for you guys is, how does it feel to have international fans out there, right? So every time that I go to the comment section, there are Indonesian fans out there showing their support for you guys. So how does it feel to have that additional advantage in your fandom?
Sa amin po, parang malaking bagay na po yung para sa amin kasi parang nakakapag-boost po yun ng confidence namin. Kasi po, yung team po namin, isa po siyang Indo-based, tapos sobrang dami pong Indonesian na people po na kahit di namin kilala, sinusuportahan po kami. Yun po.
Thank you.
That is really great. And it's really great that you guys are bringing in viewers from the rest of Southeast Asia as well into the Sea Icon Series Philippines. As we know, this is a massive international event with events happening in other countries as well. Osiris, what about you? What are your questions for RRQ?
Yeah, I just want to say hi first to Kaigi right there.
Hi,
You know,
Kaigi.
the brains of RRQ.
Hi, Coach.
Yeah. And question for the whole team. Who you are looking into to take head on at playoffs? Which team do you think is the most threatening for you guys?
Para sa amin yung pinaka-threat po. Threat po talaga lahat sila eh, pero para sa amin yung pinaka ano talaga namin yung Team Secret po. Sila po yung top dogs talaga sa competition. Tas sa Philippines po, tas parang kami po yung underdogs. Pero lahat po sa kanila para sa amin po talaga sila, malakas po sila.
Oh, and I am
Congrats.
sure. I saw that smile from Coach Kaigo. I'm pretty sure he is looking forward to seeing a former teammate over there in the Rift once again in James. And we actually have a special request for Helios. Helios, can you do your pose? Can you do your pose? For everybody, it's our favorite right now. We're all gonna do this.
In the marquee pose, of course.
Everybody's saying, "Oh yes, the marquee pose."
Yeah, right there.
Alright, RQ, thank you so much and congratulations to you guys. Do you have any
Thank you.
shoutouts that you'd like to give? Really quickly, maybe the whole team would like to do that.
Sa akin po, shoutout po kay Boss Calvin sa mga nagmamanage po ng RRQ, sa manager po namin, tsaka sa lahat po na sumusuporta sa Team RRQ, sa mga Indo fans po namin, salamat. Sa family ko po, tas sa HQ fam ko po dyan sa Kamuning, salamat po sa pagsusuporta. Meron pa ba kayo?
Same. Shoutout sa girlfriend ko kay Ashley Jude. Tapos shoutout sa pamilya kong patuloy na sumusuporta sa akin. Tsaka shoutout dun sa RRQ. Solid kayo.
Shoutout sa mga magulang ko na laging sumusuporta. Tsaka
Aww.
sa mga kaya naman na.
Nice pass.
Shoutout po sa family ko at saka sa mga kaibigan ko pong sumusuporta sa akin. At sa classmate ko po na si Arabella, shoutout po.
Ako naslos. Shout out sa shout out sa family ko dyan sa Bulacan, tsaka sa mga kaibigan na nanonood dyan sa especially yung mga nakakausap ko. So, yun lang.
Shoutout sa lahat ng fans ng RRQ, and then syempre sa family ko din, and shoutout din kay James and Nexo. Magkikita kita namin sa playoffs.
There you go.
There you go. Well, if that isn't hype enough, we are having a little reunion here in the playoffs of some sort. That is going to be exciting to see. RRQ, congratulations and thank you so much. You guys deserve all the nuggets. You guys deserve all the nuggets. That's like 20, get like 20 piece nuggets each. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, that is so fun. A very giggly RRQ there, and we got the pose. We got the poses as well, and we got a teaser from Coach Kaigu. A special shout out to Exo-Sen and to James as well. That is gonna be fun. That is gonna be fun to see them, up against each other, reunited, but on different teams. So it should be a fun little reunion over here. But of course, we do have another guest joining us really shortly. But just jumping off of that interview from RRQ, it is going to be interesting to see. We discussed this a little earlier. RRQ does have a few days to train for the playoffs, but I am actually wondering what the Next Play Esports looks like now, what Team Secret looks like now, especially since it's been how many weeks since we actually saw them back in the Rift. There's been a few patches down the line that that's happened, and of course they've had a chance to adapt to the meta, to switch up their strategies. I can imagine Team Secret, pulling all of these things out of their hat. Autolus, Osiris, just really quickly, give me your thoughts on what you think these teams, how these teams are reinventing the meta right now. We'll start with you, Autolus.
Right, well, I'm very confident that all these teams are coming in very well prepared. I'm just concerned that 2.3 might happen before we get to the playoffs. That's just me. That's my concern. If Riot does hear me out, if you can hold off the patch 2.3 until after our playoffs, that will be very, very well appreciated.
Autolus doesn't want extra homework. It's a lot of extra homework. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on the teams that we haven't seen in a while coming into the playoffs?
Yeah, as much as Autolus is my brother right here, I am on the opposite side. I wanted a patch for the reason that I wanted to shake everything up, and there's a big gap, or that's an equal footing for everyone. So I think that's something that they wanted to capitalize on if ever that there's a patch. But most likely, we are the last one who's going to do this Icon Series final. So really looking forward to it.
And I think it's gonna be a 1-0 in favor of Riot. They can do whatever we want. It sounds like we're giving predictions over here. But of course, now we have another special guests, Laurel, joining us for this post show. Let us welcome our champions for the Mindanao group stage. It is VVV Esports joining us, represented by Renzi.
Let's
go! Congratulations, guys! Hello! Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really quickly, how are you guys celebrating? What are you having? What are you ordering? And what are you guys doing tomorrow and everything?
Kumakain din ng nuggets.
Nuggets!
Well, you know what? If I won, I'd also celebrate with nuggets. I love nuggets. So all the nuggets to you guys. Now, same question. I'm gonna throw it to you guys. What are you guys gonna do in between this day and going into the playoffs? How are you guys gonna prepare?
Sa mga scrims po, magre-ready po kami. Tsaka magre-ready po kami mga tactics na ilalabas namin para sa playoffs po.
Tama!
There you have it, a little teaser there from VVV Esports. Autolus, what about you? What are your questions for VVV?
I kind of want to ask the question, ask a question about their hair color, but I got distracted by the dog. Is that a secret member of VVV?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Conquer po, pangalan niya po Conquer. Sino po yung yung aso, yung may may naka-jacket po yung Eme na. Ito po si Conquer.
Lucky charm po namin yan.
Lucky charm.
Manager, see, that's the dog buff. Let's go. Let's go Nasus, by the way. So let's pick it.
What about you, Osiris? Do you have questions here for VVV?
I mean, that's a low-key showing that you're gonna pick Nasus at playoffs, guys, huh? But yeah, just a question, same as my previous question from the last team, that who's you're looking into to face head-on or the most threatening for playoffs?
Para po sa amin lahat po eh. Kasi po lahat po naman ang nakapasok sa group stage, malalakas po. Hindi po yun sabihin natin chamba-chamba lang. Binigay po nila lahat ng business kaya nakapasok sa playoffs. Kaya lahat po pag-handaan namin, hindi lang po yung isang team.
Well, there you go, guys. A lot of mutual respect here from all of the teams here at the Sea Icon Series Philippines. All right, VVV, the floor is yours. Any shoutouts that you'd like to give over here, maybe to all of the supporters watching?
Shoutout po sa family ko, tsaka sa mga kaibigan ko. And salamat rin, thank God rin po. Tsaka shoutout po sa crush ko po. Tsaka shoutout po kayo sa VVV Fam and sa mga VVV members. Sa VVV Complex rin po, shoutout.
Mga boss.
And kay Boss T, kay Boss A, kay Boss M. Thank you very much. Sir Gary. Sir Gary pala.
Sir Gary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir Gary.
All right. Thank you so much, VVV. Congratulations to you guys. What about the rest of the team?
Ano po, shoutout po sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa VVV. Tapos shoutout po sa mga kaibigan ko and sa family ko na Recamadas family na walang sawang sumusuporta po sa akin na nag-pro op. Tapos po sa mga kaibigan ko po na nagbibigay ng skin, lalo na kaya alimutan ko, wait lang.
Wait.
Kay Carlo, katropa ko, tsaka kila Sean, sa kuya ko, tapos sa lahat po ng sumusuporta. Yun lang po.
We need that too, right? You know, skin donor.
Yes. Can we get that? Hi, Carlo.
Shoutout din ako sa mga tropa namin sa CDO Cagayan de Oro City. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Tas shoutout din ako sa pamilya namin na todo suporta sa amin kahit malayo kami sa kanila. Kaya shoutout sa inyo. Tas shoutout kay Chico.
Ikaw na.
Masasabi ko lang shoutout sa mom ko na nagtiwala talaga sa akin na nakarating ako dito.
Shoutout po sa family ko, sa mama at papa ko. Tsaka sa magaganda at gwapo kong kapatid na sumusuporta hanggang ngayon nanonood. Thank you din po sa mga sumusuporta sa VVV and sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout sa'yo kay Lorraine. Kay Coach 6, thank you Coach. Tsaka kay sa editor po namin, si James. Simula kanina pa po siya sumusuporta at nakagabay sa aming likod. Thank you po ulit sa VVV. Yun lang po.
Tas big shoutout sa namin sa coach na laging tumulong sa amin para sa draft namin at sa quotation kasi namin. Shoutout! Wala, shoutout 6. Okay na ako?
Okay na.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, VVV Esports. Congratulations. And we will see you guys in the playoffs next week.
What's up?
I was gonna say, everybody is shouting out their significant others, or more so their crushes. I feel like, if some bonds form because of the C Icon series, maybe we should get a shout out too.
Oh yeah. And our cats.
But I know. But of course, there you have it. Our two winners, our top two here at the Mindanao group stages, advancing into the playoffs, RRQ and VVV. Let's take a look at our Globe Cup point standing right now at the end of the Mindanao group stages. And as we can see, these two teams tied with 375,000 Globe Cup points. UCE with 150,000 Globe Cup points, and Tyrant Gaming unfortunately was unable to get on the board, but hopefully we'll see them back in the fall season perhaps, or maybe in other tournaments as well. Now, this was really quite a trip. This is the first time actually we've seen a tie here for first place, and VVV Esports actually managed to come back in one day. That is something that was very interesting, that kept the series going on and the excitement going on up until the last series. Now, of course, these aren't the only winners for today. We still have 14 lucky winners of Wild Course. We have 10 winners of 1,650 Wild Course and 4 winners of 380 Wild Course. And I think we have these names up already. I think we're gonna start with our minor prize first of 380 Wild Course. Drum roll, please.
It's us.
Winners. We won! We finally won!
This is our
Finally
shoutouts,
won.
the winners.
We didn't! No, we're just joking. You guys are the winners. We still don't have any Wild Course. But congratulations to John, April, Dura, Hero, Patia, Asta Mapangasar, Wendell Lipana. Congratulations to you guys. Please send a message over to the PPGL Facebook page to find out how to claim your prize. And for 1,650 Wild course, Odloose, would you like to read the first 5 over here?
Okay,
Drum
let's go.
roll.
Thank you, Kuya Will. No, thank you to our sponsors. Of
Wow.
course, we have Ashley Diocton Tesoro, we have Jomsky, Wendell Lipana, Cayenne Clyde, and Paul Parasi. For the other 5,
Wendell
we have...
Lipana wins again.
Yeah, I think...
One back to back. That's cool.
That's right. So
Yeah.
I think that's already
What a
2,000. 2,000 wild course. Auto win.
Whoa!
Auto skin.
And Osiris,
Yeah,
who are our last 5?
For the last 5, that's Dwayne Ambrosio, BJ Aquino, Matthew, Luis Dayan Hermosilla, and Griffin.
Griffin. Yeah. That is a unique name right there. But wow, Wendell Lipana, I'm so jealous. That's 2,000 wild cores right then and there. Just
Back
for
to
being
back.
here with us. Just for being here with us and, supporting and sharing, of course, the Sea Icon Series Philippines. And that, of course, brings us to the end of the group
Aw.
stages. And but you know what? I'm not exactly so sad just because I'm so excited for what is coming next. That'll be next week. That is our playoffs. But of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series here, and of course for organizing this event. Thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe. And right now, as you guys can see, the overall standings, and we will be seeing from North Luzon, Team Secret, Next Play Esports from South Luzon, Omega Esports and Liab Esports from Visayas, Amihan Esports and Fennel Adversity, and finally from Mindanao, VVV Esports and RRQPH. This is gonna be so exciting to see all of these
Definitely.
teams. We saw how amazing these guys are on the Rift, and we're just gonna see the very best of the best here from all corners of the Philippines come to a head in the playoffs that will be happening next week. That's why I can't go because I'm so
Oh,
excited.
yeah.
I am so excited, of course, for next week. Now, again, of course, this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. We thank PPGL, Mineski, and Globe for organizing this event, and we have got more.
And of course, to our official mobile partner that has always been there. Picture life together with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience and play like the pros with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapo. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na-GG. Fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One. Clay face wash that cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
We have to do it.
And we have, yes, we gotta all do it. And you know, the
Yes.
group stages might be over, the show might be over for today, but we can still hang out virtually via Globe Virtual Hangouts. Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do to get in on this action is to download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated. And get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Guys, that brings us to the end of the Mindanao group stages. That brings us to the end of the groups stages as a whole. And coming up next week, all our top 2 teams are going head-to-head. VVV Esports, RRQ of Mihan Esports, Fennel Adversity, Omega Esports, Liab Esports, Next Play Esports, and Team Secret. It is the summer season playoffs, and you guys have to be there. For now, though, of course, Mika Fabs here. I have been your panel host here with Otlus and Osiris. We are signing off, and on behalf of the production, thank you so much for watching. Stay safe and stay healthy.